checked in. Ella McCaffrey up against Zoe Peneteri. Ella in the red and Zoe in the blue.
Yeah, I see Ella down there in the red jersey, already out there in the lineup, kind of getting the wetsuit, getting used to the wetsuit, getting a little feel for what's going on out there. And it looks like they are already selecting that middle of the beach, left-hand peak. At least that's where it was popping up yesterday. And it looks like both surfers are out there, so they've both decided that middle of the beach is where they want to start their finals day campaign.
Yeah, so they're out there first heat of the day. They're going to have to be riding into that stiff breeze, and we'll see it calm down as the heats progress. And maybe even, during the heat that they're out there, 25 minutes, it might mellow out a little bit. But regardless, they have to surf, the judges judge, and it's going to be tricky, as you were saying before we got on air, a couple of deceptive lips because of the way the wind is hitting it and the line of the wave. We have a long period swell that's kind of beginning last night into today, so it'll look flat, and all of a sudden what look like 2-foot faces are actually head-high waves because it's so far out with this kind of mid-low tide coming up all morning.
Yeah, that swell that's kind of starting to fill in is providing a little more energy, and it's a little more spaced out, whereas yesterday had that wind swell feeling to it. So a little more spaced out, but a little more energy.
Surfers, we are 1 minute away from starting, so maybe hold your positions. Hold your positions, surfers. 1 minute till the start. Well, Butakino, we made it, and let's rip it up for Finals Sunday.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. We have made it, but you know what? This is the day we've all been waiting for. As mentioned, we are here. This is the crescendo. Everybody wants to be here on Finals Day. Only 8 competitors are, so it's going to be exciting because these are the form surfers of the event, and that's why they've earned the right to be here.
Well, a lot of the top-ranked surfers have made their way into the quarterfinals here for the women's side of the draw. All vying for those top spots to get on the Challenger Series or be back on the qualifying series if they're already on it. Just maintaining their position, safeguarding.
Yeah, I'm seeing a list of the usual suspects as far as Finals Day are concerned, So it's looking good. We do have a couple of, oh, here we go. We're getting close.
We are counting you in, surfers. Ready, under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on. Good morning. Welcome to the SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. Beautiful shot there from the drone, panning across the Morro Rock. Ella McCaffrey in the red and Zoe Peneteri in the blue. We've got this beautiful long period swell. The wind is going to mellow out, and straight away, Ella McCaffrey up and riding on her backhand, jamming those first 2 sections. Plenty of power to meet power. She's on that trusty swallowtail, that sharp eye, shaped by Taylor Clark down my way in Encinitas.
Yeah, he's been pumping out a lot of good surf equipment for many of these competitors. He's actually one of the rising shaping stars of not only the West Coast, but the world, I'd say.
Yeah, no, it's amazing that he settled in there with sharp eye and really learned his trade and craft. Ella McCaffrey, well, always those first heats, like we say, kind of the guinea pigs. A lot of waves out there and a lot of opportunity. So where do the judges start with this first wave of Ella McCaffrey? Some nice down the line fin gouges, finners.
Yeah, she's been in the groove these last 4 days, so she just got it started early. Like they say, feet in the wax. You get an early start. She's still got 23 and a half minutes to build on that, so at least she's off and running.
Straight away, Ella, your opening ride, a 6.0. 6.0, Ella, on the first wave. So we're into those head-to-head matchups now. A little slower pace. Priority becomes a bigger deal with the surfers as opposed to the whole event with the 4 surfers per heat. Now we're down to 2 per heat. So it gives them a little more time to breathe and really pick their spots.
A little more spread out. They can keep an eye on each other a little more. Priority does become a little more important at the end of the heat because it's just one person you've got to keep an eye on. But Ella got her first wave. The judges scored it a 6. The scale is set, so now every other wave of the morning will basically be compared to that one. And we'll see if Zoe can't answer back before long because she now has priority by nature of Ella riding that first wave.
So again, Ella McCaffrey, she got the inside position with the low priority, and she's going to go for a little left to right shuffle, but a small backup for her.
Meanwhile, we have Zoe. She got going on this backhand. Left-hander working her way into that same left gutter, and she's getting some turns done off the top in that morning glow orange sunlight right on her. A lot of work done. Finishes off a ways up the beach, and we'll have a score for her shortly.
So on finals day, the judges always looking for who's carrying the most speed through from turn to turn, you know. No dirty rails, really clean surfing and power surfing. This is a medium-sized wave, but it stood up down in the gutter there. And it's so nice that we have this consistent left sandbar every event that we come to. That orange board flaring in the sun. 20 minutes ago, there was no sun on the ocean. It was dark and ominous for the free surfers.
Now the sun has risen over the hills behind us, and we have, again, another replay. This is the first wave of Ella, so they're going to look at that. She got a 6-point ride. They're going to compare Zoe to that.
So, yeah, 3 turns on Ella's wave, fast in driving, a little contrasting to Zoe's, which comes in at a 4.5. Zoe, your opener, a 4.5, so Zoe's in reflection, a little smaller, yeah, and not able to carry quite as much board speed from turn to turn.
Yes, that's the difference there. Ella had just a little more emphasis on her turns. Zoe did more, but the section didn't quite give her the critical nature that you need to get a higher score.
Ella, your second wave, your backup wave, a 2.75, red with first priority. Zoe making her way back out into the lineup. Coming up next, Sanoa Dimfley Olin and Ruby Stringfellow. Both of them have been on a roll. In this heat, Ella, first round heat of 32, came in second. Her last heat, she got first. Zoe's had 2 seconds leading into this quarterfinal.
So both of them somewhat building momentum as they've got to here, because you do have to advance to get here, but you want to somewhat save your best performance and peak on the final day if at all possible. But every heat is different. You take them one at a time, and right now we're at the 19-minute and 45-second in this quarterfinal heat 1. As of right now, Ella McCaffrey out front with that 6-point ride in the 2.75. Had a couple waves ridden early. Ella, you have a 6 and a 2.75. You are in priority, and there are 19 minutes and 25 seconds left. So hopefully they can hear us pretty well today with the wind. And Ella, you have a 6 and a 2.75. You are in priority. There are 19 minutes and 10 seconds.
Blues opener, a 4.5. 19 minutes left. Yeah, feel free to raise your hands anytime. I know the wind is strong and we're shouting out the information, but it's hard to hear. We do have the priority light box on top of the mid-state container so they can glance in and know where they are in the priority rotation. We do have the round disc that indicates green or then yellow past the 5-minute mark. 18 and a half minutes left.
And on the screen right here, it looks like these two are all right, kind of giving them each other some space for the time being. I mean, it's early in the heat. Nothing has really panned out. Yes, Ella's got that 6-point ride, but as we saw yesterday, 6-point rides were backups and a little bit dicey of backups towards the end of the day. So she's going to want to improve on that, but we got to wait for the next set to come in. She has priority in red, so when the next set comes, she gets her choice of the wave. She's got the lead, so she'll look to extend upon that.
Well,
And
it'll be interesting. Sorry, but it'll be interesting to see if any of those rights come on that deeper peak outside and across the channel from the left, more where Zoe's sitting. Sometimes those bombies peak up over there and offer a right, or there's then the wide swinging left. So it's nice with the head-to-head matchup now because of the intervals or the longer distance interval in the swell. And it's quiet between waves, where yesterday and the day before it was kind of frenetic. There was waves all over the place, so it accommodated the four surfers.
yeah, today we've just got two, so they get to, like we said, spread out, take their time a little bit more. Yesterday, all the way, Thursday, Friday, yesterday, 4 heats the whole time. Yesterday had that semi-wind swell, so a lot of waves could get ridden at once. Today, the judges get a little more time to really, really pick and choose and, deliberate on their scores. So it's exciting stuff.
Well, and being here early and watching a few of the free surfers get out there in the chill. There were guys and girls riding longer waves, and then there were some big 1-2 turn combination waves. So that'll become a factor today. Not all of them will be riding down the line, finding shoulders, so to speak. Here we go, Zoe on that far bar. This is where she picked the first wave that she got a 4-5. Nice, strong tack up into the corner pocket twice. And you can see as it goes through that deep spot. Good finish there on wave 2 for Zoe.
She looked a little more relaxed and a little more set into her bottom turn right there on that one. So maybe using that first wave to warm up a little, getting a feel for what's going on out there. And, she's got another score now, so she's backed it up. She had the 4.5. We will see where this drops. Right now, Ella still has the strongest wave of the heat with that 6. So let's see where Zoe's score will go. Yeah, both those competitors are looking at that left at the north end of the beach. So thus far today, that is the zone where the competitors think they're going to get the best scores.
Well, you were saying she looked more relaxed. Yeah, there's a lot going on. That wind blowing into them, and then the ribs coming up the face and going from steep to flat. So they have to be really tack sharp in picking their position in and around on the wave.
You can see that view right there, the way the lips are sometimes the lips have a little rib and they're kind of coming sideways, almost like stair steps in it. So even to complete a ride today is an impressive feat, and these competitors are ripping, so they're really impressing us up here. I mean, it looks a little tricky out there, but it's what they both have to deal with. Like you said, it's an even playing field. They both get the same conditions, so we'll see who can figure it out and advance.
And it looks like it's a longer paddle. Those long lefts that we just saw Zoe get, she's still paddling back out. Competitors, the head judge wanted me to let you know you're right on the edge of the competition area, so that makes it a little difficult. We do have the video replay monitors, but trying to suggest you stay a little bit south of the blue barricade that's on the beach below the sand dunes. I know that's tough when you're looking at waves out of where you're sitting. So we're waiting on that score, Blue, waiting on your second score. Here's a nice replay. That was the money turn there, Bud.
Yeah.
That 2-turn combination.
Yeah, the way she kind of set it up and then just eased into the bottom turn but unleashed, there was an extra level of smoothness, fluidity that I saw right there. So
a 5-point ride, Zoe. Your second wave, Blue, a 5. That puts you in first place. Blue in first. Ella, you have priority. You're looking for a 3.5 to take first place back.
So just like we mentioned, Zoe's wave a little bit better than her last one. Less maneuvers, but a little more refined and cleaner the way she went about them. And here she goes. She's having a paddle again. She's not going to wait. No, she is going to wait. So yesterday and the day before, there was a hurry up and get busy kind of feel because the waves didn't always go through. A lot of them would pop up outside and then die in the middle. Today, with this mid-period swell, it seems like they're a little more content to be selective, and granted, with only one other competitor out there, they're allowed to do so.
Well, I'm sure as the morning progresses through the quarterfinals, as the tide is rising, we'll start to see those misto feathery ones way outside, that deep hole in the middle. So that's what's amazing, right? The surfers have to be here on point, looking at what's in front of them for their heat. Maybe they had heats in a similar time through the event so far, and they're kind of aware, and they've been here a few days before the event, although the waves were much larger and pumping. I saw a photo taken from back in the parking lot that was amazing yesterday, looking through the competition area with a solid, I don't know, 8-foot face, perfect offshore peak.
Yeah, I saw.
Beautiful photo.
That was like one of the waves you draw on your textbook as a kid in school,
I saved it. I frame grabbed that one.
I don't blame you.
Just under 12 minutes surfers at the moment. Blue in the lead with a 4.5 and a 5. Ella opened with a 6 and then got a little right backup wave, a 2.75. But Ella, most importantly, needing a 3.5 to take back the lead.
Well, just as we spoke about this mid-period swell, there's going to be flurries of sets, but as of right now, you look out there, it feels flat, but it's not flat. And there's, plenty of waves to ride out there, plenty of time with two surfers. They get 25 minutes, but it is a different look. So like you said, they have to adjust. And thus far, Zoe has done the best job of it, but it's so early in the heat. There's 11 minutes and 10 seconds left. And I know Ella's going to get rid of that 2.75, so things are going to change as soon as the next wave gets ridden, I have a feeling.
Man, for the viewers at home, thanks for joining us. We are into quarterfinal number 1, Ella McCaffrey versus Zoe Peneteri. You look across the bay and that wind-swept ocean due to the warming inland in Paso Robles and that wind shooting down the valleys. This has been the scenario every morning, and then it just starts to mellow out and get so clean, sometimes turning to that light offshore and then going sheet glass.
I was going to mention, in between this wind and the glassy afternoons, there tend to be periods of offshore and kind of a side shore blowing into that left, which gave a little extra steep face yesterday, but also made it interesting to navigate at times. So variable winds, they seem to change every 20 minutes or so. And right now, even at a glance right there, that angle looks calm, but as they look further north, it looks a little bumpier. So
yeah, calming in our corner of the bay. Yesterday, talk about the variable winds. We saw a switch in one of the heats, and Hayden Rogers identified it and took advantage of it and literally put on a clinic of how to use that air wind, letting it sort of settle under your board. And then John Mel went out and did the same thing. A bunch of the surfers, it was amazing. But that's when the wind really switched to that straight up the face on the lefts.
Well, I remember about 10 years ago, there was an article in one of the magazines mentioning that onshore is the new offshore because these young surfers with their progressive maneuvers, like you mentioned, if the wind is blowing the right way, you get the board in the air and it pushes it against your feet. So between booties and air wind, progression has just gone through the roof.
And super waxes.
Super waxes.
Sticky wax.
Yes, there is we always talked about, growing up sticky bumps and beeswax and all that stuff, but that foo stuff is, it's like paste. It's so sticky. You almost have to really go out of the way to move your feet if you need to.
It doesn't come off your wetsuits. All right, so a little break in the action after Zoe's last wave. Ella content to sit there with priority. Surfers, there's 9 minutes left here in this heat. Surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out with 5 minutes. Just make sure you stay well wide of our competitors wherever you choose to paddle out.
So this is interesting out there. They both got started early, but then there's been some downtime. So you got to remember this is finals day, and everybody wants to win. They're looking over their shoulder at each other. There's a little bit of a psychological thing going on right now when you have to sit and keep your mind calm for a while and remain at ease so when the next set comes in, they can perform.
Yeah, keeping yourself focused and in the moment.
In-
Ella with a bit of an advantage as she has the high wave of the heat so far. So her next wave, obviously hypercritical. As the time winds down and no one's surfing, you end up in a space where there's not a lot of minutes left to find what you're looking for. Zoe having a sniff.
Both of them looked at that, but neither thought it was worthwhile. And yeah, you can see Zoe is still, she's kind of keeping an eye on Ella. They're keeping an eye on each other. There's 7 minutes and 15 seconds left. Who's going to be the next to activate? Can't wait to see. Just we need Mother Nature to provide us another set or two before the end of this heat. Plenty of time for each of these surfers to get 2 waves right now. But the next wave is the one we're looking for.
Yeah, this is it. Like I was saying, when the time's whittling away and a lot of minutes have chewed off the clock, and you get down to the end, there's not a lot of time. It's a little bit of a long paddle out if you do get a long left or right.
Especially if you catch the first wave of the set and then you're turning around, because these long period or mid-period swells do have a little more oomph to them. And there's one of them right now starting to roll its way in, but it seems like both of them are a bit inside. Since there wasn't any waves for a few minutes, they came in a little bit, but now that set is catching them off guard a little bit. It looks like on the north end, though, Red Ella having a paddle, and she's found one. She's on her backhand once again, gets into the lip and looks for this next section, gets a nice turn off. The tail got a little loose there, and she wants an inside connection. She doesn't find it, but she had a 6 and a 2.75, so she is looking to improve on that 2.75. And I'd like to believe she did so, but until the judges lock it in, it's just speculation.
Man, that was an awkward place to take off. You could sort of see, she really had to angle in the right position to set herself up to get around that first section. Did really well to bang off 2 nice turns. Looking to better on the 2.75, but most importantly, looking for a 3.5 or higher to take the lead back. And early indications, she has done that job. It's a 4.8, Ella. Ella, your last wave of 4.8. Zoe, you have priority. Just over 5 minutes left. You need a 5.81, so a really important exchange for Ella. That first set washes through. She has to kind of angle, paddling to hope and get that next one, and does well in that funky, lumpy, sideways takeoff to control and get up into the corner.
Yeah, I mentioned that both of them were caught inside a little, so she was trying to get to the corner and get around it. So between some of these lumps and whitewater bumps, that's what, as you mentioned, caused a bit of an odd takeoff, but she improved on her score. That second turn, I think, was the money turn, and she jumped back into first place.
Ella, your last wave was a 4.8. You're in first place now. Blue, you need a 5.81. 4.5 minutes left. Priority blue, then red. So now Zoe has to dig deep.
Zoe's having a little look here at a potential left-hander. And Ella might say, if you're not interested, I will take it for a spin. So here goes Ella once again on her backhand, looking to improve on the low score of the 4.8. But that was just a little bit of a hook and look. Let's give it a whirl, see what it does. But she realized, she's an experienced competitor. She realized that wasn't going to be a good enough wave to replace the 4.8.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen on the inside as the tide moves in. Some of them go so flat, then stand up and give you the magic bonus sections. I like that hook and look.
Well, without anybody having a real serious score, like you said, you can take off, and if suddenly it doubles up, one of these surfers, she could easily get a high score on one big impactful maneuver. So you got to look. Like I said, potentially it could double up and offer you something, but she knows better or knew better and got out of that wave and is right back out there. She's in second priority, but she is in the lead, and there are 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. So right now she's playing a smart heat.
Man, as we sit here in our booth, I can get a nice whiff of those Crave Mini Donuts blowing in here. So thank you to Crave Mini Donuts for coming down every day and making your delicious little nibs.
Yeah, between the Crave Donuts and Rudy's Rock Espresso Coffee, you guys have, well, we all have been. The judges, the cameramen, the two of us in here, we've all been taken good care of. I must admit, I fought off the donuts for a couple days, and then yesterday I got into them, and now I know. Now
they're
I know.
right in front of us.
Now I know why Kleiny talks about them, and
sponsored. He's got a sponsorship on his bass boat.
On his boat, he should. Well, he's already got 50 stickers on it. It looks like a NASCAR.
And his truck. All right, most importantly, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Ella in the lead. Zoe with priority. You need a 5.81. Long interval swell. It's going to come down to possibly one last left or right, depending.
Yes. Ella can't feel really safe. I mean, she knows that Zoe is well capable of a 5.81. It's just a matter of...
Well, I see Ella looking. Maybe she's just blinded by the sun. Ella, you have second priority. You're in first place. Zoe needs a 5.81. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Yesterday, talking to Cade in one of the post-heat interviews, he said he was surfing blind on one of the rights. He decided to take off because it stood up in front of him, and then once he was up, he didn't really know what was coming his way.
Yeah, we heard that, and we hadn't mentioned that much, but yes, if you're going forehand in one of those early morning heats, like right now, you're staring directly in the sun, and then if the wind is pushing in your face, you're fighting the sun, and you're fighting, offshore spray on a mushy face where you're trying to, keep the glide. So, but he advanced through the heat, so he made the most of it. He figured it out.
1 minute left. 1 minute left here in quarterfinal. Heat number one. Ella McCaffrey out in the lead presently. Zoe with potential has that priority, hoping for a wave to stand up and give her a shot.
Yeah, this really is coming down to the wire. Like we said, Zoe needing a mid-ranger, has priority, has 40 seconds left to find it. It's just a matter of one more set. Will the ocean deliver for her? You know that she wants the opportunity.
30 seconds left. You got to think Ella is really happy with her quick start in finding that 6-point ride. So there it is. Zoe paddles for that little wave. Priority goes to our heat leader in the red, and you've got to say this thing is closing out. 10 seconds left.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So quarterfinal one in the book. Ella McCaffrey, we will see you in the semifinals. First semifinalist decided, and that is her in the red jersey right there.
Well, congratulations to Ella. Good show by Zoe, making it into the quarterfinals. Ella up into the semis, another consistent event.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open up in beautiful Morro Bay. We are into final Sunday, quarterfinal number 2. Sanoa Dimpley Olin in the red and Ruby Stringfellow in the blue. We just saw Ella McCaffrey take the win and find herself in another semifinal up here in Morro Bay. So congratulations to Ella. Good event there for Zoe. moving on into the next event, which will be in Pismo.
Like we mentioned, these quarterfinals for the women are kind of a list of the usual suspects. Ella, very familiar with semifinals and finals run, so we will see her a little later. Much like in this heat, Sanoa, she's one of the highest ranked surfers out here, and Ruby, one of the younger surfers out here, has been a bit of a giant killer, so this is an interesting heat, a bit of a contrast here.
Yeah, it is. Well, they all have so much experience, but then it's someone like Sanoa who's been traveling a bit longer and had incredible results all over. So, yes, the youngster, they're all young, but some of them are incredibly young. We've got some young teenagers.
Like we mentioned, though, they all grow up doing this. They have good coaching and support from family and friends and hopefully industry. So although they're young, they are advanced in their competitive acumen. No waves ridden yet. A couple minutes off the clock. 23 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So we had a little bit of a flat last heat. It was a little quiet towards the end. So hopefully and possibly we see some sets coming so we can get the ball rolling for these two. I know they don't want to sit out there. They want to get surfing because that's how you win a heat. Speaking of the young competitor, there is Ruby Stringfellow on the forehand. She's been riding those left-handers all week, and nice turn to start. A little bit of extra body language in that.
Hi-ya.
Yes, she, like you said, uses the arms and accentuates when she gets up there just like that. Uses a little bit of a layback move to it, and Ruby Stringfellow is going to be the first to have a score in this quarterfinal number 2.
That was a flat wave. Sanoa giving it a look. She gave the first wave to Ruby. I think Ruby was just one knuckle over, so in a better position, and she made the most of it. Had to glide through those first funky sections and let it set up into this turn. And I like that little flow through, like you said, getting the hands over the head, making the board light on that whitewash section. And this, she gave it a bit extra.
And as you mentioned, that first section was a little bit wonky. So actually really mature for the young surfer to glide past that. And once she did, and she set into that next section, she made it count. So subtle little thing, but by not messing with that first funky, lumpy section, she was able to complete her ride.
Score in, Ruby, your first wave, a 4.5. 4.5 for Ruby, so consistent with Zoe's opening wave from the last heat. That kind of medium one that's soft through the beginning. So, when you pick up where Ella got the 6, it was straight away engaging on that first wave, carrying a lot of speed. It was a bit horizontal, but 3 solid turns. Yes. And that's what got her through into semifinal number 1, which will come up later.
Yeah, that score landed right about where I thought it was. As you mentioned, she got work done, but it wasn't the biggest wave. And she's got a score, though, so she's on the board. There's a little bit of scoreboard pressure. Only 4 minutes down so far, but at least, she knows that she's off and running. She's not waiting anymore. She's in the heat, in the wax.
I'll go down.
So I'm sure she's going to want to get rid of that score by the end of the heat, but the way the last heat, shook out, the 4.5 might mean something at the end. See that drone shot from above, the two surfers right next to each other. Ruby with that pink surfboard in the blue, and Sanoa in the red jersey. She is the high seed, as we've spoke about the last couple of days, the highest seed in the heat. Wears the red jersey. Looks like Ruby's going to break away. Sanoa does have a priority in red, so she does have her choice of the next wave to come. "19 minutes and 45 seconds left in this quarterfinal number 2. All right, and while we have a little downtime, we're going to go downstairs with Jeff and the last heat winner, Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, I'm here with Ella McCaffrey, another great quarterfinal showing. First heat of the day, cold and windy. How did you approach it from looking before you went out?
Yeah, the past few days I've been free surfing pretty early, like paddling out at first light and then coming in and changing. This one I sat and watched it for a while, then paddled out like right before my heat, got a couple waves, and then just went straight into it.
Well, the wind dies through the day. That was a really nice beginning to the heat for you to get that 6 straight away. Solid surfing on that opener.
Thank you. Yeah, we had really good waves in the last 10 minutes of the free surf. It was kind of firing, and then it shut off a little bit for our heat, so I was lucky to get that one early.
Well, you've featured here. You're a past champion here. You're moving on through 7th event of 9, and you're feeling good this year, right?
Yeah, it's been a good season, just taking it one heat at a time, and yeah, just one wave at a time.
Well, one heat closer to the final goal. Congrats, Ella. You want to give a little hello and good Sunday morning to all your friends and family?
Yeah, shout out to my parents at home if you guys are up. Thanks for watching, and shout out to my brother. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Ella McCaffrey into the semifinals once again. We'll see you soon. Back to you, bud.
Yes, semifinalist number 1 right there, the first one decided of the day. Pretty interesting that she said she free surfed and was really consistent, only to turn around, put a jersey on, and have it slow down. So nice job adjusting and getting the job done. That's Ella McCaffrey. First semifinalist decided of the day, and we'll see her a little later. Perhaps she can keep it going and book a ticket to the finals, but right now we are in quarterfinal number 2. Rudy Stringfellow with a small lead with that 4.5. Sanoa Dempfel-Olin from Canada, she's just got a 0.5, but she has priority. There's 17 minutes and 25 seconds left, so we've got action to come. Hope we just need a couple waves to come in because I know Sanoa is chomping at the bit. She's been ripping all event, and she's definitely one to watch.
Well, interesting. No waves ridden as I was focused to do that interview with Ella. Another great result as it is for her. Those quick starts, but as that tide just moves every foot or inch, so to speak. What a change from when we showed up and the ocean was black and dark. It's that long period swell and the tide rising.
Yeah, the land is starting to warm up. The tide is rising. We're going to have a real high tide. I'll check it in a bit, but I think that's going to be around 10:30, 10:45 maybe, and then it backs out for the rest of the day. As a matter of fact, I'm going to check that while we are sitting here.
Well, advantage Ruby at the moment as the time ticks away. Nice to get that first score and found herself just, 10 yards further north to be in the right space for that wave. But Sanoa, so deadly. And both of these surfers coming through with a second place and a first place to find themselves in the quarters. So pretty even as far as their momentum through the event.
Well, here comes one of those sets we were hoping to see. And Ruby, she's already had that 4.5. She's on her backhand, which
you can see she's riding straight through to the beach on that kind of left-right knuckle, just finding the reform wherever it lets her go. But a nice backup there, all said and done, kind of a straight-hander that she faded left, then went right, then had to go straight, but found the little magic moments on that pesky wave, I guess you would say.
Like you said, kind of a straight-hander. Here she goes. She cuts it back, searches for the inside, but yeah, kind of just grooving back and forth, looking for one of these little lumps to form. And here she goes. She banks it backside and says, hey, there's a little more opportunity on the forehand. And she's pretty lightweight, so she just glides right over those sections. Well, she's staying busy. We just talked about how the ocean kind of went flat, and now she's going to have 2 waves on the board.
Well, and as we often talk about, the judges always having to moderate their scale against what the ocean is actually offering.
Yeah.
There we go. Score came in, bud. A 3.75, Ruby. Your last wave, a 3.75. So with that, Sanoa needing a 7.75 to take the lead. So adding some pressure as the time winds down. 10 minutes off the clock. Sanoa, no stranger to these. This is when the pressure cooker and the steam starts building.
Like you said, no stranger, though. She's been here 100 times. She knows what to do. Just stay in the moment. She's still got priority. And keep the mind free and loose. And she'll get it going soon. I'm super confident. So going back to the tides, we have a high tide today at 10:57 of a 6.53. So it's going to move in almost 2 more feet from where we're at right now. And then it's going to drop out pretty rapidly because we have a negative 1.2 at 6:30. So through the morning till, mid-morning till 11 o'clock, you'll see them get closer. You'll see more inside double-ups. And after that, it'll start falling out. And then we saw the peak kind of move around yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if they stay at the north end of the beach or if some of the other surfers decide to come back this way closer to the Morro Rock.
And I wonder, is there a wind report in there on your Magic cell phone?
Oh,
because, we see the whitecaps whipping across the bay.
It's showing me that it's going to turn. This isn't the buoy, this is surf line, but it's showing that in an hour or so it should start blowing into the left and then swing around to straight offshore.
Okay, so consistent with the 3 days prior. Right now, though, the wind wreaking a little havoc.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the rock, it's so big, and the way it kind of cups right here, it creates its own microclimate. Up and riding, though, Sanoa gets it going in red and gets a nice impactful turn on that white water, but nothing else on the inside. She's up and she got a wave. She only had a 0.5, so now at least she's in the heat. She's going to have a score. She's going to look to build on it, and it's going to be better than that 0.5 that she was sitting on.
So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go. One turn only. She had to go across the knuckle, but she does flare it in the corner and knows to get out of there quickly and not waste time searching for a reform and wasting energy with a long paddle. Blue has priority, our heat leader at the moment. Sanoa needed a 7.75. So this wave coming in for Sanoa, a 3.9, so just above what Ruby got on that straight-hander, weaving back and forth. Sanoa, your last wave, a 3.9. Now you need a 4.36. So she's got herself in the vicinity of a more accommodatable score, so to speak.
It looks like she might have got a quick rebate on the way back out, so she gets this left, cuts it back, and looks for a... No, she realizes that wasn't it. But with the heat being so slow thus far, I think she realized stay busy. That little one stood up, hook and look, like we spoke about earlier, take a paddle, see if it gives you an opportunity, and no harm, no foul. She's right back out there, and she's kind of keeping an eye on Ruby over there. They're sitting in the same spot. There's a lot of room to spread out, but they've decided to sit next to each other, so maybe a little bit of not scoreboard pressure, but just letting her know that she's around.
Yeah, breathing down her neck. That wave was a 2. Doesn't change anything. Sanoa, you still need a 4.36. And as we've seen through the event, that is, easy for her, a blink of an eye, but it's all about the conditions. Your last wave, Sanoa, your previous wave was a 3.9. That wave was a 2. You're in second place with second priority. You need a 4.36. There's 10 and a half minutes on the clock. Could you hear me? Sanoa, your last wave was a 2. Your previous wave, a 3.9. You need a 4.36 to go to first. Ruby has first priority, 10 minutes left.
I'll try it. So, Sanoa, you have a 3.9 and your last wave was a 2. You have second priority. You need a 4.36 to advance. There are 9 minutes and 50 seconds left.
So if you're watching on the web, you can see Sanoa waving her arms because where they are on the sandbar. It's quite a ways away. We do have speakers everywhere, but the wind is whipping the sound out to sea.
Yeah, the speakers are blowing straight into the wind, and we all know that with that wind and some whitewater chops out there, it is a little difficult to hear, but we're going to do our best to deliver the information to them. That's, like we said, when you see them waving their arms, they're asking us for an update of what's going on time-wise, score-wise, priority-wise.
Yeah, they talk about lost at sea. They're like, help.
Well,
what am I doing? What do I need?
Well, I hate to use the word lost, but we talked about earlier, we thought with this mid-period swell, things would be a bit more defined, but with this morning sickness, as surfers call it, it hasn't quite sorted itself out yet. The lineup is a little bit tricky. Neither of them have quite figured out or identified the best waves, so it's a bit of a grinder.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have milked the heat so far. The waves that have been ridden are the waves that have actually come, and here you go. Sanoa, under priority, finds a section, finds a little peak, but it flattens out on her, so maybe she had a 2 on a wave similar to that. That one is a 1, comes in straight away. Priority still with Blue. Ruby Stringfellow.
Speaking of Ruby Stringfellow, she's leading the heat right now and looking to improve on her 3.75. Opens it up with that cutback. And she's gliding across that section. So this has been where she's made her heats all week long, and she's continuing with that formula.
She really has that finish turn dialed, that sort of tuck knee layback snap.
She adds a little bit of extra flair to it too, which I enjoy. So here's the replay. You can break it down. She takes off, gets across that lump, opens up with a cutback to set it up, but even got the bounce off the whitewater, so added a little extra to it. One more turn, and then, yeah, she got more than I thought. Good for her.
No, solid surfing, and took advantage of that far sandbar, finds the left through into the gutter, similar to her opening wave as far as where it broke, which she got a 4.5 this wave. We will wait to see where the judges go. Priority will be with red, and there's 7 minutes left. Red is up. Oh, wow. Now Sanoa, she's on that same kind of left, big, powerful cutback, throwing a ton of spray. This wave flattening out. Will she get the opportunity? Will it build? Looks like it's getting a little more vertical. She's working hard to find a finish, but she does.
That's got to feel good because that initial cutback, she actually got to kind of open up and leaned into it pretty hard. So that middle section was a little disheartening, but she stuck with it and got the ender.
Well, and that's where she's so powerful. That's what, she is a powerhouse surfer. When she can get a section to go on rail, she's always going to. And it does well. Like you said, disheartening through the middle, but this is the grindy part of it, The goal is to make it through into the semis. Nice finish there for her. Ruby, your last wave. Blue, your last left of 4.85. So still in the lead. Sanoa needs a 5.45. Has the last left coming in to be scored.
So Ruby did improve, but on the paddle out, looked outside to see Sanoa get that wave, and we're waiting for that score to lock in. Sanoa's looking for a 5.45 to jump back or to jump into the lead. We got the score dropping. It's coming through. But as of right now, Ruby is in the lead. We have a couple more numbers to drop for Sanoa.
Yeah, so where will it go? She got that big, this is Sanoa, got the big open carve. But right now, Blue staying busy, in and out, maybe protecting, not seeing what she wanted in that wave. It would rather protect and hold priority.
So, yeah, the judges really ironing out this score for Sanoa. There haven't been a lot of waves in this heat really in the same range to compare against, so
5 minutes, surfers, 5 minutes. Score comes in. It's a 5.25 for Sanoa, so just under what she needed on that last left. Sanoa, your last wave, a 5.25. You're still in second place. You need a 4.1 now. Ruby, you're in the lead. You have priority. Just under 5 minutes left. So the midsection of Sanoa's wave really let her down. If there would have been one section in there and there wasn't, she did everything she could to get to the in section. Comes up just shy.
Pretty good stuff, though, to see Ruby take off and improve, and then to see Sanoa take off and get her best score of the heat, too. So it's for the viewers at home, that's the excitement you want to see. For Ruby, you don't necessarily want to know that Sanoa only needs a 4.1, but Sanoa has to find that wave, considering Ruby has priority right now with only 4 minutes and 9 seconds left. So it's coming down to it. We all know Sanoa is capable of that 4.1, and we also all know that Ruby is capable of improving on that low score of a 4. Ruby, you have a 4.85 and a 4.5. You have second priority, and there are 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Looks like a priority change. So after that paddle, priority went back to red. So
wow.
Yeah.
So that's critical. 3.5 minutes left. Ruby in the lead. Sanoa, your last wave was a 5.25. You need a 4.1. Now you have first priority. So a little tactical cat and mouse there. Sanoa with priority leading into the final minutes, needing a 4.1. Will this flip it for her?
Yes, tight. Not the highest scoring heat, but exciting nonetheless because they are, 0.20 separating them. And like I said, Sanoa with priority only needing that 4.1. Highly attainable, but easier said than done when there's not a ton of waves coming in. But she's looking here. Is she going to engage on this one? So no. With priority, Sanoa chooses to not take any paddles for that and even risk losing priority because as of right now, she's in a good position. So here they are on the screen, keeping an eye on each other. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Sanoa in red with priority, looking for a 4.1. Ruby in blue, looking to replace her low score of the 4.5. 2 minutes left to do so. Morro Bay, California, SLO CAL Open. This is where all the action is. We are in quarterfinal number 2 of the women, and we are getting down to the nervous time with 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Wow, so that little priority change could be crucial in the last minute and a half, Bud, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a nail biter. Once that happened, it definitely changed the
So was that on that foamy right-hander, or not right, but that set wave that kind of crumbled?
Yeah, I thought I saw Ruby take a few paddles, and the priority judge deemed that there was a couple more paddles than she can get away with and hold on to priority. So Sanoa jumps into priority. She knows she needs a wave.
So we're down to 1 minute, surfers. 1 minute left. Ruby's going to do her best to paddle away, get something on the inside, and hopefully better her low score of a 4.5. Sanoa needing a 4.1, right in striking range between the two waves she's already surfed.
Yes, and
oh my gosh. One turn, big slam. Not a lot to offer in the beginning, but she's going to work hard to find anything this wave can offer. We're down to 30 seconds. Will there be a wave behind it for Ruby to answer? Sanoa grinding it out. Oh my, blue is up and live down the way. A big outside turn, and she comes unstuck. We'll get the replay for the viewers at home. Bud?
Such a strong effort for Sanoa. Oh, wait.
10 seconds. We got to count.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Apologies. There was so much action. This is that wave of Sanoa. She needed a 4.1. Gets an outside turn, and just the effort she put in to try to milk everything out of this is so impressive. This is determination right here.
This is the grindy stuff, the workman's heat, so to speak.
4.1 is what she's looking for.
Man, and then outside, Ruby got an opportunity and went for broke, and all I saw was spray and then her pink board. She must have poked the nose, flying up in the air.
Yeah, without priority, Ruby's only defense was offense, and she tried to extend her score here. Some nice sportsmanship. Look at that on the screen. That is
well, it worked. Look at that. It comes in. The score for Sanoa, a 4.25, just getting the job done, needing the 4.1. Sanoa Demphley Olin, nail biter, holds on. The advantage exchange, or the priority exchange, was a massive swing for her, yeah. Lots of words. Wow. Okay. Into the semis there. Sanoa goes.
All right. Impressive stuff.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back with quarterfinal heat number 3. See you in a minute.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back. We are in Morro Bay, California for the SLO CAL Open. Event 7 for the women. We are into quarterfinal number 3. Talia Swindoll in red and Eden Walla in blue. We just had a nail biter with Sanoa Demphley Olin edging out Ruby Stringfellow in the last minute. So there's been some high drama thus far today at Morro Bay. And I'm here with Jeff Baldwin in the booth. Welcome back, Jeff.
Good morning, bud. Yeah, wow. So the lessons never end, do they, in competitive surfing? Here we go, our 2 young stars, Talia Swindoll in the red and Eden Walla. That was Eden Walla getting her first bite at it. Yeah, you just continue to learn, right? Event to event. And unfortunately, Ruby, who was holding the lead and had that advantage with priority, the pressure was on Sanoa, and she was inside, and a little wave came that she over paddled for.
So that replay on the screen is a judges. They're just running through a replay to reestablish their scale and see what they saw earlier this morning. So that's what you saw on the screen right there.
Yeah, so far of that heat and this heat, that was, the top wave, and you see why. Ella was able to just carry speed. There was nothing in her way, and she was just going speed rail to speed rail, 3 turns to the finish. And I guess they were reflecting on that to see this one turn of Eden's maybe, but a quick up and out.
Well, I like that Eden got started early because, as we've seen in the first 2 quarterfinals of the morning, it's been a little spotty with the sets. Come down to the end of the heat with both surfers needing waves in each of the first 2 quarterfinals. So she's maybe doing the get busy early.
Yeah, I mean, that wave that Ella got right off the buzzer in the beginning of the first heat has been the best wave. Everything else has been very scrappy. It would have been interesting to see if Ruby hadn't fallen on that wave she got right at the end.
What could have been?
What was going to happen, because it was a taller wave that was going to move into that sandbar.
Yeah, something tells me we haven't seen the end of Ruby. She's young, and she had a quarterfinal finish, so props to you, Ruby, and hopefully we'll see you in Pismo Beach next month.
And she's easy to spot with her quiver of pink boards.
That's pretty cool. That's her signature spray, and maybe we just lifted her profile a little bit by letting people know that. Meanwhile, we're in quarterfinal number 3. We have Talia Swindoll in red and Eden Walla, and we're waiting for Talia to get it going. She has priority. Eden just has a small score of a 2. And like I said, red has priority. She is the top seed in this heat. The red jersey indicates that. And she's eyeing up this set, but no go. A lot of these crumbly little lips make it really difficult to decide where to enter these waves. But once they get on them, it doesn't get any easier, because once they get on them even, then there's a lot of lumps and chops, and the tide's coming in. Those who have had success have found that double up on the inside that's enabled them some critical maneuvers. Hopefully both these competitors can find those, and they give us a good show.
Well, the pink spray has quite a few other amazing surfers, you know, using that. PT going back forever has always had the pink boards. Julian Wilson for quite a long time.
Jacko Baker.
Jacko Baker goes with the pink boards. The Pink Panther from down in El Salvador. And, you know,
Brian Perez.
Brian Perez, cool cat, who we've seen on the getting those wild cards into the El Salvador events, and then he's competed here in Morro Bay and Pismo many times, had some great results.
You mentioned he's got those wild cards, and it was really cool to see him actually perform and make the most of those. I think he made it through a couple heats, both of the last 2 years that the WSL has been there. So it's fun to see a local wild card. I mean, if you're a ranked surfer, you don't love it, but as a surf fan and as far as storylines go, it's pretty fun.
And the most famous surfer out of El Salvador and lives right there. Yeah. So, but back to the pink boards. She just has it as her favorite color. A lot of the other surfers use that as a cause-based, reason. There's a reason behind it.
Certainly. Either way, they're flashy and they're easily identifiable. Well, not much happening yet. We're at the 19-minute and 10-second mark, so only a small score of a 2 for Eden Walla in blue.
Well, and you go back over the years, too, you know, surfers with signature sprays. You think of Tom Carroll, you think of Luke Egan, and a few others. They always had the same graphic, just morphed on all their boards forever. So building a brand identity. Here we go. Talia Swindoll having a look at this red up on her first wave. Here we go. Our surfer from Malibu on her backhand, who's had a great run into this quarterfinal heat number 3. Talia now on the board. A quick 2-turn combo. Again, she's happy not to milk that thing through. She did the good work on the outside and doesn't want to waste time with the reform. Sets her rail twice and 2 solid turns. This is going to be a nice wave. This will jump Talia up into the lead. Priority is with Eden Walla now. And both these surfers have such powerful, good styles, man. They really read the waves well. Here we go. Young Eden Walla. Look at that. Just beautiful transfer from rail to rail. Lots of spark, and she's so lively in her turns. So quick 2-turn combo there for Eden Walla to answer back. Talia got a 4.75, goes into the lead real quick. I think they're both paddling out and duck diving. We see the replay there. Yeah, Eden definitely answers back strong to Talia's wave. So the judges going to compare the two. Talia's wave full of soup and whitewash, but does well to power through it. Eden's a bit cleaner of a face, and it cupped up for her twice. Talia, your opening wave, a 4.75. 4.75 red on your last wave. You have first priority, 17 minutes left. Blue waiting on your score. There we go. Scores in. Talia, you got a 4.75 on your opener. Eden, your second wave, your last wave, a 4.9. and your first wave was a 2. Blue in first place, red in second. Talia, you have priority, and you need a 2.16 to take the lead. 16 and a half minutes left, and we're going to take it down to an interview with Sanoa after that nail-biter of a finish to make it into the semis.
I am down here with Sanoa, so another heat, another win, and now a semifinal berth. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I definitely was getting a little nervous in that heat. It was really grindy and just, smaller, choppier waves than I was seeing in the free surf. So definitely had to change my plan up, but was very happy to be on to the semifinals and, just hoping to keep it going today.
Yeah, that was grindy. I heard from some people that had a free surf that said it was kind of going off this morning. You kind of get that in your head, then you go out for a heat, and then you get stuck sitting for a long time. Amazing effort on that last wave. You knew you had to grind it out and just search for that inside. What were you thinking?
Yeah, on my first wave in the heat, I got a 3.9, which is just under what I needed on that last wave, and it's kind of just like one frontside snap. And I feel like I got just about similar on that first turn, so I knew that if I could just get a little tap on the inside, I probably could get it above that 4.1. So, yeah.
And then that wave in the middle almost tried to fight you. You had to really work to get in it, but you found the finish, and then a little bit of nail biting on the beach. But that must have felt good to hear that you got the score.
Yeah, it felt really good. I mean, obviously it's not the plan when you're heading out, but getting it right at the end feels really good, even though it's nice to avoid it if possible.
Yeah, got to be a little confidence booster. I'm going to assume you want to get not wait till the last minute in the next heat, but we're looking forward to seeing you in the semifinals, so go warm up, and we'll see you a little later.
Thank you.
All right, there she is.
All right. Well, that was a great tactical overview of what Sanoa was saying. She knew exactly her scores. She'd opened with a 3.9 and she had a 5.25. So in taking off on her last wave, she was calculating exactly what she needed to get that score to advance, and she did just that. So that is high heat IQ. And that's why when the surfers are out in the water and we're giving them the scores, they're encoding all that information and registering what they got the score on and why. And that's where it came into play at the end of the heat, where she got the advantage of having priority back and could scratch out just what she needed to take the win. So recap of this heat. Surfers, there's 13 minutes left. Eden, you are in first place. You have a 2 and a 4.9. Talia with a 4.75. Red, you have priority. And you need a 2.16. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 4, Scout Mischel and Reed Van Wagner. And then after that, we're going to go into the men's quarterfinals. Welcome back, Bud. Nice interview there. I was commenting on the heat acumen of Sanoa and the importance of knowing how you surfed your waves and the scores you got. So when it came down to the end in that nail biter, she knew she had a 3.9. She knew she had a 5.25, and she was like, okay, I can get this 4.1 if I do this. And she got a 4.25.
Yeah, 100%. That's what impressed me. I mean, you have an idea of what you need, but she was calculating as she rode that wave.
Yeah, she had a game plan, and she was so clear on that 3.9 and what it was going to take. And that's why she said she milked it through to the inside,
Well, like you said, heat acumen. She knew what she needed. She had an idea where the scale was sitting, and one heck of an effort to make that wave all the way to the inside. And like she said, she needed just one more tap on the inside, and she felt like she should be pretty clear.
And to take advantage of the gift of the priority swing, because if she hadn't made it through to the inside and got the finish turn, she may have come just under and not taken advantage.
Well, lessons learned for both her and Ruby, and we're going to see Ruby next month, so we'll see if she can go home and work on that and talk to her coach, get it ironed out.
Alrighty, surfers, there's 11 minutes left here in quarterfinal heat number 3. Thanks for joining us on the webcast here, the SLO CAL Open at the Rock in Morro Bay. We were having a great time in the Central Coast. Because the waves have been firing for all the event. Yes, it's a little bit of a challenge right now with that wind deciding to do what it's going to do and the tide rising. But, if you go from event to event, it's not about the individual heat. It's about the totals overall at the end of the year. And you got to scrap through some of these heats to get to the golden age, the golden, get the star at the end.
Indeed. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's a series. It's not a one event deal. You have to stay consistent and perform throughout the year. So, like we said, stop 7. We're getting down towards the end of it. So you want to stay consistent. You want to finish strong, but you got to take it one heat at a time. So
Talia in second with priority and a 4.75, needing a small score of a 2.16 at the moment. Both surfers having to be patient in that there's just nothing for them to take off on yet. What has come in, they have surfed.
It is interesting, though, that Talia has moved back over towards the rock. She's the first one to do it, and she sees something here that interests her. And here she goes. As I say that, Talia's up and riding on the backhand.
Well, this
starts off with a nice turn. Trying to decide which one of these inside roads to take. From the drone, you can see there's a couple different lines, a couple different double up ribs. And she decided to get out of. She's looking at. I think she's wondering what was down the line, but
yeah, it was tough to pick the low road or the high road, but everything came out of that one turn and that right there. So even though they were sort of soft carve downs and a redirect, she's going to come close. But right now, down the way, Walla finds a gem somehow out there. This is going to be an impactful score for her and really solidify something, or at least it's going to counter what Talia did on her wave, and it might swing right back to Blue staying in first.
Well, at first glance, here's Talia's wave again. You can see she gets good work done, but it's just such a confusing face to try to make sense of. She's doing a darn good job, but it's just so many ribs and so many different avenues she could have taken, whereas you'll see this wave of Eden, when it pops up, there's just a bit cleaner, and she did a better job of just solving the puzzle. You can see she's leaning into the bottom, turns 2 in a row, banks off the whitewater here, comes back, gets one more. It just allowed her to sit into it a little more and actually maneuver as opposed to figure it out.
Yeah, she was just driving through the rails and the fins, carrying speed. Talia had to work with that wave. Talia, your last wave, a 3.5. 3.5 for red on the last wave. Went into the lead briefly. Then Eden answers your last wave, Blue, a 5.85. So now Blue back in first. 7.5 minutes left. Talia with priority, needing a 6.0.
Yeah,
so there we go.
Like we mentioned, Eden just had a little cleaner face and a bit more connectivity, whereas Talia was trying to make sense of it and did good work, but the wave just didn't offer her what she was looking for.
Yeah, flatter turns, not as much speed and spark, and all is fair. She knows the drill. Talia, you need a 6.0 to go into first. 7 minutes left. Eden, your last wave, a 5.85.
So, yeah, Eden was up there a little farther to the north by herself for the time being, and then she found that wave, and now she's back in the lead. Talia does have priority and 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to find that flat 6, and that would get her back into the lead for the time being. But I have a feeling that Eden will continue to ride waves. She has a low score of a 4.9, so she's going to look to increase her lead by building off that 4.9 and hopefully improving it.
Yeah, you got to think if the low score to build on, she has that 4.9. If she can get a better wave in the next exchange, Talia with the low 4.75, staying busy.
Yeah, not an exchange. She's out there, and she found it by herself, and she's getting a couple turns done. And this one has another one of those semi-clean faces, but just found a little hang-up right there. Recovers. Okay, cleans it up nicely. After that little bit of a hiccup, she cleaned it up nicely on the inside, and she is looking to replace that 4.9 and get some rapid-fire turns on that inside section. So, judges, deliberate.
It's going to be, it's going to be interesting. So 5.5 minutes red with priority. Yeah, here's the replay. So she's going from section to section, and you can see that rib biting her, inside rail or outside rail, depending, the down face rail twice.
But then she fought back, yeah. Fought back and got some work done on the inside. So way to clean it up after kind of a inauspicious start.
5 minutes left, surfers. Here we go. Talia's time to answer. Swings it. This wave flat. She's looking to maybe find her way through, and it doesn't. Will she get back out in time to recapture priority?
Yeah, Talia, unfortunately for her, has just found the waves that look like they have face, but as soon as she gets up and going, there's 2 or 3 different double ups going different directions. So here it is again. You can see she likes what she sees, gets to the section, and then this one just kind of gives up on her, but she made the best of it.
Yeah, the wave gave up on her. She didn't give up on the wave.
Exactly.
Well, a solid score coming in for Eden. A 6.0 Eden on your last wave, so the pressure ratchets up. Talia, now you need a 7.10. You do have first priority. There's 4 minutes left. Eden in first with a 5.85 and a 6. Red needing a 7.10. And we do see some lumps and bumps moving in the lineup.
Yes, the surfers are identifying that as well. They're moving out towards it. Talia can't get around the corner. That was a left-hander, but she can't quite get to it. Hopefully a couple more waves will come in behind it. It looks like there might be, so action is what we like to see and the fans at home like to see. So hopefully we get some more waves ridden here.
Oh, there's no end. We're always going to get more waves ridden. Every day the waves just have to sort of settle in with the tide and the breeze. But the show must go on, right? The event starts at 7:30. The surfers are out there.
Yeah, they know.
And fortunately for them, we know the judges' scale is set. Every heat, it resets. So there's no difference. There's no advantage, disadvantage, regardless of time and tide.
And the judges understand good surfing, so they know how to break it down. Here we go, looking to extend her lead. Eden Walla on the backhand in blue and with 2 nice top turns.
Expressive stuff.
2 of the more impactful turns we've seen of the morning, really.
Well, you wonder, tactically, if that was her game plan, Eden's to stay over on there. You were saying in the beginning of the heat, Talia electing to be further up, which we hadn't seen anyone yet. But we know, in the days previous, she did find some of her ice scores over here. Look at this replay, though.
That was that earlier one, I think, for comparison. Yeah, Talia found some long lefts from over here by the rock, so I think that's she's going back to that vibe, that feeling she had, and now she's found her right into the rock, and it's got a decent-sized face, so here she goes. Big section, bang. Can't quite bring it down.
We wanted it. We wanted her to ride out, didn't we?
You know what she wanted. She was in attack mode. She knew she had one shot, and she took it, but couldn't quite bring it down. the emphasis and the effort I like to see. So is this that last wave? This is that last wave for Eden Walla. So the judges are breaking it down. She got the board up vertical twice, so nice. Best two-turn combo of the morning right there.
Yeah, that was some sharp surfing from the young surfer. And, oh, man, on the replay there, Talia just got a little under the rail, pushing the fins out.
Well,
there we go. Look at this score for Eden. Drops in a 7. Blue, your last wave, a 7. So now Talia needing an 8.25. There's 1 minute left. Blue paddling over towards red with priority.
Yeah, Eden got that last two-turn combo, gets the 7, and is looking to slam the door shut. But Talia is well capable of getting that 8.25 score. It is a big ask, but it's not impossible. Nothing is impossible.
How old is Eden?
But Eden does have priority. There's 30 seconds left, so she's going to keep an eye on Talia and make sure Talia doesn't get any wave that looks like it has the ability to get an 8.25. So, yeah, Eden's keeping a close eye on her.
Well, a strong fought battle, and you got to say Talia could just never really get out of first gear. Every wave, she was just kind of biting and fighting. We're down to 10 seconds. A victory lap for Eden Walla right here.
Ooh.
Counting it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, like you said, Talia just, she's got the firepower. She just didn't get the opportunity to show it.
Well, all scores are in, except for that last wave. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back on the other side with quarterfinal number 4.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
we're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino bringing you the action here in the quarterfinals. Final Sunday at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. It is a wild and woolly morning. We just saw Eden Walla make it into the semifinals. An impactful, building from strength to strength. Started with that 4, went to a 5, and then, finished up with a 7. Talia, a great result for her, bowing out here in the quarters, and Eden Walla into the semifinals. In this heat now, though, the screen is saying one thing, but in red, Scout Mitchell. In blue, Reed Van Wagner.
Yeah, Reed Van Wagner was the, dare I say, form surfer of yesterday. She dominated her heat. She dominated her heat so much so that her 2 throwaway scores, 3 of her throwaway scores would have still won the heat.
They were over 7s. I had them written on my hand. It was pretty incredible. She threw away a 7.05, a 6.75, and a 7.5. Down the way, Scout Mitchell, weaving and bobbing, hits that oncoming right. And will this? No, it doesn't. Kind of buckled her at the ankles there, the inside hole and rib.
Well, I knew what you were alluding to. Yesterday, we had quite a few of those waves that went left, and then as they hit the reform, came back right. And actually, I think Jabe had his highest score, a 9-point wave on one of those. So we've yet to see scores that high today, but Scout was going to get started early. Here she goes on the replay, gets the backhand snap, and like we said, looks for the inside, but this one just kind of disappeared into nothing. So, yeah, we were talking about Reed, but Scout is no slouch, and she got the ball rolling first, and it's a new heat, so it's a clean slate. We're starting over again.
Clean slate. Yeah, Reed, that was impressive yesterday. I see Eden down in front, getting hugs from her mates. They're all friends on land, and a hard-fought battle. Just advantage went her way. Talia just couldn't quite find the wave she wanted, and that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. Sometimes this sport is got a lot of variables in it. So some days you're the nail, some days you're the hammer, and unfortunately, Talia couldn't quite find the wave she was looking for. But like we said, a lot of camaraderie after the heat, before the heat. They're all friends, so good to see. Sportsmanship is alive. Well, Reed Van Wagener, we were talking about her yesterday on the forehand. She's got that gliding top turn right there. You could see an extra little bit of speed as she came out of it. So just a one-turn wave. We do have a score for Scout. As soon as that wave passes by, we will bring her up to speed. 21 minutes and 30 seconds left. This is quarterfinal number 4. Somehow we've already gotten to the 4th quarterfinal. The action is so exciting and interesting that the morning is just flying by. So we have a couple scores in. Scout, your first wave was a 4.5. Scout, your first wave was a 4.5. You have priority. There's 21 minutes left. Reed, your first wave was a 3.5. Your first wave was a 3.5. So Scout in priority with a 4.5. Reed with a 3.5. 21 minutes left to go. So this heat with those two scores has actually provided the fastest start. We've had some people sit and wait for a while to get going. With this mid-period swell, we've noticed that there are moments of a lot of waves and there's moments of flatness like you see on the screen right now. Both of these surfers decided to get the ball rolling early. A 4.5 and a 3.5 likely will be backup scores, if not thrown away. But as of right now, that's where we stand with Scout in first place with that 4.5. You can see on the screen there is a little bit of bump on the water today that's affecting the faces, so navigating them can get a little tricky at times, but everybody's got the same conditions to deal with, and the heat winners are making the most of it. So 19 minutes and 45 seconds, Scout with that 4.5 and priority in the driver's seat as of right now. And since we have a little downtime, we'll sneak down to an interview with, well, hold on one moment. We have a wave being ridden by Reed Van Wagener, then we'll get down to the interview. So live action, Reed starts it off with a nice cutback, nice end section, and decides there's nothing else. So now we will go downstairs with Jeff Baldwin and the last heat winner.
Yeah, I'm here with Eden Walla, another impressive, scrappy heat. Not easy to find good waves out there.
Yeah, I for sure struggled. I felt like in the beginning a little bit, but then I kind of got in rhythm at the end, so that was nice.
Well, and you built from, I think, a 4.9 to finish with a 7 at the end, and you could see Talia just fighting against the lumps and bumps. Definitely tricky to pick your spots on the wave.
Yeah, it's really hard out there, but there's a couple, and I was stoked to get a few.
Well, into the semifinals, all of just 16, surfing like such a veteran. Another amazing result. Congrats. And your board looks really wonderful under your feet.
Yeah, it's working super good. I've been riding at the past few contests, so I'm super thankful to Matt and the whole team at Walla Surfboards for getting me some magic boards.
Well, working with the best, surfing like the best. Congrats, and we'll see you in the next round. You want to say hi to anyone?
I think my grandparents are probably watching, so hi to them, and then thanks to all my family for coming up here, and yeah, stoked.
All right, everybody. Eden Walla, go get warm, and we'll see you in the semifinals. Back to you.
All right. So we have 3 of 4 semifinalists decided. We're looking for one more out of this quarterfinal number 4. Pretty cool to hear that Eden's got her grandparents at home watching her. It's a family affair, and on the screen with the replay, Scout Mitchell got a vertical backside off the lip. We're waiting for the score on. Reed also got herself another wave, so we're waiting for some scores to drop back in. Here is the replay of Reed's wave. She got a little more action done with that front hand gouge, and now she's finishes it off cleanly, and she's going to have another score on the board. We got some non-competitors in the area, please. Non-competitors, please. We need you to paddle about 200 yards north. We'll be done mid-afternoon, and then we'll be out of your hair. But for the time being, please paddle north of the lifeguard. You'll see the lifeguard vehicle on the beach. You need to be about 100 yards north of him. Thank you.
All right, well, as the tide kind of comes in, I glanced over my shoulder right before that cool interview with Eden and saw Reed ripping into a big forehand cutback, and maybe the peaks that we're seeing now, the tide has moved in just enough that it's going to define itself on the sandbar. Here we go. Reed Van Wagner up on another one. It's a foamy start. And maybe going to taper down the sandbar. You can see her putting all the weight on her back foot to kind of stall, to give herself a little time to get that finish turn. And sometimes those chip shots reform again on the inside one more time.
Yeah, she's really found the groove on those left-handers. I mean, she's scored her biggest scores there, and you can see why. Like you mentioned, a little bit of a foamy face.
So a tight heat right now between these two. This wave critical for her.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, she got that wave. Scout also got a big backhand off the top, so she's got another score we'll mention to you as soon as this replay is over. So,
well, and you know, funny, Eden just 16. I think Reed a little younger, maybe still 15. I mean, these young women surfing so strong and so mature.
Yeah, they've advanced they've taken the leaps and bounds advancement over the last few years. So let's get you up to speed. Reed, your last wave was a 6. Scout, your last wave was a 4.5. Reed is in the lead with a 6 and a 5.15. Scout, you're looking to replace a 4.5. You need a 6.6 to advance.
Man, after this was a few years ago, going down to one of the World Juniors events and seeing the next wave of superstars to come, which have now all pretty much are on the tour or are leading the current Challenger Series and have qualified for the 2026. At that point, I was saying, boy, if I was Tyler Wright and Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore and would I want to stay in the game, because the legions of amazing talent coming are pushing new limits, and we're seeing that all over. It's incredible.
Yeah, it feels like there's a new chapter, and every few years things kind of jump by leaps and bounds. And there was a time where Carissa and Steph and Tyler were those ones setting that pace, really showing what's capable. But now the younger crew, the Katie's, the Aaron Brooks, a lot of them are really they've upped the level on both progression and combo progression and power, the mix.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, Erin is one of the ones I was alluding to, and why am I spacing at the moment? She's leading the Challenger Series rankings out of Spain.
Tia Sombrowski? Tia
Zabrowski.
That's it.
And I saw her at not even 11 wreaking havoc for everyone. And, boy, where has she's got a really bright future.
Reed, you have a 6 and a 5.5. You're in first place. You have a 6 and a 5.5. 13 minutes and 30 seconds left. You're in second priority. So she heard that, realizes she doesn't have priority, is going to kind of move away for a little. She's got a nice start, though. A 6 and a 5.5 have that's setting the pace, I think, for this morning so far.
So that last wave, getting it done for her. The 6-point ride on that last left that we saw, the scores just had dropped in when she was asking for it.
And if you look, it's interesting because she had a 3.5, a 5.5, and a 6. So she's building momentum, which is what you want to do, not only throughout the event, but throughout each individual heat, too. So she has the right formula right now thus far in quarterfinal number 4. Yeah, you talked about the young girls coming up. It's interesting how the girls mature a little bit earlier. You know, Tyler Wright won an event at 14. You talked about Tia on the tour already going to be making noise, and she's 15, 16, really young.
What? Yeah.
Almost
and
like-
to have gone and won multiple
Yes.
of those Challenger Series events at the same age as what we're seeing Eden and, Reed and many of the others.
She is already there. She's
already there.
She's right there, yeah.
I mean, I met her when she was so young. I was saying 11 down there in
Mm-hmm.
El Salvador. And then I got to meet her during one of the WSL finals. She was there because Red Bull had a camp for all their surfers up at the Wave Ranch. And I was just telling her, man, I'm so impressed with what you're doing. And she had just signed with Sharp Eye at the time.
Well, Red Bull, and then that means she's got good support with physios, psychology, training, like all their.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. This year at the U.S. Open, she had the entire French staff with her.
Okay.
So she had all the French coaches, all the French physios, and the French mind coaches. She has this stable around here that is uncanny.
Yeah.
And those other countries really taking their sports so serious because they invest in sending those teams with their stars. That's it, to support them.
And we talked about freeing your mind up. For someone that young who's traveling and this is all new to them, it's nice to have that support crew because she can train and then she can practice with her coach. And then in the heat, she doesn't have to worry about logistics or this or that. She just has to go out and perform because she knows that team has ironed out all the variables for her ahead of time.
Well, and back to this event and these surfers, these young women are now getting that experience. And then when they make themselves, sort of present and known on the Challenger Series, because this is the stepping stone event to get there, that's what, Coach Simmons and Brett
Simpson, yeah.
Brett Simpson, and now Courtney Conalog, and we have that whole staff down in Orange County with Terry Romine and Dana Barr and Tim Brown and Warren Kramer, and then there's all the training facilities. So the U.S., following that lead, trying to get these surfers tuned in.
Well, you talk about training for the next level, and that's another benefit for these surfers who have made the finals day because the finals day on the qualifying series means man-on-man heats. And as you progress to the Challenger and hopefully the Elite Tour, that is a format you're going to have to learn to understand, and there's really an art form. It is a different way to go about managing your heat. So you make a finals day on the QS, and it's kind of like a school for the next levels.
Well, yeah, and it's pretty cool. And I'm not sure with the USA Primes, do they go to head-to-head towards the end, or does it stay?
I think they stay 4.
Okay. I know some of the juniors events, same thing. The format shifts from 4 in a heat to head-to-head because they wanted to start educating these surfers
Certainly.
a bunch of years ago on what to do because for a while that didn't exist, and they leapfrog into the World Tour and go, wait a second. But right now, most importantly, Reed Van Wagner trying to maximize this opportunity. She has a 5.15 and a 6. Eye on the prize down the line as it's kind of scooping and cupping up for her. A lot of flat sections to work with and can't control the fins on that knuckle.
Well, that's the first misstep we've seen from her, so we can forgive it. But, yeah, like I said, that left seems to be her groove. Unfortunately, that one didn't quite work. She's in the lead. She was looking to replace that 5.15, and she was on her way, but unfortunately, we talked about it, those little ribs can just grab your board, and she tried to bounce off it, but that little rib, you can see as she brought her nose around, it caught into that side chop.
And every section before that, she had navigated and managed her weight on, weight off ratio so perfect. And especially with that tight slow-mo, you could really see how she was working to maximize and not over-pressure her board when she didn't need to. And like you said, that last rib on the top of the whitewash, well, pesky stuff out there. Right now, ladies, there is 7 minutes and 45 seconds left. The score came in on that last wave, Reed, a 3.75. Scout, you have priority. You need a 6.60 to go up into first place. We are in quarterfinal heat number 4 here at the SLO CAL Morro Bay event. Stop 7 of 9 on the women's QS North American Regional Series.
So, yeah, Scout's sitting out there with priority. She, too, has improved her first wave to 4.5, her second wave to 4.55, so she's slowly improving. She needs a 6.6. She got a 4.55 on a one-turn maneuver, so you figure if she can get, one of those big maneuvers again and back it up, that 6.6 is attainable. But she has to, she's got 6 minutes and 50 seconds to find it. Looks like there's a
Brillo.
Looks like there might be a couple swells moving their way in. However, the competitors had moved inside since there hadn't been a big set in a while. And this is one of the more substantial sets we've seen of the last half hour, I'd say. So we can see some lines. So, yeah, we are just over 6 minutes left. Reed Van Wagener continuing the role she had yesterday on those gutter lefts up the beach. Reed is sitting on a 6 and a 5.15. Scout Mitchell is in second place. She has priority. She's looking to replace a 6.6. Both of these surfers performing well the last couple days to gain a quarterfinals berth. So now they're out there trying to get into the semifinals. Anybody that makes it to the finals day, a quarterfinal, can count it as a keeper result. But just because you get to the quarterfinals day doesn't mean you're going to be satisfied. So both of these women want to advance, and here goes Scout. She's waited. She had priority. She's banking off that white water. She's looking for a 6.6. Gets a second bank off the white water. Meanwhile, Blue again on these left-handers. She's been setting the pace down there. Starts with a snap, flows into a nice cutback, and this one has a smooth face, and that's why she is here on finals day, because she has found those all week long. Reed Van Wagener looking to improve on her low score of a 5.15, and Darren Brillo just joined me in the booth. Welcome, Darren. Here's a replay of Scout Mitchell's last wave. She was looking for a 6.6. She got that little whitewater rebound and not quite what she was looking for, so she's back out there, but here is the wave we were looking for. Reed Van Wagener, goofy foot, left-hander in the blue jersey, clean face, just slashing and moving water around and finishing off. And she looks calm, cool, and relaxed. Hello again, Darren.
Hello, good morning. There we go, mic on. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm well, you?
Everyone, doing great, thank you. Spectacular morning here. A little bit of wind, but that's okay, we'll take it. As long as there are plenty of waves, which there has been all morning. It's nice to see a little bump in the swell. This morning it was there were some lulls, and it looked flat when we first got here.
That's what I saw too, but it's kind of coming and going, and it feels like it's filling in right now. And isn't that kind of what the buoys were telling us?
Yes, yeah. The mid-period new swell is peaking today, which is perfect on a finals day, and offering a little bit more lined up, drawn out waves, as we saw yesterday had more of a wind swell look. I'm not sure if you already mentioned Reed's wave that you saw on the replay there, but a 7.25 with that 6-point ride earlier. Reed is well out in the lead.
Yeah, she's found the groove out here the last couple of days. That is for certain. So Reed, your last wave is a 7.25 Scout. You have priority. You need an 8.7, and there are 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. So I believe they can hear us today. They're up to speed. Scout knows what she needs. She has priority. 2.5 minutes left. I think Reed's going to keep an eye on her just to let her know that she's there. But Scout does have priority, so she will get her choice of any wave that comes in. But she's got a bit of a tall order. She'll have to go excellent. She's very capable. She showed you that on a one-turn maneuver earlier, so if she can link a couple of those together, then who knows what can happen with 2 minutes left in this quarterfinal number 4 of the women.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with 2 minutes to go, it's all or nothing on one wave. She had a chance to maybe get it in 2 waves, as her high score was a 4.55. You know, to cut that requirement down a little bit and try to get the requirements within 2 waves. But under 2 minutes now, there is still a chance she picks off a wave, you know, in the next 40 seconds. Potentially she can get another one, another opportunity. But it's coming down to her last wave, needing that 8.7, bud.
Yeah, you can see on the on the drone shot right here, though, a couple little lines coming in. I just don't see a whole lot out there. Like we said, Scout will have her fingers crossed that another set comes in the next minute and 15 seconds. There are a couple little lines. We'll see if A, they form, and B, they get here in time. So a bit of a nail biter right now for fans of Scout Mitchell.
Yeah, and with the longer period from what we've seen yesterday, it's just more drawn out when the waves come.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of, you know, lulls. I mean, there's a little waves, but as the tide starts to come up further, you want to be on those sets where it hits the outside sandbar and then rolls in to the inside.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday had a bit more of a wind swell feel, so at any given time there was more waves in the lineup, whereas today they're a bit fewer and farther between, and the sets and the inside waves are more spread out from each other.
Well, here we go. 30 seconds to go. And this is Reed. She was second on the priority list, so where is Scout in the lineup? Somewhere in that same position. But she decided not to go on that wave. She didn't see an 8 in that.
And we're about to go into the countdown, so that's going to be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We will see Reed Van Wagner in the semifinals. She's the final semifinalist. Scout Mitchell, one heck of a performance. Nice job. We'll see you next week in Pismo. We will probably cut to a commercial here shortly, and I will count in the next heat. So stand by, you guys.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast, with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Open from Morro Bay, a qualifying Series 2000 event put on by the World Surf League. My name is Bud Aquino. I am here with Jeff Baldwin. This is the first quarterfinal for the men's. On screen in red, you see Lucas Cassidy of Mexico, and in blue, Cade Madsen of San Clemente, California. So Darren Brillhart just mentioned we expect fireworks here, and I tend to agree because both these guys have been two of the form surfers, and that is exactly why you see them here on finals day in quarterfinal number 1.
Well, they have, highlight reel after highlight reel, as we saw with the women. So we are set here. Quarterfinal number 1, a beauty, Lucas Cassidy and Cade Madsen. What will they do? What will the waves offer for these guys now?
Well, we are chugging right along. It's hard to believe that we've already got through the women's quarterfinals because I feel like we just got here. There's been a lot of action, and we're already into the guys. So today is just flying right along. That means we're having fun. And Reed Van Wagner on the screen right there is having fun. She got another heat win, and she's in the semifinals. Here goes Lucas Cassidy of Mexico on the backhand.
Oh, the wind. There's the devil wind.
Yeah.
Pushing against him, holds him up, and he was on his way to something special right there, too.
Well, we spoke about some of the phantom lips. Yeah, that's nice sportsmanship right there. Scout and Reed taking a couple photographs after their heat. Competitors in the water, but friends on land. So here's Lucas Cassidy. Just got a little high, and that lip, that whitewater lip, didn't quite push back on him like he believed it would. So, Lucas, you have a 1 and a 2.5. A 1 and a 2.5. So, both those scores will be gone by the end of the heat, I'm fairly certain. Bless you.
Thought my mic was off.
It happens. It happens. But you're here, and that's all that counts. And we're watching professional surfing, and Cade Madsen is on his backhand. Here he goes. The big man from San Clemente sets it up with a nice snap. He's got so much power, even in the setup snaps that he does, that he's always throwing water. That score won't count for much. Meanwhile, Lucas having a look. Kind of thought he wasn't going to go, then last minute decided to. Gets a couple turns done. He's got a nice flow.
Well, he's getting a lot of pop on that board off the lips, and plus he's just finding the space in each section to really maximize. And the wave before, you saw Cade kind of halfway in the rhythm, and his body language when he cut out was, I'm over it.
So right here, he almost kicked out, and then you could see he decided last minute maybe this first section popped up. But he gets a lot of work done, but you can tell he's just looking for a little more speed. He's going to have another score on the board, but the body language you see is just mild. He's not fired up yet. He's going to get fired up. It just that wasn't the wave to do it.
This wave, they look similar, but this is Cassidy's last wave.
Yep.
So just popping from peak to peak and engaging the fins really sharp in each section. Not a ride out at the end, but the good work was done already. Cade, you have priority, waiting on the score there for Lucas. There it is, a 5.0, Lucas, on your last wave. Lucas, red, you have a 2.5 and a 5. Cade, your last wave was a 2.5. Blue needs a 5.01. 20 minutes left, so they've had 3 waves in 5 minutes. So both these surfers coming through the draw with a... Actually, it looks like Lucas has had 3 wins to get himself into the quarterfinals, and Cade had a first and a second. I'm looking for that other one, but anyway, obviously you got to be first or second to advance through each heat, and they are. But, you know, it's always the little stats, Darren Brillhart, inside the other stats of who's been consistently getting first the whole way or always second.
Well, I mean, obviously it doesn't matter. Just as long as you're getting through and advancing on and pushing through into where we're at right now. But the heat win is always a confidence builder. And it's always good to, to get those wins under your belt. But once again, Lucas with the 5-point ride and then the 2.5 finds himself out in the lead. And here we go, Cade Madsen. Nice first turn there to start things out. This wind is just blowing right up the face there. So with the tide starting to creep up and with this wind blowing right directly into the lefts, it just makes it a little bit more difficult. These guys can adapt very easily. And score in, so last of Cade at 3.15. So really it's all from these first couple of turns right there as he just hit a big deep spot. I don't think he was expecting that to go flat as it did, and just plugged the nose there. So once again, Cade at 3.15. Your opener was at 2.5. So early stages here. Plenty of time on the clock, 18 minutes to go. I'm sure that we're going to see all the scores on the board right now get replaced with higher scores. But let's bring it down to the last heat winner. Take it away, Bud.
All right, I'm here with Reed Van Wagner. We had a nice conversation yesterday, and we're having another one again. That means you're winning heats. You are the final semifinalist. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. Stoked to get out there and get a few. Can't wait to go and surf against Eden because she's an incredible surfer, so it should be a fun heat to watch and to surf in. Yeah, the waves are a little bit tricky, but happy to get a few and do good on them. But yeah.
Well, you are busy. You surf the juniors. You are on the Challenger. You're here doing the QS. Your brother's winning longboard events. It's your dad's birthday. How do you make time to keep up with it all?
Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been pretty busy. I had a nice little month at home with my family for Thanksgiving, which was super nice. But yeah, my dad's birthday was yesterday. My mom's birthday is in a couple days, so little birthday week for them. But yeah, it's been pretty busy, but I'm going to go to Hawaii soon with my family, and we're going to have a nice little vacation, which should be really nice.
Well, that sounds like a good time. However, we have to bring it back to this. You've been building, you've been taking advantage of those lefts up the beach, and you're looking good. So any special prep for the next heat?
Yeah, just going to go out and have fun. And I just want to shout out Billabong because they've been supporting me for the past couple of years, and super stoked to continue my journey with them and excited to see where it goes. But yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
Well, good luck in your journey to the semifinals. We'll see you a little later.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Reed Van Wagner, into a semifinal. Barillo,
Yeah.
we just saw, and I'm sure we're going to go to a replay on the monitor during that interview, Lucas Cassidy putting the exclamation mark on this wave 2 times. Funny how the down the beach angle makes it look a little flatter. There we go. There's the beach angle, made it look a little more vertical, but we saw the spray and contrast in styles in Lucas, a little taller and lighter on his feet when he gets up into the lip, like so much pop and speed. Cade always just driving deep and hard on every rail.
And score in, so 6.75, Lucas. You're now looking to replace a 5. Cade, as it stands right now, you're looking for an 8.6. Your high score is the 3.15, so he's got a little work to do. And we saw during that interview there was a bigger set that came in just before Lucas's wave, and it kind of groomed out the outside bank. And
we needed that. The rolling pin came through over the dough, flattened it out a little bit.
I love that analysis. But yeah, it groomed it out a little bit. He had a smoother face and able to pick off 2 solid turns, getting that 6.75. Here he goes again. He has a very unique pop-up, just kind of rolls into it casually.
Yeah, well, he's got that, that languid personality, that casual flow from Mexico down there. Different pace of life.
Whereabouts in Mexico is he from? Do you know?
Was that the Cerritos, right?
Cerritos? Oh, where you guys were. So he had his own spot. Where did he place at that event?
I don't know, to be actually honest. Some of the factoids just don't stick in the gray matter.
Real quick, time call, 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Cade asking for time. 14 to go.
Well, I just got it. The brain matter came in via Ruby. Yes, the factoids. He made it into the quarters down there.
Okay.
Lucas.
You know, it's a bit, surfing in your home spot, there is a little added pressure. I mean, you have the comfort of being at home and not having, the hotel and the travel bit. And then, surfing your home spot, you know how it breaks and all sorts of different conditions, but it is a little added pressure.
Everybody's sending you, yeah, what do? Do you turn your phone off completely for the week because you know friends and family, everyone's tuning in, old school teachers, you know, you never know where the messages are going to come from.
Right.
They're all down at the beach. I mean, you know, going back to Brett Simpson winning the U.S. Open 2 times, you think about the pressure. Well, it worked in his advantage. I mean, he had the marching band, he had the football team, the cheerleaders, he had the whole show on the beach, and it worked. But that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, I talked to him during those wins, and he was pretty fired up. Obviously, taking out the wins, but you know, going into the second event, he wasn't expecting, you know, to win it again, to go back to back. Very few have done that, and he pulled it off right
well,
there
it
in his
sure
home
worked
spot.
out for him. That's
it
for
certainly
sure.
did. All right, well, 12 minutes and 20 seconds.
At what point will there be the young local Morro Bay surfer that starts to win these events that keep coming here?
Well, we do a lot of events here and at Pismo as well, and it's nice to see the young crop coming out here in SoCal.
Well, we were talking about that set, Darren, that came through and seemed like it kind of groomed, and sort of the Whitecaps are ebbing. They're mellowing out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, those wind gusts earlier, every time I walk around down there and I see the tents starting to shake, it gets me a little worried, but they're pretty tied down.
Good job.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
It's like the guys that worked on the railroad. You have the hammer and spike to tack them into this hard dirt. Well, right on. Well, we got 11 and a half minutes left here. Quarterfinal heat number 1, Lucas Cassidy out in the lead at the moment. Cade Matson with priority in the blue. At the moment needs an 8.6, but you got to say he hasn't really got started. He has a 2.5 and a 3.15. The minute he gets a wave that opens up for him, that's when the heat will settle in. Now, we did see with Talia that opportunity really never happened for her. Was always kind of fighting against it. Down the beach. Lucas stayed inside, and he pokes the nose. He goes over. So because he's under priority, he can just fish around and play the game and take advantage if a wave lets him. And there you saw him, Darren, pushing the limit to try and really, maximize scoring potential under priority.
Yeah, well, he knows he has to improve on a 5, and with just the one section in front of him, he had to kind of go for broke.
And I think he knew as he was pumping down the line, it wasn't going to offer him an ability to go above the lip and push the tail high. So it was kind of a flat spin air. So he'd sort of given up, it feels like, halfway through.
So in Lucas's position right now, that he has 2 choices really, is to kind of stay active and try to better that 5, or just kind of drop anchor and sit by Cade, add a little pressure, make sure Cade makes the right decision, going on, his opportunity, because Cade needs 2 waves.
Cade needs 2, and it's tricky because of the way that the long interval swell is working this morning with the tide increasing. Cade's about 20, 30 yards further out than Lucas because there are the bigger ones that cap there that you have to be sitting outside to take advantage of, to paddle out to and find. Lucas has the advantage of being able to kind of just sit inside and look at the scraps that go under Cade.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. So there hasn't been a set in a little while. So now, as you can see on the screen there from the drone shot, it's starting to get a little ripped out where they're sitting on the outside. So that's, with the higher tide, I would say only the sets are breaking on the outside sandbar. So those medium ones that, as the tide was lower and starting to come up, most of the medium waves were breaking through on that bar. Down to just under 9 minutes to go, Cade and Lucas. So once again, Cade, a single score will get you in the lead with 8.6. Your high score is a 3.15. plenty of time to get 2 waves.
Man, after calling so many events, especially seeing Cade, I mean, we're going back to those juniors events at the U.S. Open when they would have the juniors event simultaneously, and watching Cade, those high tide sessions, those high tide heats, just blasting the tail into the lip, and at that age, so young, so powerful. Lucas, you're in the lead. You have a 5 and a 6.75. There's 8 minutes left. Priority is with blue.
Yeah, the surfers are still, surfing pretty north, pretty close to the end of the boundary there. They can hear, but we have to raise our voices, so we apologize to everyone at home once we start screaming into the mic to give out the situation.
They have volume control at home, right? They can, they can have their TV on loud.
They probably have us on mute anyways.
Yeah.
Anyways, 7 minutes,
I got some
20 seconds.
I got some nice notes from places around the world, people tuning in from Australia and Tahiti, and Vahini's dad was tuning in over there. Andrew, who I grew up with, the Fierro crew.
Well, Jeff, you do
some others.
Outstanding job. I know your partner that you still always announce with up here at Pismo and Morro Rock is Ryan Simmons, but he's down coaching away. I see that there was a couple of surfers that surfed yesterday. They did well.
Yeah, I saw some fun interviews. I guess the spot they're at is similar, kind of lower-ish is what it sounded like. I'm not sure. I've been to Peru a bunch of times. I don't know what wave they're surfing, but they had wetsuits on, so maybe it's south of Lima, because north of Lima is lefts and it gets really warm. South is a little colder.
Mm-hmm. Well, the time is ticking away. This is what Lucas was hoping for, is just no waves for the last 5-6 minutes.
Hey, anything can happen. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. We want to see Cade surf. His fans want to see him surf. Lucas's fans do not. That's the way it goes.
Hoping for not a set. And on Cade's camp are hoping, well, as fans ourselves, we want to see multiple exchanges.
Man, how about yesterday? We had some fireworks. We had a lot of buzzer beaters, and then right at the very end of the day, the Luke Ginaldo wave, that he got that wave right underneath Hayden Johnson. Hayden had higher priority. It's down to the last 8 seconds. He needs the score, and he gets the wave and nailed it. That was exciting. There was a bunch of heats like that.
There were quite a few, and that one was probably stood out as the most.
On the screen, the surfers moving, blue paddling.
Well, he moved out of position, and now a left is coming in.
Where did that
Where
left?
he was sitting.
Oh, my, that's frustrating.
Yeah, he moved a little north. Now he's having a look, trying to kind of race back to where he was sitting originally.
Oh, boy.
You can see on screen, that's the end of the wave right there. It's been peeling for a good 20 yards prior to that. Pretty difficult wave, though, with all the chop coming up. We're down to 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
Wow. Yeah, how wild, huh? That's where they were sitting for so long, and then they just sort of slowly moved down. But, the instinct of the surfer is to follow the current and the feel of the ocean. That's what their sixth sense of reading, beyond their vision of lines coming. It's where they feel that wave is gonna pop up, and there's movement in the ocean.
Time call, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And I think Cade, he saw right down there, and he was paddling for that. There was 2 of them. And then it shifted back to the left where he was sitting. So, but 4 minutes, 10 seconds, I still think Cade is gonna need 2 scores. There's a good chance that Lucas is going to better a 5 and make that requirement out of reach with 1 score. 4 minutes.
Those 2 lefts just roped. Those were the scores.
Here we go. So it looks like Cade is making some movement. Having a look here. He's going to stroke into this one.
Paddling hard. Down the line. Oh, this thing's lining up for him. I'm watching it live. It's a vertical finish section. Blows the tail there. So really all in that last turn for him. kind of had to hop a bit to get to that finish turn.
Yeah, so he did part one of two. He got a wave, which is going to take that requirement down from an 8.6 to something smaller. And with 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
So where will this go next to the waves in Lucas's score line? He has a 5 and a 6.75. I'm sure the judges, there we go. Here's the replay to understand this is Lucas's third wave that was the 6.75 in his score line. And now down the beach, Lucas on his forehand live. We'll have to come back for the viewers at home on a replay.
Well,
so that was kind of a quick right for Lucas live.
Right.
And yeah, the judges, we go to those replays so we can really gauge where it's going to go in the score line.
Well, there it is right there. I mean, he's trying to better the 5, but what happened is Cade got priority.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. So priority. So Cade also got a 5.5. Blue, your last wave a 5.5. And due to the fact that Lucas took that right, Cade goes out behind him. Blue has priority. So in a strange way, advantage Blue.
And he needs a 6.26. So once again, Cade Matson, 6.26.
2 minutes left, surfers. 2 minutes left. Cade, you have first priority. Last wave a 5.5, and you need a 6.26. Wow. Well, that was interesting in the sense that Lucas didn't need to take that right. Anyway, it is what it is.
Well, he thought,
maybe it was going to better one of his scores. You just never know.
5, yeah, because Cade is deadly. We all know that, and a 6.25 is super easy. It's in his wheelhouse to get excellent scores all day long. It's really up to the ocean.
Well, and both surfers right in that wheelhouse. Lucas with a 5 and a 6.75. Judges looking at the replays, going with Cade's turns, a 5.5. Now he needs a small 6. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Will the ocean provide opportunity for more fireworks?
Well, there could be something out there, just not sure if it's going to hit where they're sitting.
And it doesn't need to be a set. The medium waves, as long as they hit the sandbar right and stand up for our surfers, they have all the talent in the world to make it happen.
Well, that wave just kind of peeled on the inside. You can't see it there on your screen, but there's a wave that kind of came into the inside, but it looks really flat. I don't think there is a 6.26 on that. There wasn't really any sections. All right, 25 seconds remaining. Still some lumps out there. It's hard to tell with all this bump and chatter and all this wind.
Well, we've seen stranger things happen. You take off on a small lump, and right now, Blue, he gets his shot. There's 10 seconds left. Cade is up. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. The heat ends. Cade got a shot and was pushing so hard and went over the handlebars on that second or third turn. Laughing with him. Oh, my gosh. Lucas must have been holding his breath. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we will be back with quarterfinal heat number 2, Kai Kushner and John Mell.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here. We are straight into quarterfinal heat number 2. In the water, Kai Kushner in the red and John Mel in the blue. Another windswept wild day here in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open. Bud Aquino, Jeff Baldwin calling the action. We just are watching live John Mel up and out. We'll go to a replay eventually or shortly here. Kai Kushner had one right during the commercial break. So we just saw Lucas Cassidy hold on, Bud, at the end after a little maybe momentary lapse of judgment. He was leading the heat. And after Cade Madsen got a scoring wave, was paddling out, Lucas took a right that didn't turn into anything, handed priority back, and right on the almost 5-second mark, Cade got a wave that had potential to turn it.
Yeah, I
fell.
I was watching that from the beach. It was a heavy moment. Everybody kind of took a sigh, like a little bit of a gasp, like, uh-oh, things might have just changed. And prior to that, which compounded it, was that set came in. They had all been sitting in one spot, and paddled away, and then looked back to see about a 4-wave set of some of the best waves we've seen in the morning come in right where they were sitting.
Two long unridden lefts. Yep. Absolutely. All right, Kai. Opening wave, a 5.5. John Mel's quick throwaway.
So both Kai and John Mel, a couple goofy-footed surfers, they both performed well yesterday, and they're locking horns here in this quarterfinal number 2, looking to join one Lucas Cassidy in the finals. We'll get an interview with Lucas in a bit when he comes up here. So, yeah, we got one semifinalist decided, and we're going to get another one out of this heat. So that's on the replay. That's Kai finishing up on the inside. Like Jeff said, almost a Cayucas, but that just lets you know how fast he is and how far he rode that wave up the beach.
Well, a lot of the surfers sitting down to up to the north on the sand dunes, so they're more in front of watching that wave all the time. Pete Mel covering a lot of distance over those with 2 huge foam climbs. Does he make it? That board carrying speed, and of course he does. Look at John Mel flying reverse, sticks it, and he's got more to say to this wave around the free surfer. And this is, I think, the longest wave we've seen ridden that way of the event. He is way down there. Thank you to the camera crew, and here we go. Behind him, Kai Kushner answering. Oh, I can't wait to catch up on the replays because John Mel, we're going to get a little paddle battle. Oh, boy, this is exciting. So the reason we're saying paddle battle is because whoever gets back out to the sort of phantom line of the outside, the head priority judge will deem them getting first priority, which is a huge advantage in these inconsistent conditions.
This is interesting because Kai had a little bit of a head start on him, but John is about 6'3" with long arms. So this is exciting stuff. Granted, we score the surfing, but this is also an additional exciting element to professional surfing, the priority.
Here we go, the replay of John Mel. So this is where we were just gaining speed over these snowy foam sections. And this one was so impressive. That low float got him into all this, set him up for that big, big spin, and landing on the chop effortlessly, bottom turning in front of the free surfer. Nice finish there for John Mel, waiting on those scores.
Well, here's the replay of Kai. We caught up at the end of it. Looks like he got a nice turn in the beginning and a second nice turn. So while we were watching John Mel, Kai Kushner was out the back doing some damage himself.
Wow. The way where he's setting and delaying his bottom turns just by that little half step, like he's just doing this little decompress with his back foot. It's the most minor fade each time, putting himself right up in the hook. So where do we go? Priority went to red. Kai Kushner, priority with Kai. John Mel, your score comes in blue, a 7.75. So into first for the moment, waiting on that last score for red, which will reshuffle things. But 19 minutes left. What a game. What an exchange of the two surfers. Priority given to red.
So here's that wave again for red that the judges are deliberating on. They're going to compare it to the 7.75 that John got.
Wow.
Yeah.
What I'm saying about those delays.
Yeah, he almost does a slight fade and then a delayed bottom turn to get himself really tight in the pocket, which is contrast. John went a long way horizontally, earned the section, and then found that aerial and got the work done at the end. So slightly different. Kai a little more up and down. John went horizontal, but then found the lip and got vertical, got the air, got the work done on the inside. So we have scores in Kai. Your last wave was a 7.25. So Kai jumped to the lead with a 7.25 and a 5.5. John, you're in second. You have a 7.75 and a 0.05. John, you need a 5 to go to the lead. There are 18 minutes left, and Kai has priority. So pretty tight scores. Kai with the 7.25, but John with the 7.75, so a couple scores in the 7-point range. John in second place, just looking for the 5-point wave to get ahead of Mr. Kushner in red. So early on, high scores in this heat. Good stuff to see. Both of these surfers have really been somewhat dominating their heats prior to getting here, so now they have to face one another, and whoever comes out of this quarterfinal number 2 will join us a little later in the semifinals. Right now we have red with priority. Kai Kushner on the forehand. He had a 7.25 on that last wave, and he's looking to improve on a 5.5, so starts with that strong slash. Gets a little loose off that section, but doesn't quite bring it down, so I don't think he's going to improve on the 5.5, so more than likely things will remain the same, but here's the replay for you. Sets it up. A lot of commitment to that first snap. Sees this lump come together here and throws it up, but can't quite bring it down. So nothing changed. That last wave doesn't count. Kai, you're still in first. Your low score is a 5.5. John Mel, you are looking for a 5-point wave to advance, and you have priority. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left. So like we mentioned, the morning just humming right along. It feels like the wind is starting to do a little bit of a switch up again. You can see on screen a few white caps out there, but the white caps are outside the lineup. They're not quite making it all the way through. So there are some bumpy faces, but the surfers are also finding a few smooth sections. As you can see, Kai found it for a 7.25. John Mel managed to get himself a 7.75. So the scores are available out there. It's just a matter of navigating that lump and bump, but these guys are pros. That's why they're here on finals day. So who's going to be in the semifinals later? Will it be Kai Kushner in red or John Mel in blue? We'll know more in about 15 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, well, we've got a little downtime, so we're going to take it down to Lucas Cassidy, who's with Jeff Baldwin.
Yeah, I'm here with Lucas, man. Well, congratulations, one, getting into the semifinal. Hard-earned heat there, a bit of a nail-biter at the end, and a little bit of, can I say, maybe a priority whoopsie?
Yeah, it was definitely an error. That wave didn't turn out to be anything, but I wasn't sure what Cade was going to get on his wave, so it was just kind of like a, just for like, I don't know, just to be safe. And I don't know, I was like thinking that the ocean might have gone flat after that, so I didn't think it was that bad of a decision until he got an opportunity at the end, and that looked like a much better wave. So I'm just lucky it didn't really work out for him, but which made it good for me, I guess.
Right. Well, enough of those. The lessons learned, but the positives are the boards, the craft under your feet are looking so fast and lively when you're getting in the lip, like incredible speed and pop. So you're feeling so comfortable on your equipment.
Yeah, these boards with the ECT construction, you just get a little more, it's more responsive, a little more like zappy, you could say, especially in like a really mushy wave like Morro Bay. It's hard to generate your own speed. I tried a couple layers and still couldn't really get much speed out of the wave, but yeah, I'm just so stoked on my boards and all the support I get from CI Surfboards. They're a great company, and these boards are, I've been riding them in almost every contest, and they've been working great. So, yeah, thank you guys very much.
Well, they're looking great. You want to give some shout-outs? I know you got a bunch of sponsors that you're loving their support from.
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors, Rip Curl, CI Surfboards, Woodward, Dragon, and FCS, Dos Santos Surf Shop, Pacifica Fish Market, Taller 17, everyone. And I get so much support from everyone. I'm just, super stoked.
All right. Well, living the good life in Mexico, living the good life here in Morro Bay. Congrats. We will see you in the next heat, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. That was Lucas Cassidy. Pretty cool to hear that he has a fish store sponsor, so he's eating good and he's surfing well. So we'll see him in the semifinals a little later. Nothing really changed during that time. Kai Kushner got a couple waves, but they are inconsequential. They were a 2.25 and a 1.25, so they are both throwaways. We got a couple sets coming. It looks like John Mel is in priority. He's looking for that flat 5 to jump into first place. We have 12 minutes and 30 seconds left. And we're humming right along here on finals day. So about halfway through the quarterfinals, we have Lucas Cassidy, and then one of these young men, Kai Kushner or John Mel, will join him in a semifinal. And then we've got 2 more quarterfinals coming up, women's semis, men's semis, so on and so forth. So we're going to crown some champions today, Jeff.
We are crowning champions. Sorry for that little delay. I was all set to do the interview, and he realized he wanted to change up his equipment. So I'm like, sure, grab your other board. He had to run hundreds of yards away. Anyway.
Well, I hear of changing up the equipment for the waves, but for the interview, that's a new one.
Yeah. Well, sponsor obligations, and it's all good, right? You got to not bite the hand that feeds you.
You don't want to bite the hand that feeds.
Yes,
and he seems to do a really good job of representing his sponsors. He mentioned how closely he works with Channel Islands. Rip Curl they've really stepped it up, and it seems like every finals day there's multiple people with the Rip Curl on the nose of their board.
They got a good squad. They've invested in the youth since years back.
Yes.
And that's the way to foster long-term relationships, get them when they're young and stay together.
Well, they locked in onto a good one with him, but we have to get back to this heat. There's 11 minutes left. Kai Kushner continues to hold the lead. John Mel holds priority and is paddling into this set.
Wow, I got right back for this. John Mel, speed jams down the line, 2 huge hits. You know that he is, he's fired up, the fist pump right there. He had to sit in the wind for quite a while waiting. One of the bigger waves that had a clean top to bottom section for him to go to work on 2 times. Driving through that first one, again, blasting the finish. Solid surfing there from John Mel. He needed a 5, and he has given the judges something big to think about. Attacking surfing, drifts the fins, and he doesn't have to waste time with the reform. Get the work done on the outside, on the meat of the wave. And the score comes in straight away. A sombrero, an 8. John Mel into the lead with an 8, backing up his 7.75. Now pressure on Kai Kushner big time with 10 minutes to go, needing an 8.5.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a big score because John's a big guy and he's strong, and there's just something about the speed and connectivity he had with those 2 maneuvers. He squirted out of the last one so fast that I knew the score was going to be strong, and he is the first today to go excellent. John, you got an 8 on that wave. You have an 8 and a 7.75.
Nature came together for him. sitting out there in his Zen moment, breathing, going, okay, provide, and then boom.
Well,
a proper set wave without a bunch of whatever mess in front of him.
Well, nature came together for him, and so did all his preparation, training, equipment. He was ready for the moment. He took advantage of it. He's in the lead, and he's got the first excellent score of the day.
Well, funny how it is, right? It can be done in so many waves. This was done on a head-high, clean, two-turn combination wave where, it's deceiving looking at the video replay there from our viewpoint. I think the wave was steeper in real time than it looks on the monitor. The way he came out of that second turn, you could tell there was some separation and a bit of drift. He was airdropping.
Yeah, just
Judges
dynamic.
knew that.
You used that word dynamic earlier in the day, and that was dynamic right there. Speed, power, flow, 8-point ride, into the lead, in the driver's seat.
Well, and the judges getting so many different looks of how you can gain the scores above the lip, under the lip, deep in the bully sections.
Well, and he possibly just provided the template for later in the day how to get those big scores. There will be a big rapid-fire double up across the inside at some point, but as of right now, John Mel on a set wave, 2 strong consecutive off the tops, and 8-point ride. 8 and a 7.75, so nice heat total of 15.75. We talk about finals days. You got to get up in those 15-point totals to win a heat, and he's showing us how to do it. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. We've brought you back up to speed. Kai, you need an 8.5. Kai, you are in priority. You need an 8.5, and there are 7 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Okay, great.
So one of the bigger sets of the day out there. We've mentioned a bit of a groundswell moving in, and this feels like one of the forerunners possibly.
Wow, that thing was a big wash through. Forerunners, you were just talking about the swell. It's funny. I was thinking earlier, we haven't seen a right that's been scored, a scoring right, play into the heats, and all of a sudden here, Kai Kushner, hammer, and he over-rotates. So right before I had a little side note going with Brian Robbins, I was going to say to you, yeah, we haven't seen any rights. I mean, literally, there was Lucas that took off on that one and Talia earlier. Other than that, there was the straight-hander in one of the heats.
Sure.
Now Kai got a little right.
So what we're saying is you thought it in your mind and you manifested it.
I did,
And there went Kai Kushner. Unfortunately, Kai...
The future brings our present reality.
Unfortunately, Kai couldn't bring it down, but we manifested a right for him to take a shot on. But he's got 6 minutes, a little over 6 minutes left. He's looking for an 8.5.
Noetic science.
6 minutes is enough time to get 2 waves, so maybe he can do it in 2. If not, he's going to have to go big to get an 8.5 because that would be the biggest score of the day. As of right now, the biggest score of the day is that 8-point ride that you just saw from John Mel a few minutes ago that propelled him into first place and advancing position.
All right, so the other interesting thing with that, Kai had the priority, elected to go on the right, doesn't maximize because he over-rotates a little bit. Advantage Mel now with priority again. So in the lead with priority blue. Kai, you are looking for an 8.5 still. Here he goes. Little check turn. Is he going to stick with it? It looked almost for a moment like he might just get out of the wave, but he's staying with it. There we go.
Well, he had done a good job of identifying those that kind of bubbled in the middle and then filled out on the inside. Unfortunately, that one didn't provide it. And now that the level has been raised with John on a bigger wave, that could even make it harder to score big on one of those, mid-sizers.
Well, and John, long-time great relationship with this event and the Pismo event. We're under 5 minutes, surfers, under 5 minutes. And for any of the casual beachgoers, the fans that are just down here, there is a Surfrider Foundation beach cleanup that anyone can join if you want to. They are located right next to the Crave Mini Donuts trailer. So they have the buckets and the pickers and everything, and you are free to walk around, up the beach, in the sand dunes, on the backside by the bay, wherever you'd like to go. Surfrider Foundation offering the opportunity to pick up trash if you're feeling like it, you and your friends or you and your family, whoever you're down with. Stop on by the Crave Mini Donuts and get some donuts, get a coffee, and then possibly pick up some trash if you're interested.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool message. And just to reiterate, I mean, every day I'm at the beach, I try to pick up a piece of trash or two on the way in. Yeah, you don't have to wait for a Surfrider activation, although we appreciate them being here. Any day you're at the beach, if you see a piece of trash, go ahead and grab it, throw it away. If everybody does just their little part, then it's going to keep our beaches and our wildlife and our outdoors more pristine for generations to come. So great to see the Surfrider out here, but use that as a reminder that on any given day you can contribute and get involved in keeping things nice.
Yeah, it is a fight against a tidal wave of plastic production out there on planet Earth. So any small bit we can do. 3 minutes left here in this quarterfinal heat number 2. John Mel out in the lead with a 7.75 and an 8. And here we go. John Mel happy to surf another wave. Now he's got those sea eyes under his feet. That one, not the wave he was looking for. He knows that Kai Kushner needs a monster score, so potentially comfortable in the 3 minutes left now. Kai with priority. It's always interesting at the end, I asked Lucas, well, what did you think about that? Was it a mistake in your mind? And he was kind of on the fence of maybe it was. He had his reasons, but John Mel now handing priority over to Kai Kushner, who surfing lethal.
Well,
8.5 would be the high mark of the day.
Lucas did mention that in the moment he kind of went, ooh, okay, well, how's that going to go? But then the way it worked out, it worked out all right. And like we talk about, hindsight is always 20/20. So it worked out for him, but I have a feeling he's probably going to keep a closer eye on someone with 3 minutes left if he's got priority in the semifinal.
Well, you got to think if he's working with someone, they might have also took him aside and said, Nick, the finger wave.
Yeah.
Not next time.
Before you get too happy, let's have a chat, and we'll look towards the next heat. Here we go, John. John can just kind of hang out right now. I think he's going to...
And I was going to say, it can work both ways. In this situation, John with a strong lead. There's a lot of pressure on Kai Kushner needing an 8.5. We know he's capable. If that wave comes, his surfing is there. But it puts pressure almost on Kai, like, okay, here you go. It's a confidence boost for John, too. Here's priority.
Yeah, looks
mano.
Looks like John, though, is going to leave him alone. Some people like to go and sit on the other guy and just kind of say, I'm here. Looks like John's going to leave him alone.
And say,
1 minute left.
Let's fight it out with the surfing.
Yeah, well, and that's admirable.
Yeah. I like that. 1 minute left here. Quarterfinal heat number 2. Coming down to the wire. John Mel in control at the moment.
Like you mentioned, he's had a lot of success on this stretch of coast, so it's almost like a second home to him. Very comfortable feelings when he comes to Morro Bay and Pismo Beach.
I wonder how often that he comes down here just to surf, without an event. They have so much up there, a lot of bounty their way, but this beach break, unique.
Hard to head down here when they've got as much variety as they do up in that zone.
25 seconds left.
Well, there's another beach with a power plant up there that he can go and warm up at and maybe feel a similar vibe.
Countdown close. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, there we go. John Mel gets it done. A 7.75 and an 8. Kai Kushner can't come back. Great event for Kai Kushner. John Mel into the semifinals. Coming up soon, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll bring you back in with quarterfinal heat number 3.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and
welcome
intermittent
back
cell
to those of
service.
you out
Here,
watching us on the World Wide Web. This is quarterfinal heat number 3. Blair Barton in red, Hayden Rogers in blue. We're at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, California. This is a World Surf League qualifying series 2000 event, and we are in the finals day as mentioned. We have 2 semifinalists decided, and now we're going to get another one out of this heat. Will it be Hayden Rogers or will it be Blair Barton? Just that quick up and down for Hayden Rogers, so no real scores have been laid down yet. Early stages of the heat. We are in 25-minute and man-on-man competition, so a little more time to spread out. We've got Blair Barton on the forehand. He's got that real whippy off the top. He's riding that Wave Riding Vehicles carbon surfboard that looked real good under his feet until that momentary slip up. It looks like he just lost the back foot off the tail pad. And Hayden Rogers behind him is going to waste no time and keep going. So both of them down there in the middle of the beach on that left-hander, but neither of them quite getting the early start they had hoped for. They've still got just under 23 minutes left to go. They scored 2 waves, so plenty of time still. Here's the replay. Blair was off to a nice start, but as you can see, there's a lot of ribs on the face. He goes to lay into, I think, this turn right here, and just the back foot slipped off. We've all done that. Sometimes the lumpy surface water can do that to you, and unfortunately it got him there. Hayden had a look, took a sniff, got out of there. Both of them are out the back. Hayden, you have priority, blue priority. On the screen, you see John Mel and his entourage. He's got a full crew, board caddies, father, canine support, a complete crew. So we'll go down there and talk to him in a minute. He just hung, I think, the highest score of the morning, so he's looking good for the semifinals.
All right, yeah. Go hit it up there, bud. Well, moving on through these heats, exciting stuff into quarterfinal heat number 3. Blair Barton opens with a 4. Hayden Rogers, who's been on such a roll also, or goofy versus regular, Blair and Hayden. Last wave of blue coming in. Almost in.
I should have just prepared differently.
There we go. Okay, scores in. Hayden, your last wave, a 2.75, 275. And Blair, you have a 4. Priority is with blue. All right, we're going to throw it down to our last heat winner, John Mell, who is with Bud.
John Mell, another semifinal berth on the Central Coast and a heat score of over 15 points. Got that 8-point ride. You're setting the pace thus far today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I felt good. A little bit warm in my 4.3 right now. I only brought 4.3s. Thought it was going to be cold, but it's hot. But yeah, felt good. Got a couple good waves. Nice way to start finals day.
Now, you are really familiar with this zone. We've mentioned you've had a lot of success down here. Jeff wonders, do you come down here to practice much, or you just figure you've done it enough through amateur and these events over the years?
I don't really come down to Morro to surf, but I come down in this region a little bit to come find waves. But I've also been competing here since I was like a super mini grom. A ton of NSSAs and WSA primes and stuff here, so I've definitely grown up surfing this wave a lot. So yeah, I know what to expect.
Now, that was kind of my guess. So yesterday you mentioned your sponsor, Dark Sport. Would you like to tell people a little bit about them?
Yeah, they're a new brand kind of making their way into surfing right now. So is this thing working? Hello. Am I on?
Sorry, guys, I don't know. The audio clicked back on. Hold on a minute. We'll get it going. Yeah, go ahead.
Check. Okay, we lost you for a minute, but we were asking you about the brand Dark Sport that sponsors both you and your dad, correct?
Yeah, it's super rad. It's got a super cool team going on with them, and yeah, like I said, they're kind of trying to break their way into surfing right now. They started in bodybuilding actually, but yeah, kind of starting to spread out in other things, and yeah, super stoked to have support from them. Also want to shout out Freeline Surf Shop. Go get your Christmas shopping in at Freeline. Support your small businesses.
I like the sound of that. Support the small core surf shops. Thank you to Dark Sport for helping out you and your dad, and we'll see you in the semifinals.
Thank you, guys. Peace.
All right, congrats, John Mell, into the semis, and thanks for your patience with the audio technical. All right, live, up and ripping. Blair Barton opened with a 4. Now this is going to be a solid wave in his scoreline. Oh, right when I say that, the commentator cursed, but he is going to get a nice score leading into that. So he didn't extract as much honey from the hive as he could have, but Hayden Rogers now with priority. 17 minutes and 15 seconds. That tide is slowly creeping up.
So that's got to be the replay of Blair's 4-point ride. A bit of a pedestrian start in this heat. Both these guys, 4 being the highest score.
No pedestrian surfing, but a pedestrian start
Yeah.
in that it's slow. Blair just got a wave that's why they went to this replay.
Okay.
Our Goofy versus Goofy.
So Blair had a 4, and we're waiting for a score to drop in, and we saw that on the replay. So he got some work done, just didn't finish it at the end. Here's that replay again. The judges are looking at it. So, yeah, got some nice turns done.
So he was going from section to section, almost like how John had to go over the snow cones. So this is where I was saying he extracted honey, but not everything out of the hive.
You got a lot of work done. So the score dropped. Blair, your last wave came in at a 6. Blair, your last wave was a 6. You are in the lead. Hayden, you are looking for a 7.25 to get into the lead, and you're up and riding now.
Setting his mark, knowing that he's going to cover a ton of ground to find the best sections of this wave.
Well, much like John in that last heat, got that long one, went a long ways. Hayden just did that, and he found the honeypot, like you mentioned, with some sections and enders like that. So he likes it.
I like it. I like that he surfed the wave really mature. He, younger, maybe earlier in the career, he would have been so aggro, wanting to make it happen, find an aerial, do something. Blair, your last wave was a 6. You have a 4, and your last wave was a 6. You have priority, 15 minutes left. Now, back to Hayden, this replay. Look at that. I mean, he's just surfing along it, waiting, goes, okay, here's a spot to start. Not going to push too hard. Easy cutback to set myself up for the stuff that the inside's going to give me.
Like you mentioned, mature, but he kept a nice flow. He wasn't bouncing through that midsection. He was gliding and keeping the rails in the water, and he gets to finish like that. So he went a long ways, bided his time, got to the section that counted, and he's going to have a score.
Like, yeah, appropriate surfing for what the sections were offering, and pushed when he needed to and let it flow when he needed to. And that's a 6.6. Hayden, your last wave, a 6.6. Blue, you have a 2.75 and a 6.6. With that last wave, you're still in second place, needing a 3.4. Red has priority. 14 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Maturity is a nice word to use there because, like you said, some of the younger surfers can maybe overload when they know they're looking for a score, get a little too excited on one of those first sections that wasn't quite the right spot. So he picked the right maneuvers, he kept the glide, and yeah, it paid off on the inside when he got there, and he was able to unleash. He's now got the highest single wave score, and he only needs a 3.4 to jump to the lead, so mission accomplished.
Well, that was interesting during the interview. All of a sudden, it was like you guys were on the bow of a ship going. You know, the sound was crazy. Anyway, it's all good. Autocorrect. Thanks to John Mel for being patient, standing by.
Well, that's one of those fun little quirks that you get to laugh about later.
Ooh, and a backup wave. Hayden not going to waste time. Here we go. This one getting a little more aggro. Well, somehow things I could never do. They know how to pick their spots and go above the lip on command. Here we go again. 2 times.
Okay.
Looking for a 3.4, bud. And he's not done. Are we going to get a little super floaty, little rock and roll finish there? Well, we expect a 3.4 out of that.
Well, you mentioned things that I could never do. What was wild about that, and when we see the replay, Blair, you are still in first. You have a 6 and a 4. We're waiting for a score to lock in from Hayden. So that right there, most people are bouncing off that or gliding off it. He does an air reverse to get speed as kind of a setup maneuver. So again, things that most people can't do. Then he finds that inside and does it again, tail high, twice as good as the first one. And then he wants to clean it up in here with a tidy little vert to finish it off. And like you said, mature, don't overcook the last bit.
Very complete package. And what's so impressive... No, the score's not in yet. What's so impressive in that maturity is the fast twitch to hang out and glide, is on a supersonic level. He's gliding along, and then he just fast twitches, hyperspeed air reverse off of a foam section, lands, and then stands and cruises again. 8.0, Hayden Rogers. Judges appreciating things we were talking about, Bud. An 8.0 for Blue, goes to the lead. Blair Barton now needing an 8.6. Red with priority, 11 and a half minutes left, and the script has been flipped. Hayden Rogers maximizing on that last wave. Well, kind of matching Pete Mel's wave, or John Mel. Yes. Did I just do that again? How many times?
That's okay. Well, people know the last name.
My gosh.
There's a connotation there. The wild thing was, like I said, Hayden on that first section, which most people are just trying to get across, he's doing an air reverse. So he was already in a good spot, but then he found that really good section and threw the tail to the sky, rode right out, 8-point ride, in the lead.
And that was a case of the judges scoring a lot of stuff, not only the speed, power, flow, the style, the reading of the wave. So many difficult things being thrown into that stew.
Well, we talked about being pleasantly surprised in that first section. Both those maneuvers were pleasantly surprising because they came almost out of nowhere.
Yeah. So when you surprise the judges and the commentators, you're doing your work.
And here he goes again. Nope, he elects to get out of that one. He knows he's in a good spot. He knows that Blair, you're looking for an 8.6. Blair, you need an 8.6. There are 10 minutes left. So to you guys at home, apologies for me blowing out the speakers, but
it wasn't you.
Well, it's windy out there. I'm saying, once in a while I have to raise my voice to let these guys hopefully hear the situation, because we got a lot of chops out there, and these surfers are a few hundred yards away. But just like that, it doesn't matter if it's choppy, because Hayden Rogers knows how to solve the puzzle. There it is, tail high, all the way around, grabs the rail, straight into another pump down the line, and finishes it off here with a nice little off the lip.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the skate comparison? Landing in, a ton of like whoop-de-doos or chicanes or gravel in front of you. Well, he's landing and there's just chop and lump and bump and nothing even, no good, easy transition. All right, importantly, Blair Barton up against it. Nice tail whip to start. Oh, I like that, how he's gained speed over these sections. So they're taking advantage of this. So searing reverse, little layback tail slide.
I was just going to mention, he has the firepower to get right back into it, and he's showing you just that. Still going. Wow, that's a nice little look back finisher. He likes it. Give it to me. Ask the question. Hayden, you have an 8 and a 6.6. You have an 8 and a 6.6.
So now waiting on that last score for Blair, looking for an 8.6. Here's the replay. I mean, his fins are just holding on. There's so much lump and bump and chop, spring load and extension all over the place. He almost came out of that with more speed than he expected.
A lot of variety, and I'll tell you what, if this isn't an advertisement for wave riding vehicle surfboards, I don't know what is, because that thing looks good under his feet.
Yeah, it's working. There we go. I like that little turnaround claim. Well, we're excited to see where the scores go. Blair needed an 8.6. That was a wild ride. Bucking Bronco. 6.65, Blair, on your last wave. 6.65 for red. Blair, now you need a 7.96.
So he made his need a little bit less. He lightened the load a bit, but he's still looking for a 7.96. So he's still got to go near excellent as of right now, and that's only if Hayden does not, improve on that 6.6 he is sitting on. So
I guess in reflection, although, so impressive how he was navigating all of that stuff happening. We'll get back to that.
Yeah, Hayden is looking to get rid of that 6.6, like I mentioned, but he knows, he's experienced, and he knows that's not the wave to do it on.
I guess in the hyper detail of scoring and the criteria, Blair needing an 8.6. Is he up?
He's not going to wait.
He's not going to wait.
Call
He's
it, Jeff.
Keep surfing. Inside, way down the beach, he's out. So I guess in the minutia, in the details of judging, needing an 8.6, which is an excellent ride. The judges want clean rails, no downtime, speed, power, flow, modern creative surfing in the most difficult positions on the wave, of which he was achieving marks of that here and there, but it just wasn't consistent through because the wave had so many ribs and rips and things. He could never drive fully off the bottom and off the top. He couldn't go 6 to 12 flowing those together, and that's where you see the scores come from.
Yeah, like you said, when they're all this good of surfers and surfing this well, there's going to be minor details like that, the smoothness between turns, the linkage between turns. And okay, Blair, you have a 6.65 and a 6. You need a 7.96. You have 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. So it looks like he heard us. He's checking his watch. He knows where he's at.
You got to think as a surfer, he's like, man, what else could I do on that wave? And the answer is nothing. You did everything on that wave. The wave itself.
5 minutes and 20 seconds. Apologies, Jeff. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Apologies.
Yeah, so we're doing a dual cast, the beach commentary and the webcast, which you're the viewers, you guys are tuning in with us live. He did everything. He did everything. The wave, determined the line he had to choose, and it was wild and woolly, and he ripped it.
Well, he's identified this one as having potential for an inside runner, and he's getting some action done thus far, and here comes a section. That's what he was looking for.
Look at how this thing's standing up. Oh, I thought I was going to give him the big tail release section.
Well, did that chip away at his 6 or his 6.65? Because ultimately he needs a 7.96, but he could help himself out if he improves on the 6 or 6.65. So, yeah, he got some work. That last bottom turn kind of hung up in it. It's almost like he hit a chop, yeah.
When I said I thought he was going to really go in and for a big tail blow, we saw in the slow-mo.
Yeah.
He hit a chop and almost lost control.
I saw the same thing.
4 minutes left. Hayden, you are in the lead with priority. The score comes in for Blair, a 5.65. Doesn't change anything. Red still looking for a 7.96. Coming up next, Nick Marshall and Luke Ginaldo. Luke, what a finish to the day yesterday.
So here goes Hayden Rogers again. Doesn't find much interest there. He is holding on to the lead.
And why would he? Smart, again, to cut out and say, I'd rather hold priority. I'm in the lead and
well, yes,
no
now
need.
Now we're to the point where getting down to 3 minutes left, that priority holds a lot of cachet. It's gonna allow him to potentially control the last 3 minutes of the heat if he wants. Blair's not that far away from him. He could go and track him down real easily if he wants.
So Blue holds on to priority by cutting out early. Hayden, there's 3 minutes left. You have first priority. Yeah, there's 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes left. Blue, you have first priority. You're in first place, leading the heat. Blair needs a 7.96 to take the lead. Well, what a day, what a fun 3 days leading into finals Sunday, bud. We have been having all kinds of conditions, great potential. Today, staying the most wild and woolly. We kind of anticipated it calming down a bit and those winds going a bit more offshore and the glassiness happening. That definitely hasn't taken place so far.
Yeah, Mother Nature's on her own program today. The forecast had mentioned maybe calming down by now, but that's just a guesstimate, as you know. So we are dealing with it, and Blair Barton is going to see what he can't get done here.
Well, they're putting on a show regardless.
Yeah. That's what's fun to see, just how good these guys and just how good they are when they do moves like that. Can't quite bring it down. Behind him, this is Hayden Rogers looking to get rid of his 6-point ride. That's his low score. And maneuvers like that tend to get it done.
On lock. Doing them in his sleep. The consistency rate of so many of the surfers, the make rate, and in these challenging conditions, there's no easy ramp and there's no easy landing transition. And they're riding out mostly pretty easy.
Yeah, I think the wind is helping, but exactly like you said, I don't know many people that are going to look at this lineup and say, oh, those are air sections. Yet he just showed you what, when you have that high skill, what can be done.
They might be air sections, but there's a lot to deal with to get there.
To even get there, yeah.
There's no easy entrance or exits. He's going through a foot of foam, and yeah. And we saw Blair Barton before him land and get tucked behind the snow cone.
Like you said, trying to get there, there's 15 different ribs in a 10-foot space on some of these waves, and you got to pick the right one, otherwise you're bogging rail.
Surfers, we are down to 20 seconds here in this quarterfinal heat number 3. Scores are all in those last few waves. not in, but we're going to be counting them after the horn blows. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So both surfers up, but Red finding his way onto the inside, looking for a big score, a 7.96. That will not do it. It's looking like Hayden moving through and his last score coming in, or the previous one, bettering his 6.60, it looks like. So a little bonus score. An 8.0. Wow, Hayden Rogers bookends this heat with 2 8s, bud. What a finish.
Wow. Wow is all I can say. Yeah, 2 8s, dual 8s, a flat 16. That's a heck of a heat score.
So quick commercial break and back. Well,
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
welcome back to the hot action here, the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are into quarterfinal heat number 4. Luke Ginaldo in the blue and Nick Marshall in the red. A wicked matchup. These young men fought their way through this event, through the all the rounds, find themselves in the quarterfinal looking for a semifinal berth. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino, we have been calling the action all day long. We just saw a dynamic, an amazing heat, a performance by Hayden Rogers for the books. 2 8.0 rides, Bud.
Yeah, there he is on the screen right there, getting some high fives from the homies, breaking it down with his coach.
And look how casual that is. How cool. Over there in the sand dunes, away from the noise and the hustle.
I don't imagine there's too many complaints from the coach, but they're going to debrief and look forward to the next round. And he's setting the pace thus far with those two, with that 16-point total. And this heat's kind of interesting because Luke Ginaldo yesterday had that buzzer-beating, just pure excitement and exuberation at the end of the day. He was standing on the beach waiting for the score, delivered it. You saw the high fives, much like we just saw right there. And it was one heck of a way to end the day. Flip side to that is Nick Marshall has been plugging along through this whole event. Really loose and creative surfing. He comes from that pedigree of the Marshall family that includes his older brother on the championship tour. So a lot of story in this here heat number 4, quarterfinal number 4.
Like so many of these, youth, they have, especially like the San Clemente crew, all surf together all the time. Our Seaside Encinitas board riders crew all surf together. So, Ella and Cole and Nick and Jake and Levi Slauson and Titus, who we saw earlier, and Cole McCaffrey. Like, there's just no end.
Yes, every time you look over your shoulder in those sessions, you see the level get upped, and then you want to do it yourself. So it's basically like a buzz. They get together almost like just
and they just pushing
each other. Yeah. Well, hopefully these two can push each other in this heat. Thus far, the highest score is a 0.7, just a couple up and downs. Priority is with blue, so Luke is in charge as far as wave selection, but right now, no real scores. 21 and a half minutes left, so plenty of time, and it looks like they're kind of following each other in the lineup. Going to keep an eye on each other. No real separation between the two.
All right. So priority changes again. We had one priority change. Now it's back to red with these windswept conditions and the tide coming up. the surfers, electing to or having to paddle for some waves that they can't catch. So maybe a little bit of a theme of this time of the morning with the way the tide is.
Well, we mentioned earlier that high tide is in about 10 minutes. So whereas earlier, John Mel got that score on the outside wave, with the tide being at its most full, we saw Kai Kushner kind of seeking out some of those ones that push through to the inside. So maybe they're just trying to really iron out where they need to sit right now, because we've seen some of the competitors get caught inside earlier. We've seen waves go underneath. So it's positioning out there is a bit of a crapshoot right now.
Yeah, obviously, if the most in tune surfers are having a challenge finding it. Here we go, Nick Marshall. So good thing that priority swung back to him. I like that, pushing on the tail, 3-turn combo, little hop chop. He's done. That doesn't interfere with the score. That was just a little extra feel good moment for him.
Well, I think he's going to feel good about that score, because it will be the first significant score, and he did get 3 turns, and there was a bit of connectivity between them. So he had a nice flow. The wave fought him, but he fought back and got 3 turns done. Here you go. Gets this glide.
Yeah, the ability where he's tucking his knee and getting so much pop on those first 2 sections, gaining into that last one.
And then he has a little fun, little cheeky chop hop.
Yeah, you think he did that for his mates at home.
Yeah.
A 5.5. Nick, your last wave, a 5.5, puts Red in the lead. Luke in second with priority, needing a 5.21. So it's a fair shake. I'm coming down right now, Hayden.
Yeah, we're going to go down and get a few words with Hayden Rogers. He can tell you about that tail high air reverse he did. He can tell you about that 8-point, victory lap that he had. And he can tell you about his strategy moving forward in the finals. But right now, there's 19 minutes left. Nick Marshall has a 5.5 and a 0.4. Luke doesn't have really much of a score, but he does have priority. So will it be Nick Marshall or Luke Ginaldo joining us in the semifinals a little later this afternoon? We have one more men's semifinal spot to fill, and that will be decided in this quarterfinal heat number 4. So we're at Morro Bay, California. This is the SLO CAL Open. This is a World Surf League 2000 qualifying series event. And we thank you for joining us if you're out there watching at home. We started here Thursday morning at 7:30 sharp. And now we're down to 4 women, and we have 3 men. We're waiting for the last man to join us out of this heat. But we are now getting ready to take it downstairs. We're gonna get Jeff Baldwin to ask Hayden Rogers a couple questions about that last heat. Take it away, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here with Hayden Rogers. Another very impressive. Thank you, Hayden, personally from us. We're having a great time. The fans at home are. Talk about the wild conditions, and you just maximized with 2 8s in that heat.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty high tide, and the wind kind of kicked up, so it's just kind of a little hard to navigate those lumps, but I got put a couple together, and it worked out.
Well, I was commenting on the maturity, the way you were going down the line, especially on the first wave. There were so many little lumps, and maybe when you were younger, you would have wanted to attack, and you just stay composed and put the money turns where they had to happen.
Yeah, a lot of those waves are pretty bumpy out the back, and then they the wave's super long, so it'll get clean on the inside, and yeah, just trying to be patient and read all the lumps that are going down out there.
Well, again, coming off the last event win, right? Carrying this confidence, a semifinal berth, ready to go on and take it home?
Yeah, we'll hopefully keep it going.
All right, Alec, keep the energy in. Hayden Rogers, good luck. We'll see you in the next heat. Yeah, back to you guys.
Well, on the live shot, you just see Luke Ginaldo cutting out. He had a quick up and down, so didn't miss anything during the interview. The story remains the same. Nick Marshall is in first with a 5.5 and a 0.4. And then this is Luke giving it a look on the replay and just realizing that's not where he wants to be. So Little over 16 minutes left. Nick Marshall in the lead with a 5.5 and a 0.4. He has priority. However, Luke Ginaldo in blue only needs a 5.11 to jump into first place, but it is so early in the heat that none of that matters much right now. That we had a couple looks right there. No one took it. Another look. And with priority, Nick Marshall on the forehand. One big aggressive off the top, pop shove it. He's decided he's going to do a little extra funk in the whitewater after he completes his waves today.
That's what I was saying. I wonder if he has some, gag going with his homies, because you don't need to do that, but he's having fun. And that flare up there, maybe they got an inside bet.
Well, I wonder
on making those afterwards. But importantly, a backup score, a 4.5 for the one layback tail drift there for Nick Marshall, holding down first place. Luke with priority needing a 9.2, so that wave just added a bit of pressure with 15 minutes to go, bud.
Yeah, a lot of time left. I mean, Luke is now looking at 2 waves. Thankfully, there's over 14 and a half minutes left. He's got plenty of time. Back to the little pop shove it. I actually would be interested to see what that might do for a score. It'd be one thing if you did it on a face, on a section. I mean, it could maybe buy you another half a point or so in the whitewater, 1 point. Maybe.
I don't think it will. No,
Okay.
not at all, because otherwise Italo would get 12s on every wave.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
he'll do like 4 of them in a row
True.
towards the beach. So those are like gags. They're kind of funny.
It's a novelty.
Even a shove it
Yes.
on a wave isn't even that scores less than a bottom turn or a floater.
Well, it reminds me back in the day when Martin Potter first did that aerial over the section of the Gotcha Pro, and they said, finally someone does an air that's functional, that continues the momentum, keeps you going down the line. Yes, a pop shove it. They're super cool, but they're not functional. You do it and you're kind of stuck. There's not really a way to come out of them going faster than you went into them. So it makes sense, because we talk about speed, power, flow, and those don't exactly have flow.
Yeah,
to them.
they're counter that. So
They're
there must
neat.
be something going on with him and his crew.
Well, if he wins the heat, I'll get to ask him that.
Yes, you will. Nick, you're in the lead. You're in first place. You have a 5.5 and a 4.5. Luke needing a 9.2. Hasn't been able to find the wave. He has a 0.5, 0.7, 0.8. I mean, he's building, but, like we're talking about, he just hasn't gotten the opportunity yet. Halfway through the heat.
Well, he had such a strong vibe and momentum yesterday. You were hoping and thinking he could continue it on, but in hindsight, that momentum and excitement came off a buzzer beater, so we know that in the second half of the heat, he is capable of getting it done. But with 12 minutes and 40 seconds left, needing realistically 2 more waves, the longer it goes, the more up against the wall he gets.
Well, I know my Seaside crew is glued to the monitors at work or at home or down in their Sprinter vans in the parking lot and the lot, because you've got Nick Marshall right now. You got Ella coming up next.
But that's so cool to feel that kind of, and that's, the board riders has that element of team. So, yeah, when we're surfing, it's individual, you're bros, but then when someone from your home beach is making a charge, it's really cool to see everybody come together.
Yeah, and it's the same for all these, all these squads. You know that Hayden's crew was watching. You know that Lucas Cassidy's crew down in Mexico, they probably have the whole bar taken up, the local restaurant.
Wouldn't that be a nice place to be? Have a nice little margarita, a couple tacos, watch some pro surfing, root on your guy?
Yeah. It's fun when you go international, and even here, we've been here, but some places you go and you walk into every cafe and every bar, and the WSL broadcast is featuring. So it's going live at the beach, and it's happening in all the pubs and cafes everywhere in town. Super fun.
So that reminds me, I have to thank the production crew, because the production crew does an amazing job. The judges, the beach marshal, and yeah, the WSL has found a way to bring live surfing to you anywhere you are in the world, so long as you have service.
And while you're handing out warm fuzzies, don't forget to pat yourself on the back, buddy.
Well, I'm appreciative to be here with a real pro like you, so thanks for having me.
We're doing great together. Jeff Baldwin, Bud Aquino bringing you the action all 4 days with a ghost appearance from our super captain, Darren Brillhart.
Yeah, Darren Brillhart, as mentioned, brings all the quality pro surfing events to the West Coast. So if you're...
and the East Coast and
everywhere.
Hawaii, he's all over the map.
Darren Brillhart International.
Yes.
Pan-American.
Brillhart Productions.
Good stuff.
Taking it on the road. I mean, he's out at the wave pools doing the pro juniors. He does the juniors events in Hawaii.
Well,
and
there's a reason, because he does it well.
Here we go. Nick Marshall scrapping across this one. Gets in. He was kicking and scratching, but he's out because Blue had the higher priority.
All right, Luke with a quick snap. He's looking to get going. A nice cutback and potentially an inside runner, a little double up. Hopefully that back wave pushes on it and gives him some speed. Well, he's on his way. Nice finish, and now Lucas Cassidy, once he gets that score, will be in this heat.
Nice drone work.
Yeah.
Working with him. He could have waved to the camera at the finish of the wave.
That was a lot of commitment for an opening snap right there.
Yeah, I mean, so a small wave, impactful surfing, tight little arcs, everything you could do on this wave. It's going to be a two-wave catch-up, needing a 9.2, but he's got himself in his best wave of the heat. Nick Marshall with priority. It's going to be interesting, Bud, to see where this score goes and how much work he's going to have to do, because he's got a lot of time now. It's a 2-minute paddle out, and he's going to have a nice score in the books.
Well, Nick was leading, but he's only got a 5.5 and a 4.5, so granted he's in the lead. It's just it's not safe. Well, here's Nick's earlier wave that they're going to compare this to. So he got that 3-turn combo, and that's one of the scores he's holding on to, but now the judges are going to compare Luke's wave to that one. And it looks like they're just now starting to iron out the scores. Tell me what you see.
Blue, your opening or your last wave, a 5, a straight up 5, so it falls right in between both of Nick's scores. It's an even 5. Luke, now you need a 5.01. So with that, he just halved his requirement plus some, and he is right back in this. With 8.5 minutes to go, Red has priority. So now Nick, the pressure kind of lands back on his shoulders, knowing he has to find something, wants to find something to throw away, get rid of that 4.5, and really tighten down this heat and control it. Luke breathes a sigh of relief, gets that 5, and he's right back in it. A 5 is nothing. Well, in most cases, if the wave comes.
He's more than capable of a 5, is what you're saying. So yes. The interesting thing is, yeah, he got that 5, and as mentioned, Nick has a 4.5 and a 5.5, so he split the difference of Nick's scores, so he's right there. He did as much as he could with that wave. I think it was just the size a little bit, but he let the judges know that given the opportunity, he can cut loose. He's looking for that 5.01. 7 minutes and 20 seconds left. Looks like they're both paddling towards this wave. No interest. There's one behind it. Nick in red has priority, so should this appeal to him, Nick will grab this wave.
And it's interesting because, oh boy, Blue scrapes away. Late takeoff in the foam, under priority. Working his way down the line, and it doesn't work out. Maybe he used a lot of gas. They were sprinting. You could see they were inside and paddling out and over to the north, trying to chase down that peak. So Nick maybe breathes a little sigh of relief too.
Well, he checks back to make sure he doesn't get in trouble with priority. Then I think he realized it's one and done on this wave. Tried to make a little extra out of that section, but it was you've got 6 minutes and 30 seconds. 6 minutes and 25 seconds.
Time check. 6 minutes. Just over 6 minutes, Nick.
When you do countdowns, don't go off this. Always go off that. It's always delayed here.
All right, so Nick now knows how much time is left. He has priority. He's in the lead. Kind of dodges one there. Luke got away from him under priority, but the wave doesn't work out. It's a throwaway, a 1 for Luke. Doesn't change anything.
But with Luke getting that last wave, we are actually in a heat for a bit. We were waiting for him to get started. And now with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Oh, wow. That's just watching a good one run off on the inside that either one of those competitors would have liked to have had. But
yeah, I mean, it started from somewhere completely different and different than what you're seeing on the monitor. Watching live, we see certain waves that go unridden, but they're coming hundreds of yards away from the surfers. So coming up next, our women's semifinal number 1, Ella McCaffrey up against Sanoa Demphley-Olin.
I've got to imagine those two have squared off many times over because those are the names you always see on finals day. So yeah, those two women are getting ready, making their last minute preparations, a little stretch, a little, loosen up the body, decide where you want to paddle out. Nick, you have a 5.5 and a 4.5. You are in the lead. Luke, you have a 5 and a 1. You need a 5.01. Time check is 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Splitting hairs with the battle of the 5s right now.
Yeah.
So as we see Ella and Sanoa make their way out, it's always interesting to see who surfs with the ponytail, who just goes rocking that loose hair.
Well, that's with the wind blowing around, that could be something you have to pay attention to. Luckily, I haven't had much hair follicles for 20 years, so that's not a problem for me.
You're always surfing with your hair up in a bun?
Yeah.
High and tight?
From a distance, it looks like I have a tan hood on, but that's just that's just my head.
I heard you and Brillo having razor conversations. All right, 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Yeah, we were talking about head shaving techniques. Couple lines on the horizon. Only a 5.01 needed, and Nick Marshall only looking to replace a 4.5, so anything can happen here with 3 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is the time of the heat for hyper-focus because it would be easy for Nick to rest on his laurels and be happy not to paddle for any waves, but he has to be cagey. He has to be focused and stay on top of, is it a potential better scoring wave? I have priority. Do I hold Luke off? It's stressful with priority at the end of the heat. So he's going to elect to surf. Here we go. Oh, drifts it. He goes over the handlebars. So there we go. Hands the baton back over to Luke. Now Luke can breathe and hope for a wave with 2.5 minutes, bud.
No, I'm you had a little chuckle there because the situation just got so heavy. Nick was in the lead. He just fell off that wave, which gives priority back to Luke, only needing a 5.01, and 2 minutes and 20 seconds is a lot of time.
And he had to take the wave because Luke was pressuring him. He was going to go regardless. So now it seems, well, was that a different competitor, or is that our two competitors? There's a bit of separation between them, which I'm surprised to see on the webcam here, or the monitor.
Yeah, you would think Nick would paddle over by him just to kind of let him know he's still there, but he's chose to leave Luke alone. Luke's got priority.
Well, but I'm saying Nick wants separation. I'm thinking the reverse.
Oh, true.
Because Nick in the lead is trying to scrape away and find anything under priority just to get a better score than his 4.5, and he got it. Oh, wow. 1.5 minutes left. Nick Marshall, he fine-tuned himself on that last one when he went over the handlebars. This wave, open it up for him. rips into this little fin drift, and he's going to stick to it. So
interesting the way that worked out. You talked about them separating. He gave up priority, but by doing that, he found himself another opportunity to improve on that 4.5. That's his low score of a 4.5.
So we got a minute left, guys. Waiting on that score. Luke, it would seem you're surfing for possibly, well, you know you're surfing for a 5. It might be more. So with under a minute, it's all about just finding a wave, turning your brain off to the score requirement, and getting the highest score you possibly can.
Looks like Luke was just checking his watch. He's got priority. He's out there by himself. He's got 30 more seconds to find an opportunity. He did it yesterday at the last second. I think he was riding the wave as the buzzer sounded. Can he do it again today in this quarterfinal heat number 4?
Well, he needs to do it quick. He needs a 6. Nick got a 5.5. There's 10 seconds left. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no wave comes. As I was counting it out, I saw a whitewash out of the corner of my eye. Nick Marshall into the semifinals here at the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. Bud, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial, and we're going to come back with women's semifinal heat number 1.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out with priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
The women are first. We have in red Ella McCaffrey and in blue Sanoa Demphley Olin from Canada. So semifinal heat number 1 underway for the women.
Well, I feel like I've seen both these women in this heat in this same exact position before. Over here, kind of more closer to the rocks, electing to choose a new sandbar. It's where we saw that left go unridden that we were talking about during the last heat, although it didn't show on the webcast.
Yeah, we saw a couple dream runners. They heard us, they saw it, and here goes Ella McCaffrey, hoping that this is the dream run.
This is the section. Ella McCaffrey finds first wave, drawing some cool lines, looking for the reform. It's gonna, look at the line on the inside.
So nice start for the surfer in red. That's Ella McCaffrey. Like we mentioned, both Ella and Sanoa are well acquainted with finals day. They're well acquainted with one another. I'm sure they've faced off plenty of times. So this is how Ella gets her heat started, with this left-hander with a bunch of snaps, doubles up, lets her get an ending, and with just a couple minutes down, she's going to have a score on the board.
Well, a notable for me over the years watching Ella progress, she's worked on quick starts. Before, maybe sometimes there were slow starts coming from behind. She's really worked on that quick start, sitting in the right place, focusing and getting that wave that's impactful straight away to build from. 6.25, Ella. Opening ride for red, a 6.25.
Yes, the quick start is the dream idea and strategy when you're on the beach. It doesn't always go that way, and you still can win at the last minute. We saw Sanoa in her last heat grind, one of the grindiest performances in single waves ridden that you'll ever see. She got it done. Halfway through, there was a bit of uncertainty, but she made it happen. So you can get it done at the end of the heat, too. It's just going to provide for a little more stress on you.
Well, and we reflected on that the heat acumen, knowing that she had a 3.9 and a 5.25, needing a 4.1, and she surfed exactly to just over her requirement.
She was conscious of what she needed prior and while she was on the wave, and these two are seasoned competitors, and you expect nothing less from either of them.
Ooh, and look at this. Ella gets the rebate, maybe? No, it looked like it could reform for her, though.
Well, Ella didn't get that one, but Sanoa is on this one. She's forehand, and she's looking to get over the section because there's another one coming, and bam, that's why. Finishes it off with 2 clean maneuvers. Now she is in the heat. She's going to have a score. Ella's first wave was a 6.25, followed by a 0.5, and now Sanoa, here on the replay, sets it up, gets a glide, and then leans into this one. Off the top, a lot of spray, finishes it up. And that Billabong logo looking nice on the front of her board, representing her sponsors. So we're in it. This is semifinal number 1 for the women.
We're in it, and I like the sort of free-flowing opportunity style that Ella was paddling out. That one could have easily stood up and backed off for a minute and reformed for her. This is the replay of Ella's opener that came in at a 6.25. So both surfers surfing pretty even at the moment. We'll see where Sanoa's wave goes. What we do know is there's 20 minutes on the clock. Ella is outside with priority. Both of them sitting on a completely different sandbar than the men's heats before. And by early indications, they're in the right place. They were no doubt over there on the sand dunes watching these empty waves that we were seeing also kind of go unridden during the challenge of that last heat.
Perhaps a sign of things to come for the afternoon. Perhaps, but then again, we've seen people go up the beach, back this way. So we'll see what happens. The tide should start drawing out right now, so that could make the faces a bit steeper. And now Ella's just going to stay busy. She's already got that 6.25.
Yeah, quick starts. 3 turns so far. Looking for, I couldn't tell on the camera, a little reform. All right, update. Sanoa, your score just dropped in. A 6.75 blue on your first wave. Blue, 6.75 on that left. You have priority. Ella, your first wave, a 6.25. Your last wave, a 3.25. 18 minutes and 40 seconds left. So we were talking about a sign of things to come. Maybe the wind's mellowing out, but anyway, the women's semifinal heat number 1 is tucked up more over here in the south. They've both found that little left reform, and it looks like that is where they're sitting for this heat. Coming up next, Eden Walla and Reed Van Wagner.
Interview the dog. It's a good looking little guy right there.
All right, well, we have a little break in the action out in the water. We're going to go down and see what Nick Marshall has to say with Bud.
Yes, I am here with Nick Marshall, the last man to book a ticket into the semifinals. How you feeling today?
Feeling good. Ready.
Now, there was a moment towards the end of the heat where you took that wave and kind of gave up priority. Was there a bit of nervous energy going on at that time?
I think I might have been trying to hold Luke off because I thought he might be getting the score on that thing. So,
well, one thing we really notice about you is you have a cool variety. You have a lot of different approaches to your top turns. Is that something you work on, or you just kind of go with what the section afford you?
Yeah, kind of going with the flow, just do whatever feels right.
Well, we're all digging the way you're interpreting these top turns. And any shout-outs you want to give to some of the crew at home or maybe some of your sponsors?
Yeah, shout out all my sponsors. Shout out everyone watching at home. Super stoked to be here.
Are they set up in the lot, do you think, watching it right now, maybe drinking coffee, having some laughs?
I think so, yeah. Hopefully.
All right, well, hopefully their energy down there can make its way up here to you, and we'll see you in the semifinals, and good luck to you.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, shout out to Nick Marshall and the whole Seaside crew. I'm sure Encinitas board riders are all tuned in. Good job into the semifinals. So while that interview was happening, Sanoa, like Ella earlier, kind of looked at a bigger reform, took off. She couldn't get around the section. And so then again, she took off. That wave, the whitewash kind of bucked her off the board. Ella out the back with priority in the lead. Sanoa needs a 2.75, so not a big score, but Ella has the low score of a 3.25 that no doubt with priority and the ocean calming down, she's going to be able to pick her spots, and then it will be tossed over to Sanoa and what will be her response. Love that they're sitting where they are, and this little left sandbar is working for them. Both ladies risking it on one of those set wave reforms, trying to find an open section. Here we go. Sanoa having a sniff. She doesn't go. Well, I like what Nick Marshall was saying. He was covering. We knew it was a bit defensive also in that last 2 minutes or 3 minutes of the heat against Kai, and he against Luke. Why did I do that? That's twice now. So up against Luke, it was a bit defensive, and then he fell. What I was looking at was it was surprising that Luke didn't follow him over. Nick got a little separation and then ended up getting another scoring wave. And, as it turned out, Luke, nothing came his way anyway.
And that's the way it all shook out.
If he'd have paddled over there where Nick got the wave, then he would have got a wave. But I guess, it's easy to see where waves, read where waves are coming when you're paddling out, much more than when you're sitting outside a bit more. All right, Ella, you have priority. You have a 6.25 and a 3.25. Here's Sanoa on the inside, surfing, looking for a small score of a 2.75. That's her third swing at a little inside reform. So she's definitely staying busy, hunting around under priority.
So at a glance, it looks like both competitors started off strong with their best scores and have been a little bit on the search to back it up, just some up and downs. Ella does have a 3.25, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to be.
That's a nice drone view.
It is.
Looking down, if you see the light blue water line that angles in, the surfers are actually surfing that sandbar, that line right there. In the men's heats, they were surfing that peak that you see breaking in the footage. So great drone angle looking over the rock down at the parking lot and us and up the entire, what's the bay called?
This is Estero Bay, from that point to the north to Montana de Oro behind us.
Beautiful. What a view. The sand dunes, kind of like how the French beach breaks and even bits of the East Coast have the sand dunes and the reeds.
Well, it just shows you how many waves there are here. All the way up to those houses you see, the buildings in the distance, just a whole big stretch of beach break. As you get up there, there's some rock formation, so on any given day you can find your own peak somewhere along there.
Yeah, and good, pretty quality beach breaks too.
Here we go.
Empty, uncrowded, quality beach breaks as the drone comes right in. We see the surfers tucked up here with the rock in the background.
Nice work, drone pilot. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, the Morro head. Uncanny.
Yeah, the Morro rock really is something to see. Until you see it in real life, it's almost, it blows your mind kind of, because it's a giant rock, 500 and some odd feet tall, just right there. And like we said, behind us, there's another 6 mountains that they call them the Seven Sisters. They were all formed in a straight line due to the tectonic plates shifting.
And the one that's up in the left corner of the screen, which the scores are kind of blocking, looks like an ancient sculpture of a face that could be on the top or in a Mayan temple or over there in Egypt or anywhere in the world.
It's a pretty interesting
on
little
Chinese
pillar out
temple.
there.
Yeah.
They call that bird poop rock. They use a different second word, but yeah, that's the bird leftovers rock. But yeah, when the swell's really big, you'll see it, kind of an indicator out there. It'll bounce off there and then run up the beach, and sometimes it'll A-frame. But that's when it gets to be really big, like last month when we were here for the Prime.
Well, and then sometimes that rock that is no doubt 40 feet tall, possibly 35, I'm not sure at the very end, is just dwarfed by 100-foot explosions of whitewash. Here we go. Ella has been waiting, picking her time. A little fade back on her backhand. Places that first turn. I like that, kind of keeping the wiggle free, keeping the tail loose. Is she going to find something on the inside? Well, there we go. A nice finish for Ella McCaffrey, sure.
Real nice finish.
So did the work, kept really fluid and easy and light on the board. I like those little in-between turn checks.
So here's that replay. She's looking to replace a 3.25. Starts it off with a snap, gets a second snap, and then here's where the inside double up converges, and she makes it count with that finisher right there.
So that the displacement of weight from the pressure on to pressure off, kind of stand tall and be featherweight and move the board casually, rail to rail, swinging it around. It's like a batter with their bat over their head, doing that little swing, just warming up till they lock in.
Just the subtle adjustments. You got to stay strong, but you got to stay loose at the same time, which is the interesting bit of it, because you want to be able to swivel your hips, but you got to stay somewhat firm in case one of those chops comes up.
Yeah, centered over the board and staying weightless. You weigh the same no matter what, but you're staying weightless, and somehow it translates. It's a trip, isn't it?
Well, that last wave translated to a 5.25, Ella. You got a 5.25. You jumped into the lead. Sanoa, you are now looking for a 4.75. There are 9 minutes left. Sanoa, you need a 4.75.
Oh, wow. So Ella might get a rebate. What do you see? Big opening carve there, bud.
She just wants to keep surfing, stay in the rhythm. She's already done 2 turns on this, and again into the inside racetrack. Banks off that section, but just blows the tail a little too much. Meanwhile, Sanoa not one to stand idle, and
and cuts it off early on that wave, knowing that maybe she knows she's surfing for a 4.75.
But it also got her back out there in priority. She saw Ella just inside her in that green jersey, realized that wasn't the wave, and said at 8 minutes and 20 seconds left, let's hold on to priority.
Well, an interesting moment in the heat. Ella swung after her last wave and got this one ripped into the first turn. One of her better turns. Nice backup turn and did all the swing work. Carried the speed. It just fin slid a little bit.
So here's the early bit of Sanoa's wave, which you didn't see. So kind of mistimed. That turn was better. But this is where she realizes that's not the wave she wanted to be on. And she retained priority, so.
Wow. So it kind of cancels itself out. It almost sees, we'll wait to see where the score comes in for Sanoa. Ella's last wave is a 4.5, so it doesn't factor in. And Sanoa needed a 4.75, gets a 3.15. And what I was alluding to earlier is I think she knew that wave wasn't going to be the score she needed. And so she cut out to keep that priority.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I saw, too. Speaking of what I see out there in the distance, we got some sailing going on today. perfect day for it. It's windy, but it's not crazy windy. I guess the direction is working out perfectly. Come to find out that our beach marshal, Jeremiah Blackwell, it was his kid that was in the boat sailing back and forth day before yesterday.
Oh, nice.
So we have surf fans at home, on the beach, and out there sailing through the bay right now.
Well, what a day for sailing, right? There must be a lot of good sailing up here. Winds come around that point often. So kind of a double negative in that exchange. Ella was on her way to potentially bettering the 5.25, kind of based on my read of her opening turn. If she would have finished, doesn't work out. The wave doesn't work out for Sanoa, so they're back to where they were.
Yeah. Even though there's an exchange, the situation remains.
Surfers, there's just over 6 minutes left. Ella, you are in the lead with second priority. Sanoa with priority needing a 4.75. Sanoa, your last wave was a 3.15, but you're still searching for a 4.75. The heart rate goes up after the 5-minute mark.
Well, that's where their experience plays in, because you don't want to let those nerves get in. And we mentioned earlier that Sanoa grinded out a heat win in her quarterfinals, so she's going to have to do it here too. I mean, she only needs a 4.75 right now. The clock is ticking away, though, and I don't see a set on the horizon. So it's going to get interesting here in these next couple minutes to see if maybe there's another exchange or two before the end of the heat.
Well, and we've seen the big sets, which both of them took off on reform the bigger sets, trying to, or whatever, thinking maybe they were going to get a taller wave to really rip into. Those waves ran away, too much whitewash down the line. Some of the smaller ones, like that last one that Ella found, didn't seem like it was much of a wave, and it turned into much more as she rode. So who's going to hold the inside?
Well, and we mentioned the tide is now starting to fall off. You can see it on the beach a little. There's that dark, compacted area where you can see it was up higher a few feet earlier, and now it's starting to fall out. So that's going to hopefully make for some steeper faces, but it's going to make the peak move around. And right now they think that's where they want to be, is closer to the rock. So that's where they're both sitting, and there's 4.5 minutes left. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Well, as they are, the week went by quick. We are in the semifinals. Thank you to all of our sponsors, by the way. Thank you to Mid-State Containers, 805.
The Best Western that helped put you up.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, you live local, so you're not staying there, but it is really nice. And you know what? Yesterday I found my super dirty, dusty windows from the parking lot, and guess what they have hung on the wall? A window washer.
Oh, that's so nice of them.
It was very nice. It
Best
was like
Western.
such an epic little detail.
Well, those are the little things you don't think about until you see it, and you go, wow, that's pretty cool. Somebody was thinking ahead.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Note to self. All right, 3.5 minutes left.
It's the little things.
It's the little things.
So, yeah, you can see the two competitors kind of stirring a bit because, 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Sanoa just needs a small score. Ella wants to try to improve on her low of a 5.25. And, this is for a berth to the finals. So, yes, it is a high-stress situation, but these two surfers are able to slow the heartbeat down and perform. But there's 3 minutes left to decide who it's going to be. Who will our first finalist be in the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay 2025 World Surf League Qualifying Series 2000 event? So now you know where we're at, what it means, and soon we'll have an idea of who the first finalist is.
We're 2.5 minutes away from knowing. Okay. No takers. Sanoa had priority. Needs a 4.75. Must not have seen it in that wave.
Nor this one. She's letting Ella go. Call it.
Well, Ella, this one, again, so No wonder Sanoa didn't go. The surfer's eye, they can read the wave, and not only read, they can feel the energy in the current and how the wave's going to move. So Sanoa holds that priority. 2 minutes left.
Well, like you mentioned, it looks so much different from here than out there. Out there, they can actually see the angle of the swell, kind of where it's starting to grab on in the sandbar. We're just looking at a flat linear view, so we just see the way it's breaking.
Yeah, they're in a three-dimensional moment.
Yeah, we're not seeing the way the water's pulling off the sandbar quite like they are.
And that changes as waves break up the coast and pull the current out. Ladies, there is 1.5 minutes left. 1:30 left on the clock. Priority blue, second priority red. They know all this.
Both of them know that either one of them can change things up, so they're going to keep a close eye on each other. They do want to surf it out. I guarantee each of them, Ella's in the lead, so she wants to surf it out. Sanoa needs a score, so she really wants to surf it out. And here's her opportunity. Call this wave, Jeff.
So Sanoa held that priority for a long time. She's coming from behind the section, spending a lot of the first part of the wave, just having to find the pace to the finish. That is not going to do it. Was surfing for a 4.75. Ella out the back now alone with priority. Close.
Well, when you were saying that, Sanoa kicked out, looked at her watch, and you saw her instantly take 2 or 3 deep digs, knowing that she's got 30 seconds left to try to snag one of these inside runners.
And I don't know where she is in the lineup as that one kind of comes by. It seems like Ella would be paddling in. There's under 30 seconds. That wave comes in for blue as a 1.
Well, we're almost into the countdown here, so the time is getting nigh.
Ella's going to surf a wave in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was a delayed count. I was watching the surfing. Ella McCaffrey into another final up here in Morro Bay. Congratulations. Well, that's exciting. And Sanoa, another great result for our surfer from Canada. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back, recap that heat, and we'll go into semifinal heat number 2.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morro Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morro Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morro Bay and book your trip now at morrobay.org.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are into semifinal heat number 2. Eden Walla in the red and Reed Van Wagner in the blue. Both have had amazing events running up to this. Jeff Baldwin, Bud Aquino calling the action. What a heat we just saw.
Yeah, we just saw Ella McCaffrey hold off Sanoa Demphley Olin to book her ticket into the final. So the first women's finalist has been decided. It is Ella McCaffrey of the United States, and we're going to see her a little later. But this heat, we have in red Eden Walla in red, and we have blue Reed Van Wagner right there on the screen. You see Ella McCaffrey
and her brother Cole.
Yes, it's a family affair. He had a nice run, but she's into the final, so he is shifted into support system now.
Yeah. So I like it. Sister-brother duo, congratulations, Ella. We'll see you on the little post-heat interview. We'll keep it short and tight. Congratulations also to Sanoa, another incredible result, making it to the semifinals, furthering her points tally here at stop number 7 of 9 on the North American qualifying series.
Yeah, even though she would have liked to have found that last wave to get to the finals, a semifinal finish is one you will happily keep in your score line at the end of the year.
Well, taking away 1,220 points. That's a good chunk.
That's a nice number. But we are into semifinal number 2, so we have to decide who will meet Ella McCaffrey a little later on in the women's finals of this 2000 event. Again, in red, Eden Walla, and in blue, Reed Van Wagener. No waves have been ridden left. 2.5 minutes down. That means we're at the 22-minute and 30-second mark. And yeah, Estero Bay has been providing us with the sun and surfable, highly rippable conditions for the last 4 days. So thank you to the city of Morro Bay for having us. And thank you to the fans and the locals for cooperating and coming on down to support these young athletes who are working their way up to the next level in hopes of joining the elite tour in the future. That is the goal. One heat at a time, though. One heat at a time, and you got to get through the semifinal here to get to the final. So right now, as mentioned, we have one finalist, Ella McCaffrey, and we're going to have a second finalist out of this heat. Will it be Eden Walla or Reed Van Wagener? Time will tell. We'll know in 21.5 minutes. We've got 2 men's semifinals coming up after this, then the ladies' final, then the men's final. And at the end of that, we will know who the SLO CAL champions are for 2025. QS 2,000 points. So yeah, you win this contest, you get a couple thousand points towards your qualifying series campaign in hopes of advancing to the Challenger Series. Still no waves ridden. We've got some sailboats out on the horizon, but no surf waves ridden here. All right, it sounds like we're ready for interviews, so we're going to go down to our first semifinalist with Jeff Baldwin.
Yeah, congratulations, Ella McCaffrey. Into another final here at Morro Bay, a tender spot. You've won an event here before, and also off to quick starts this whole event.
Yeah, definitely stoked to be into another final here. This is one of my favorite waves on the QS. It's nice to surf a wave with some power and have some swell in the water. And yeah, definitely the goal is to get a quick start in every heat, and was happy to get it in that last one.
So before you guys paddled out, the men were down at that other sandbar, both of you identifying this left that had some unridden open waves, and that was the best playing field.
Yeah, for sure. The guys were surfing further down the beach, and that's sort of where it's been all event. But sitting on the beach with my brother watching before, we sort of identified like the lefts closer to the rock, and we were like, you know what, just go do that.
Well, and Sanoa identified that too, so it was a bit touch and go, and both of you under priority took off on some of those bigger whitewashy ones, hoping it might reform. It didn't work out, and kind of a touch and go at the end there.
Yeah, sitting on the beach, it looked like there were a lot of like lefts that were reforming sort of farther in. We didn't really find those when we were out there, but yeah, happy to find.
Oh, sorry.
Happy to find one on a set, or like a medium one, I think.
Well, most importantly, Ella McCaffrey into the finals. Say hello to your friends and family at home.
Shout out to my parents. Thank you guys for watching. Shout out to my coach. Thank you, Jake Halstead. And thanks to my brother for being my caddy.
All right. Shout out to Encinitas Board Riders, too. Come on now.
Okay. Shout out to Encinitas Board Riders. Thank you guys for the support and all my sponsors. Really appreciate it.
All right. Back to you guys. See you in the final.
Well, Encinitas representing right there, and they're going to be represented in the women's final. Interesting to say that her brother and her did identify that area to reposition, considering everybody else was further up the beach earlier. So the brother became the support crew, and they got a heat win. So nice job, not only surfing, but identifying the bank that you wanted to take advantage of. But right now on the screen, Reed Van Wagener, nice snap. That blue jersey, goofy-footed surfer. Oh, open face, nice gouge. Finishes it up with a ender. Yeah, she was able to open her shoulders up and get a nice gouge on the inside of that. She was sitting on a single wave score of a 3. So here's the replay. Little setup because it's soft, but she saw what was going on. Oh, here we go again. Little setup. She can see what was going on down the line. She hops over this section, finds some speed, and then here we go. She gets a nice turn, setup snap. But this is the money turn right here. Leans into it and rail gouges all the way around. Buttons it up right there. She had a 3.0 prior to that, and we're waiting for a score to drop. Here goes red. Eden Walla up and riding. She is looking to activate and get into this heat. Gets that first whitewater bounce, and then the timing got a little odd, so she kicks out. She's right back out there. Reed, your last wave was a 6.5. Reed, your last wave was a 6.5. Reed, you have the lead with a 6.5 and a 3. So the surfer in blue, Reed Van Wagener, got that long left-hander that she made a point to take to the inside section. She wound up getting herself a 6.5, so a nice start for the surfer in blue. Eden, your first wave was a 1.75. Eden, your first wave was a 1.75. So Reed Van Wagener, the goofy foot, she continues the run she's been having. She has surfed primarily on her forehand, and that's why, because she's got a score on the board of a 6.5. We are at 16 minutes left in this semifinal number 2. Reed Van Wagener in the lead. Eden Walla in second, needing a 7.75, but ultimately gonna probably replace that low score with 2 new ones before the heat is over. But she has priority. So Eden Walla with priority, and she's chasing a 7.75 at this moment in time.
So I missed it. Was it a good the 6.5?
Yeah, Reed, she got that front side, that left. She kind of had to work it, and she found the inside pocket. And the real money turn was she opened her shoulders on a nice forehand gouge, maybe one of the nicer rail turns we've seen of the morning. And she's in the lead for it. So 15 minutes left in the semifinal number 2. Will it be Eden Walla or Reed Van Wagener joining Ella McCaffrey in the finals of this 2000 event? Stop 7 for the ladies. A little bit of a lull between sets right now. You can see there's some texture on the ocean. We have the drone angle right now on the screen. The 2 surfers relatively in the same zone. But yes, as mentioned earlier in the day, all the surfers were about 200 yards north of where they are. These 2 women have found their way back a little bit closer to the rock, but just as I mentioned that, they are starting to paddle northward, so perhaps they're seeing some other sets, little different direction, tide dropping out. Maybe the energy is shifting back to the north, but those are the adjustments these surfers have to make on the fly. They can sit on the beach all morning and have an idea of what they want to do, but it doesn't really mean much until you get out there and really get yourself in it.
So did they shift in the lineup compared to where Ella and Sanoa sat?
Yeah, they're heading north. You can see them right there. They're 50 yards north of where Sanoa and Ella were.
Over to that next one. So each minute it changes, right? And we've seen over the last bunch of days, when the tide starts drawing out at a certain point, the waves start really cupping up, and it does move around in the lineup.
But just as I said, they headed north. Here they come again. For those of you watching at home, To the left of the screen is south. To the right of the screen is north. To the left is where the Morro Rock is. So when we talk about getting close to Morro Rock, it's situated outside the frame to the left. So just as they moved northwards a little bit, they turned around and came back. So I think it's just a matter of staying moving, not getting stuck and idle out there.
Well, and that's the good thing about having a little more time. The 5 minutes added on for the semifinals and quarterfinals gives them a little more breathing room to play around in the lineup and adjust to the lineup. The Grand Pacific, she's a mystery. She's elusive.
Poseidon can throw many curveballs at you at any
Yes.
given day. Yeah, they're not only battling each other, but they're battling the conditions, the tide, the wind, the swell, the just everything, the sun.
Yeah, so I guess, right, is that the game plan is to be not in odds with her, not at odds with Mother Nature, but as most in the flow with her as you can. And that's why they spend so much time watching the lineup, watching the tides, reading it, being out in it.
Well, we spoke about rhythm and flow state, and like you said, you just want to be in it, maybe have an idea in the back of your head, but have an open mind. You know, I talked to Nick Marshall earlier about the variety in his surfing. He just mentioned that, you know, if you keep an open mind and you deal with what comes at you, and that's where you get, you know, the variety and the nice mix of turns. So that's what they're doing out there. They're keeping their mind open. They looked a little bit over here by the rock. They paddled north a bit. Now they're heading back. And the way they're here for a reason. They're on the finals day for a reason. So whatever they're doing it right.
They're doing it right. I thought you were going to ask Nick about the pop shovets at the end of every wave.
I forgot.
I know.
You know, Nick seems like he's
pretty
low
pretty
key.
quiet,
I think he was looking forward to getting back to just, you know, a little food, little water, regroup. He's going to be back out here. Maybe we'll talk to him more if he gets the next heat win. Well, here's Reed Van Wagner, the powerful goofy foot, showing you why. There's cheers coming from the beach.
And out the back, in the red, Eden Walla. Can she get up and into it? Will she come out? She rides out of the big explosion. And in the meantime, Reed connected all the way through, got around that big whitewashy foamy section in the middle of that wave.
Yeah, we almost forgot about her because Eden got that wave on the outside, but then I looked up and, yes, Reed buttoned it up. So the judges get to decide now between a long wave, and here's the replay of Eden's. Gets up late, but boom, gets it done. Comes down with the lip. That's always dicey when that happens, but she navigated it and rode away.
Well, big aggressive one turn. Throws it up there, hangs it on a set. And this is the replay of Reed. Really clean, precise snap on the first section. And this is where she just had to let the board glide all the way along this foaminess to find the finish.
Well, she got a big move outside too, and she buttoned it up on the inside. So interesting stuff here. Yeah, that middle section we cut away because it appeared like that might be that, but she had the vision down the line.
Well, no matter how you slice it, Reed is going to maintain the lead because she's got just now score in a 4.75 for blue on the last wave. So Reed has a 6.5 and a 4.75. Eden now in the game because all she had was the 1.75 scores. Almost locked in. And this will determine what Eden will need.
Well, she's not going to wait to hear the score. She's having a look right now. I'm going to keep it rolling. So Eden up and riding again. We'll get her the score after she finishes this wave, but she's looking to keep building. And this one has a line on the inside if she can get to it. She's to it.
So I like how I like where she positions on the board and the way she leads with that inside arm, swings around it, kind of how, you know, lots of surfers, Mick Fanning always did that. Lots of surfers let those fingertips touch the face of the wave. Like a pivot point. Nice finish there for Eden in the red. Here's that replay. Took advantage of getting a secondary wave, paddling back out, not wanting to spend more time. She'd sat long enough in this heat.
And I see what you're talking about. When she gets the deeper bottom turn, she does get that hand low right there as a pivot point, you know, to wrap the board around and get vertical like she did on that finish.
So, Eden, your previous wave, the set wave, came in at a 5.75, the one big backhand Rio. Now we're waiting on this last score. When you took off, you needed a 5.51, so we'll see where your last left goes. And at the moment, Reed, you're in the lead. Your last wave was a 4.75. 8 minutes to go, priority blue.
It looks like the judges on the screen are running through some replays so they can make some comparisons.
Oh, boy. 7.25 for that last wave of Eden. Loving the combination and the sequence of turns. So with that, Eden goes into the lead, bud.
Flip the script.
Reed, you have priority. There's 7.5 minutes left. Now you need a 6.51 to regain first place.
All right, this is where things start getting real exciting because both surfers have scores, and now Reed, who had been in the lead, is now looking up at Eden and has to come back with a 6.51 if she wants to jump back into the lead and have a chance, as of right now, for a finals berth.
Funny how that always happens. I mean, 90% of the time, a surfer will sit for super, super long. They finally get a wave, and maybe it's not even the score they want, and instantly they're up and riding again. And that's what we saw. It's like it kickstarts the fire.
Yeah, we've said
reboots the system, and they're like, "Oh, I'm switched on now. I turned off somehow."
Well, bodies in motion stay in motion, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And we've said rhythm 100 times, which sounds like an odd term, but there really is something to it. It's almost like if you're dancing. If you're on the wall and you're not into it, then maybe you step in there and you start to feel the groove. You're just in it, and that's what these surfers are doing. Like we said, they don't want to sit idle. They are used to surfing, so when they get things moving, they just want to keep moving and keep building. So,
and the longer you sit, the more time you have to get in your head.
Yes, more time to get in your own head, more chance for your legs or your feet to maybe get a little cold and stiffen up. So,
Eden, your last two waves. Your last wave, the left with all the turns, a 7.25. The wave before, the set wave with one turn, a 5.75. You are in first place with second priority, 6 minutes left. She wanted the situation, but she just wants to surf. I like it. Up and riding again. Well, that one doesn't turn into much, and that's okay.
Well, we've seen some good double ups run through there, so she wanted to at least give it a look. She's looking to replace a low score of a 5.75, which would really put a lot of pressure on Reed. She wasn't able to do that, so now priority goes to blue, Reed Van Wagener. She's looking for a 6.51. There's just over 5 minutes left, so before long, we will know who finalist number 2 is. But we've got to get through these last 5 minutes, and both of these women are looking to be the one to join us later on.
Okay, all of a sudden in the last 10 minutes, that side offshore, the wind switching to much more offshore has really kicked in. Eden Walla drives off the bottom, airdrops, disengaging the fins. Nice. Where will this go? So earlier she had a wave where maybe she didn't attack it quite as much. A little later to the lip, got a 5.75.
That one felt a little cleaner, so.
Did you notice the wind sweeping up the face? Here's the replay.
Well, the replay's on the screen, but live, Reed Van Wagener gets a big set and throws some water to the air, gets around it. Turn number 2. So as soon as Eden got that wave, she turns around to see Reed get another one.
Well,
and
we hear the fans. We hear the support crews screaming down the beach.
I just got little butterflies because things are tightening up. It's just really taking shape right now in these last few minutes.
So will Eden extend and better her 5.75? Will that change the requirement of 6.51, what Reed needed, and this first turn? Woof. That was beautiful. Powerful, horizontal as opposed to the vertical, the board coming up over the lip and engaging and redirecting. Not as much 6 to 12.
A little bigger wave, though.
Yeah, bigger wave. A bit more. Wow, okay. Hold the phone. Scores in for the last wave of red, an 8. So Eden Walla putting the hurt on. Now where does the score go? It's a 7-4 for Reed. So a great exchange between our two semifinalists right there. Advantage Eden. Eden in the lead with priority. Reed, your last wave a 7-4, but you need a 7.86.
So just like you were mentioning, vertical a little more critical, whereas the wave for blue was a tad more horizontal with more maneuvers, but the vertical criticality is where the judges gave the nod to.
6 to 12 and beyond.
Reed's looking for an update. Reed, your last wave was a 7.4. You are looking for a 7.86 to advance. You have 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
So priority red, second priority blue. So, yeah, wow. It's funny, you're out there. You know what you need. As you take off, that requirement changes because the score drops in for your competitor on their wave. So, you just have to surf on instinct.
We mentioned that. It's surreal. Yeah, you can think one thing is going on, and 20 seconds later, kicking out of a wave, realize, well, despite my best effort, I need more now.
Yeah. So a great display of attacking surfing by both of our surfers, our regular foot and our goofy foot. A minute and 35 seconds left.
Okay, are they going to get one more chance? Well, Eden has the lead and priority, so she could essentially kind of
She's got the, you would
snuff
say
this out.
The soft stranglehold on
Yeah.
it. Got her hands around the, holding the tail.
Because it's right here's where Reed is going to have to try to break away and sell her. Yeah, so Eden's going to go sit underneath her, knowing that if any wave comes, she's just going to paddle into it and say, no, no.
No, that little finger wag.
Yeah. These women are all pretty nice to each other. I could imagine in some of the grindier heats, that would be pretty insulting to see someone paddling a wave stand up and give you that little Dikembe Mutombo no finger shake.
Run away from the train.
Some of the men are ruthless. I could see it happening there. The women are a little friendlier.
Oh, I wouldn't give him all that credit. They are
25 seconds. 25 seconds.
They might be all roses and flowers on the outside. They've got their venom. 20 seconds left.
Well, she did what she needed to do, Reed Van Wagner. Will that next wave get to her in time? That is the crux of the argument with, we're about to count it down. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Jeff Blue got her chance. Is this going to be a 7.86?
Well, it's a pretty shoulder, but we will see. Does it? Inside. Look at this thing standing up. How defined did this little sandbar all of a sudden become as the tide drains out? Nice finish there for Reed.
Good effort, but we'll see what the judges say. Wow.
Well, we liked seeing both competitors be able to surf their way in. It's like a different day all of a sudden with the offshore and this sandbar left. Thank you, Mother Nature. Right for the finals. It's like we've had 7 days in one morning so far.
Yes, it is. But, like we said, the waves are here. The sun is out. And, the Morro Bay delivering for the WSL, for the SLO CAL Open. Always a good time.
Well, we're going to go after these replays. I missed that. There we go, a little air reverse. We're going to watch, I think, the replay of our surfer in blue searching for a 7.86. Got a chance just based on the small nature of the wave, and
she did all she could.
Yeah.
But a 7.86 is a lot to ask if the wave doesn't help you out.
So after we finish these replays, we'll go to a quick commercial break. Then we will come back with semifinal heat number 1, which is going to feature Lucas Cassidy and John Mel.
Oh, boy.
We will recap the heat we just saw. I think that we are pretty safe to say Eden Walla is moving on into the finals to go up against Ella McCaffrey. There we see Eden coming in. Congratulations. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we will come back. See you in a minute.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
It's Cassidy. Oh, we're back live. Everyone, thanks for joining us here again. SLO CAL up in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino. We are having a good time. Lucas Cassidy in the red, John Mel in the blue. We're going to have to go back to some replays because both of them took off within the first few seconds of the heat and went to the air.
Yeah, we had
John Mel make, Lucas not make.
We had some fireworks early on. That's why we were a little disheveled when we came back from commercial, but that's surf excitement, and that's what's going on at the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. This is what we were excited about. John Mel pumps down the line and just lets it go. Tail high up above the lip, brings it down, likes the feel, and he's on the board. We're waiting for a score, but look at this. Into the wind, tail high, no grab, control, rides out.
And live, there was that minute where he was like caught stuck in the whitewash, disappeared, and then he pops out. So we're waiting to see, is he going to make it? Is he going to make it? And he does straight away. Didn't he finish his heat with one of those? An 8-point ride for John Mel.
Could they have start calling him Johnny 8?
Johnny 8. Well, what a way to start. Lucas Cassidy got a 1, although we loved the flare-up and the attempt.
Oh, Lucas's effort would have been in the same zone, too. It just got away from him on the way down. So, like we said, explosions, fireworks, it was happening. We were away at a break, but now we're back live.
And I was just getting fired up because he was going on a right. It was exciting to break it up with someone going right. There's been all lefts.
Well, he went faster on that right than I've seen anybody go right today, so
maybe a sign of things to come. But most importantly, blue, John Mel, opens with an 8.0. So 22 minutes left in the heat. The boys are settled in. Red has priority. He knows what to do because he has a throwaway.
Well, and Lucas knows what to do because the bar has been set. And, you know, Lucas has been ripping the whole time, so he's capable of getting back into the heat. He's just got to get the ball rolling with 21 minutes and 40 seconds left, so it's exciting.
And they're both riding Channel Islands. They're both riding that similar composite of board. I think different models. John Mel on the OG Flyer, and I think you might remember what Cassidy is on. John Mel, we love to see him on his backhand, those big wings flying. I like it. Not many rights so far.
No, it's a change, a little switch up right now, like you said, potentially things to come. So Johnny Mel backing up that 8-point ride early on. Now he's got a lot of time to, you know, sit out there and pick the eyes out of it, as they like to say. Here's the replay, gets a snap, floats over this, and then this oncoming section, buttons it up.
I think it does two things. It gives the surfers it breaks their rhythm so that they get to feel their surfing forehand and backhand, which is an important part of settling in. I think it gives the judges that freedom to be looking at lots of different things. If everyone's just going left, doing the same thing over and over, both surfers now going right, they're going to go left.
And what I'm digging right now is you look on the screen, there is still a little wind, but it looks like it has switched because just 5 minutes ago in the background there was chop and a little bit of a rip bowl, but the lineup is kind of cleaning itself up right now, it feels like. So that'll be really cool.
Yeah. So just go do it. We're coming, Eden. We're going to interview Eden Walla because she just had an epic berth into the final here at Morro Bay. John, your last wave, the right, was a 4.5. Score drops in as a 4.5. So right now, Lucas Cassidy up against the wall with priority, but in a combination situation at the moment, which won't mean much once he gets a wave that he can score on. John Mel out to a good start with an 8 and a 4.5. We are hoping you're locked and loaded and tuned in there on the webcast. We're having a good time bringing you all the action here from the Central Coast. Another great event in Morro Bay unfolding. We've got our final set on the women's side with Ella McCaffrey will be coming up against Eden Walla. And now who will it be on the men's side of the draw? Yeah, let's take it away. Take that interview away, bud.
Hello there, Eden Walla. You are into the finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. That's always good.
You have a great smile, and it was great to see you pull that out. Straight up vertical twice. You're in attack mode. Was that what you were looking for out there?
Yeah, I was trying to find the sections that I could do my best surfing on, and it was kind of slow in the beginning for me, but I'm stoked to come back in the end.
Yeah, Reed had been hanging a lot of big scores, so that's quite a scalp to take. But you know what? She's gone. You're moving on. Anything you're going to work on for the finals, or just kind of take it as it comes?
Yeah, well, Reed's an amazing surfer. She's one of my biggest competitors, I think. We've been grown up surfing against each other, so it's always a fun battle. And I'm just going to try to take it one more heat and go have fun.
You want to shout out some of your sponsors or friends or family at home?
Yeah, well, of course, always thank you to Rip Curl for supporting me, and then also Lost Surfboards. They make amazing boards, so I'm super stoked to have them under my feet.
They sure do. We've seen a lot of loss and a lot of rip curls, so keep it going. Good luck later, and maybe we'll talk again on the podium.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Okay, 17 minutes remaining. And here we go. John Mel on the backhand. And he's got a nice section in front of him and just slams that.
That was heavy-duty stuff right there. But Lucas Cassidy isn't going to stand by idle. He's going to throw an air reverse and bring it down himself. So action heating up right now.
That was huge. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. Good to see you. Good to have you back, and especially to walk in and see both of those two maneuvers go down.
Well,
wow.
Here we go. Let's break it down here. John Mel, nice. Kicks the tail out right there. And this section right here is so meaty.
Spray deluxe. He threw a lot of water on that. And then immediately after that, here goes Lucas.
Yeah, now here's Lucas's answer to John Mel.
Acrobatic stuff, up and over the top, brings it down.
And that's just the one maneuver. So he didn't really get the pop off the lip that he wanted there. Didn't get the height, but still a nice rotation. He's going to get a decent number. So we have a couple of scores coming in. As I can see, is John Mel opened up with that 8. I didn't see that wave, but I heard the hoots. And then he had the 4.5 for his previous wave. Now we're waiting for his last. And score already in for Lucas, 6.0. Lucas, 6.0 for your last wave. And it appears that we're going excellent for John Mel, which is
yes,
makes sense to me because those are 2 quality turns. There we go, 8.5 for John Mel.
Wowza!
Wowza! As it stands, John sits on an 8.5 and an 8, and Lucas with priority. 15 minutes to go, is currently in the combination situation, so he needs to get something to equal 16.5, so a couple 8s on the board.
There's that replay of Johnny just hammering the backhand.
Yeah.
That end section, he showed it no mercy.
And we haven't seen too many rights ridden today.
No, so it's a different look, kind of like Baldy was saying. It's something different for the judges to see. They haven't seen much of that, and then to see it at that level earns you an 8.5.
Exciting stuff. And it looks like the surfers kind of reeled it in a little bit closer to the event site, not sitting on that north peak. Looks like, there's just maybe more opportunity, steeper waves. The tide's starting to drop out a little bit. We're in for a couple of incredible semifinals to finish up. We already have our finalists set for the ladies. That's going to be exciting.
Man, it has been exciting all day. You were right. Exciting is the word, especially after exchanges like that, huh?
Without a doubt. And then up next, semifinal number 2 is Hayden Rogers and Nick Marshall.
So the hits keep coming all day long. We got a couple finals coming up later, but we have to decide which men are going to be there, and one of these 2 will be the first finalist booked, basically. Lucas or John Mel, one of them will be in the finals. As of right now, John's in the driver's seat, but we've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds left. Lucas is going to replace those 2 waves with 2 new ones, and he's not going to go quietly. That's just not how he operates.
Oh, yeah. He's sitting down with priority. He needs a total of 16.5, so call it an 8, like 2 mid-8s.
Yeah.
He's right there, so he needs to at least get 1 excellent score on the board to start, or even a 7 or a 7.5 would do it.
Well, the ocean looks like it's calming down a little bit wind-wise. There's, like I said, less chop, so he's going to have potentially a cleaner face to try to do it on. It just when the next set comes in, he will have priority, so he'll have his choice of the waves. But like you said, he's looking for 2 scores in the excellent range because John Mel has already gone there twice himself.
And, yeah, I just noticed that. The wind have laid down here in the last, I think, in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
or even during this heat, right? Because it started off with a lot of wind in the beginning of the heat.
Yes.
And I know the wind is swirling around, kind of blowing out of the north this morning, and then it went kind of northwest for a little while, and then back to north. Time call, 12 minutes. 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's kind of a beach day right now. People have showed up. They realize that there's those couple hours right when the sun is high that it actually gets nice and warm out here. You can lay against the sand dune up there for some additional heat, but Morro Bay has delivered. There's that Visit SLO CAL, which is kind of the tourist initiative in the area. So they help us facilitate this event. And from the shots I've seen, I live here, so I'm lucky, but what we've shown everybody on the video monitors, it lets them know that Morro Bay is the kind of place you probably want to put on your list of future to-dos.
Well, I love coming up here. And fortunate for me, with the USA Surfing Prime events being up here at Morro Rock, also Pismo, and then now being on the staff for this event and Pismo as well, I get to come up here 4 times.
Yeah, lucky you. We like having you.
I enjoy it.
I think it was a long time ago, back in the PSAA days, but I think we hung out a little bit here. I used to travel around a little bit with Todd Miller a bit here and there. Yeah, because Yeah, Todd was real gracious to me when I was a young grommet, and I remembered you guys used to run around together. Which
Yeah.
is interesting mix because you're a little mellow, and Todd's can get a little. Well, back then he was a little more.
It was a perfect
radical.
fit. I was his roommate for a couple of years, and when we would go up north, we would stay at the Mel's.
Yeah.
We'd stay. I mean, John was a little puppy. He was pretty. He was pretty small when we used to stay up there. But Pete, actually, John wasn't even born when we used to stay up there because he's so young. And so, Pete, his dad, I'm sure he's hanging out right now, nervous somewhere, sitting either on the beach or on the rocks.
Yeah, Pete has always had a real close connection with this area because even some of the guys I grew up in the WSA, they were friends with Pete and Adam Rapogel and some of those guys up there because Santa Cruz popped off first as like an industry and a surf destination while we were still left. It was slow to happen, but once it happened, it exploded. So there was a time when they were that quiet up north thing too before they really exploded. So they kind of had a kinship with some of the WSA surfers from here once upon a time.
Well, time is ticking, 9 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, Lucas out there wanting to get it going. He knows he needs 2 scores. So I want to see some waves come in. John is sitting pretty right now, so he doesn't want to see Lucas get waves. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what Mother Nature offers and how they go about, deciphering their priority and which waves they want to take from here on out.
Yeah, and then you can see the strategy right now with John Mel. He's just sitting right next to Lucas. And that presence, making the presence being felt. And seeing if Lucas, makes a mistake on the priority, try to bait him into a wave that's not going to offer up an 8-point ride.
Exactly. Scoreboard pressure and then just a little pressure of presence because he's sitting right next to him, letting him know that I'm still right here. You got to come catch me. But when you start off with an 8 and an 8.5, any way you slice it, you're sitting pretty.
Well, I am going to step away. We're going to bring in back Jeff Baldwin. He's pretty amped to call this heat.
Yes, I am.
Super excited.
Yes, he is.
So that was a joy just to be on for 10 minutes and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I can't wait till the finals kick off.
All right. Well, it's a joy to have you here, too, and it's a joy to enjoy these events that you put on. So thank you.
Well, Bud Aquino, what a day we are having. I stepped away right as I saw that exchange, the 8-5 for John Mel on a right, no less.
Mm-hmm.
So we had been talking about when would the rights maybe come into play, and it came into play big time with the 8-5. Lucas with that air reverse on the 6, and Red with Prio right as I sit down. Slams that first section. Will he go above the lip? He does. Drifts the fins. Can't control. So John Mel tightening down the screws.
And speaking of John Mel tightening down the screws, just like Darren and I were talking about, he's just kind of hanging out and letting them know little scoreboard pressure. He even gave a little paddle on that wave, even though he knew there was no priority. But just to let him know, I'm here. You got to come. You got to come to me now.
Yeah, I'm breathing down your neck, and I've got a strong position in this heat with these 2 scores. So my goodness, we are in summertime all of a sudden. We started off in the windswept Alaska this morning, and now here we are in tropical paradise with this offshore, the tide pulling out a bit, but making the waves so contestable.
Yeah, we've had all 4 seasons almost in one day. The only thing we've lacked was rain, but I'm good with that.
Yeah, fine. I'm happy with no rain.
We've had cold offshore.
Time call. 6.5 minutes left, surfers. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Blue with priority and in a commanding lead at the moment. That last wave of Lucas comes in at a 2.25. Lucas kicking and scratching, trying to get away from John.
Yeah. 6 minutes left. Lucas is up and riding, looking to break that combo. Spins the frontside air reverse. Is that going to be? He needs Yeah, he needs, like we said, excellence. He needs an 8 at least to get back in the ball game.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, that John's in a commanding lead with the combination for Lucas. So he wrote out, I was wondering if he might get a little reform. That wave did not offer it. Comes in at a 4.75. So as Lucas chips away and the time ticks away, John Mel sitting out there comfortably at the moment with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, just that dream start. When you get it, 8-point ride, 30 seconds after the buzzer, it really sets you up for success. And we've talked about sometimes you get that high score and you kind of get stuck out there, but he followed it up. Less than about, midway through the heat, he got that 8.5 and...
Well, he saw something in the right because he went for one earlier that got a 4.5, but it was more just like, solid surfing.
Well, you had called it that a few more of those rights were starting to pop up, and then that it could possibly provide a different look to the judges, and you manifested. You manifested. That's twice today you've manifested things into reality.
The future is our present moment. Time isn't linear.
Here we go. Lucas having a paddle, having a look. He's going to stay scrappy because after riding that last wave, he lost priority.
And look at the line on this one. Vertical attacking first turn and second. Solid, commanding, rips into that one. Overcooks it just a bit. He was psyched.
The intent was there. He just couldn't quite bring that last one down. It was dynamic when it happened. And here's on the replay. You can see just the intent. See, right here, he thought it might have been over, but no. Fling it. Almost. He was over the board, but it looked like he just lost his back foot. So, as we're at the 3-minute and 40-minute mark, John Mel has to be feeling all the better about his position right now as time ticks away.
Well, in the interview that you had with him after the last quarterfinal heat, asking does he come down for free surfs, and he does occasionally, but mostly he's been competing here as a junior all the way through, and now he is one of California's top professional surfers, one of the U.S. top professional surfers, right there at the top of the rankings, and I'm sure this event playing in huge for him. And those points in the North American region.
Yeah, because not only is he one of the top pros and free surfers in California, but if things stay the same in the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds, he's going to be the first finalist in the SLO CAL Open.
A finals berth. Now, I know he's had a lot of quarters and beyonds. I do remember calling the event in Pismo that he won.
I do too. He was surfing that bar a little bit farther down the beach at the edge of the. That's actually where I surf a lot. Jeremiah will tell you they kind of call it the bud zone. There's a lot of days where the waves might be 10% better by the pier, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just come down here. I don't want to deal with all you people.
But on those days, I remember the sandbar was really moving around, and there was big tide swings, and it turned into that rip pulling through into that left that was about 200 yards down, going back to Pismo. And that was the feature wave.
So what we're getting at is that John Mel is super familiar with this zone and knows how to win here. So 1 minute and 55 seconds left. Lucas Cassidy up and riding.
Shove it.
I think we know what that means at this point.
Well, the last wave for Lucas, even though he came unstuck, he got a 5.6, but that doesn't really do much in the grand scheme since he needs 2 waves.
No, the riding is on the wall, unfortunately. He's had a great event, but he just came up against a steamroller in John Mel.
Whew. Getting it done on his forehand and his backhand, and that must feel good too to take away into the final, knowing, all right, well, all my scores through this event have pretty much come on the forehand to get one big one on the backhand. And he just is going to victory glide in on his stomach.
Save the energy, yeah.
Save that board. How much pressure do these boards absorb? We're down under 1 minute.
Man, with all these heat wins, I seem to be getting to know Johnny really well with these interviews. So when he comes in, we'll see what he has to say and maybe get a insight into his mindset insight into the mindset of the first finalist.
Short and sweet. Do they change wetsuits? What's their game plan with the half-hour break?
I think he was mentioning he only had 4 threes and he was running a little bit hot.
Maybe he'll take some scissors to the sleeves. They've got lots of wetsuits. We are down to 20 seconds. Out in the lineup alone is Lucas Cassidy. No doubt he'll surf a wave, but there's no way to come back and get 2 8s in this time. Chop hop, cleanly done. 10 seconds, I will count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Quick score in for Lucas Cassidy. Congratulations to John Mel moving into the final. Our first finalist on the men's side. Coming up next, Hayden Rogers versus Nick Marshall. We'll go to a quick commercial break and we'll come back with semifinal number 2.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Hey, to those of you out in Webland, we are in semifinal number 2 of the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. This is men's semifinal heat number 2. In red, we have Hayden Rogers. In blue, we have Nick Marshall. One of these two men will meet John Mel of Santa Cruz, who just won his semifinal heat number 1, and he is the first finalist. So will it be Hayden Rogers or Nick Marshall joining him later on today? I'm here in the booth with Jeff Baldwin. My name is Bud Aquino, and we are here for the action.
Right on, Bud. Yeah. So John Mel waiting for that post-heat interview. So kind of a locals matchup in that Nick Marshall from down in Encinitas area, Hayden Rogers from San Clemente. I'm sure that these two have competed against each other time and again over the years through the junior ranks and now into the semifinals here on a sunny summer afternoon in early December in Morro Bay. Both surfers now electing to sit on a peak a little further north than the last few heats we saw. Like we've gone through all 4 seasons this morning, and it is prime time here on a Sunday. No priority in the beginning of the heat. We see a bit of separation between our two surfers on the screen there for the webcast. Everyone, thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. What a fine day it is turning out to be. And it looks like we are ready for that interview. Yeah, take it away.
Yes, I am down here with John Mel, the first men's finalist of the SLO CAL Open for 2025. And Johnny, you are on a heater. How are you feeling?
Yeah, super good. That was a nice way to start it off, and then kind of just felt like I was going to drop into my intuition a bit and just free flow. And yeah, those rides came and just listened to it, and it worked out really good for me. So it felt nice to get those 2 scores early and then just kind of try and put the pressure on the rest of the heat.
Yeah, we really thought that was cool because you got that high score on the right, which we haven't seen much of lately. We were talking about giving the judges a little different look, and you really laid the hammer down. That had to feel good when you rode out of that backside turn.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen that a lot of times. Guys getting big scores on it because it gives you a pretty steep, big closeout, and the judges definitely really like that. So, yeah, I kind of saw that one had a double up on it, and I was just like, I'm gonna try and smash the thing as hard as I can.
So, Channel Island Surfboard looks like you like the tried and true flyer model. Is this your regular go-to?
Definitely for most events we're surfing here, and we have a lot of beach breaks, so yeah, it feels really good in this kind of conditions. And yeah, it's a super old school model too, which is rad. That I really like it. And yeah, shout out to CI for the amazing board, and I want to shout out West Peak too. They haven't got a shout out yet this event, so another brand that's supporting me a lot. So I'm super grateful for them.
Right on. Well, Al Merrick got it right when he designed that one. You are in the finals. I'm going to let you go rest up because you're going to be back out there pretty soon. Anything else you want to let anybody at home here?
Thank you, everyone that's watching. Love you guys. Let's go get 2 more good waves.
See you soon. Good luck to you.
Well, congratulations to John Mel, our first finalist on that OG Flyer, and the Flyer model, one of Channel Island's most consistent sellers, and I think it maybe even goes as far back as Al Merrick working with Rob Machado on a little bit lower entry volume board, or not volume, but a little bit lower entry, possibly a little wider at the time, maybe a little wider tail. I'm not sure where it's gone over the many reiterations of it, but the OG Flyer working great under John Mel's feet there. Excited to see him in the final. We did have a quick ride for our surfer in red down the beach during that interview, and now Nick Marshall on his first go of it. Both surfers surfing that far bank again. Here we go. Nick Marshall carrying a ton of speed, whipping it down, knock-kneed style, keeping things fluid from section to section. So a clean, tidy opener for Nick Marshall, and he's going to squeak out a few more. One more, he's not done. He goes for the little reverse on 6 inches of whitewash. Hayden opened with a 2.5, went down the line. Maybe there's a replay. He didn't make the wave, went for one of those giant aerials that he is known for, and we know Nick Marshall also has those in his portfolio big time. Watching this replay, Nick Marshall did get a 5.25. So the judges being very consistent in some of these waves that are a little flatter, that you have to spend a lot of time kind of going horizontal before you can redirect, especially when the wave doesn't offer a big turn right at the start. So as it is, Nick Marshall opens with a 5.25, priority with red. And Hayden's first wave, a non-make, a 2.5. 18 minutes on the clock. Welcome back, Bud Aquino. Couple waves ridden, and here we go. Red now. Hayden. Wow, look at this. A taller wave way down the beach. I love that. A little stall for this big drifting forehand layback to front hand kind of just style master there.
That turn could have been in an edit. That was cool. That was committed, and he did it crisp. There was no downtime. He just jammed it up there, stood right up, got out of there, and I'm looking forward to the score. He only had a 2.5, so guaranteed to improve upon that. The other thing, did you notice how clean that face was?
And he was taking off from behind the peak and kind of did that little stall setup, check turn, wiping a little speed off the board to really get himself in position there. You saw that stall, boom. Layback blows the fins, puts the front hand in and tickles it. Kind of talk about, to build on what John was saying, intuition and instinct. That was exactly what Hayden was doing there, intuition and instinct. A 6.5 for that one big turn there for Hayden. So Hayden goes into the lead with a 6.5 and a 2.5, and he has first priority because he got out of that wave quick, reestablishes himself in the lineup.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to think Hayden Rogers and think air reverse, but then you just see that he's got the whole package, because that was some fast, whippy, and he put a lot of power in it, the way he kicked the back foot over it. I like the variety. It's so cool to see from these young surfers.
Yeah, in the last post-heat interview, and you and I had been talking about the maturity he was exhibiting when he went down the line on one of those waves, that he could have been doing a bunch of busy turns and kind of check turn here. He just stood tall with a little bit narrower stance and let it glide and set up for the big power moments, which is why he got the scores.
Yeah, and you mentioned there was that one little subtle kind of like fade off the bottom that set him up. It wasn't apparent to everybody, but I saw it. He timed that perfectly. Had he got there any earlier, I think it was too flat of a section. So very mature, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, put on the gas, put on the brakes, all these subtle adjustments.
Yes, the ocean's cleaning up right now. You can see on that view on the screen, there's no ripples anymore. We had whitecaps a little earlier, and we have Nick Marshall up and riding on one of those clean faces. Now this guy we mentioned has a lot of variety, so I want to see him tee off. There he goes. End section. So he likes the air reverse himself, and he whipped that around with lightning speed.
Man, he landed in the top quarter of that wave, and his fins re-engaged, and he spun and rode out of it. Well, a nice backup wave there for Nick Marshall, number 2 in his lineup. They are definitely surfing this far sandbar now again with that tide drawing out. Wicked. Woof. So fast. He spun out of it faster than I could blink.
Yeah, that's what was really the pleasant surprise about that, is how quickly he snapped right out of it. He was, I was waiting to see him kind of spin around, and it was already done. So these young surfers, they're quick, they're nimble, and they're hanging high scores.
Hang them high. There's that little subtle adjustment, the stall that we talked about to go into that section in the right place with the right amount of speed, and then get expressive.
I'm just digging on how much cleaner the face is. Yes, they have to pick their spots, but they're not hopping over 15 ripples to get there like they were earlier. So yeah, Morro Bay is showing up for finals day, and as we're getting closer to them, well, this is a final, it's a semifinal, but we will have one ultimate finalist out of this.
Right, Nick, your second wave, a 6. So with that, Nick, you go into first place. Blue, you have a 5.25 and a 6. Hayden, you have a 2.5 and a 6.5. Red with priority, 13 and a half minutes to go. It is a battle royale here in semifinal number 2. Our 2 Goofy Foot San Clemente versus Encinitas area going up against each other.
Well, it is pretty tight because, like you said, Nick Marshall leading. He's got a 6 and a 5.25. Hayden is in second. He's got a 6.5. So the spread, they're all pretty tightly bunched up. And as of right now, Hayden just needs a 4.75 to get back in the lead. But there's 13 minutes left. I think we're going to see a couple more lead changes between now and the end of the heat.
Fireworks on a summer Sunday in December.
Summer Sunday in December. Usually they talk about, Christmas in June, but we're talking about June and December right now.
Yeah, we are.
Summer in December.
Fireworks to come, like 4th of July.
Yes. Feel pretty lucky to live in California, more specifically Central California, when I come to the beach in December, and it's, 70 degrees on the sand, no wind, pro surfing, and visit slowcal.com. That's the tourist initiative, and that's why they advertise it as such, and today it's better than advertised.
Yeah, and Visit SLOCAL pretty much embodies this whole area, right? From Paso Robles down to south of Pismo.
Well, we have San Luis
Santa
Obispo.
Maria, whole area.
Yeah, we have San Luis Obispo proper, the city, but San Luis Obispo County goes all the way from Paso Robles to south of Santa Maria, so almost down to Santa Barbara. So there's a lot of variety here in this area.
And there's a beautiful view of the bay where all the fishing boats go out to, and the recreational maritime sailors and craft the paddle boarders, looking over the stacks across the beautiful hills of San Luis Obispo. And as we pan up towards Cayucas, a bounty of mountain bike trails and hiking trails, equestrian trails for horseback enthusiasts, amazing fishing up here. I mean, talk about Visit SLO CAL. What a place to come and get your adventure on. Nick Marshall racing down the line, carrying a ton of speed from section to section, rips into that one. Did he overcook it?
I think the section, it was a combo of no help from the section, and he wanted to kick the tail out. He started a little slow and knew he wanted to build down the line, so I think it's just a combo. Because this is just a glide, and here he goes. He wants to get something done. It just, the wave kind of bent away from him, and yeah, he did push it out pretty hard. So Red just had a paddle. Hayden just had a paddle, but no go. He turned around. There's a couple more sets coming, so we might get another chance here. But
well, the playing field is wide open out there.
Well, instant rebate for Nick Marshall, but to no avail.
To no avail, but that's the job of the surfer under priority, is generally to scout around on the inside. Red up and ready to build on that 6.5, and that he has done.
The way he set his back arm down prior to that, and the way the board kind of floated out of that and got loose, it added a little extra variety to that. You'll see this. I like the way, so that's the setup, but this is pretty cool. Watch his left arm. Uses his arm behind him as the fulcrum to spin around, and then it allowed the tail to get a little bit loose. So that's got to improve on the 2.5. So
a lot of good technique. Even the way he's approaching his paddle in, and when he's electing to stand up, he didn't stand up super quick. He kind of delayed getting to his feet. Again, that can be used as sort of a setup stall. These are all these little subtle nuances. So they're going back to this replay of Nick on his second wave, which he got a 6 on, to kind of gauge what the judges may be thinking for Hayden's last wave, although different in the end.
But they have to be compared to each other. So this is the last wave of Red. They're still reviewing and comparing, like that setup carve, and then here's that layback jam I spoke about. And then, yeah, the whitewater gave him a little extra bubble bounce on the way out.
Yeah, so interesting comparison. Nick Marshall going down the line a little more horizontal to the big spin finish. Hayden gets to open up with a driving rail carve back into the foam and then go into that second turn. 6.05 is where they go for that last wave of Red. Red in the lead. Nick with priority. Wasting no time. Straight into the lip. Vertical. 6 to 12 we talk about. And there we go. Redirecting back again. Oh, this wave. Bountiful. Full roundhouse carve. Foam climb. And
that was well ridden.
Lots of clean finishes here for Nick Marshall, and blows the fins.
Really well ridden right there. He was looking for a 6.55.
So that was his requirement needed right as he was taking off after we got the score delivered for Hayden. It is the battle of the sixes right now, isn't it?
Well, like I said, Nick does have a lot of variety. See that? Wrapped it back around.
On the heels of the vertical opening turn.
Every turn's a little bit different. It's got its own little tweak to it.
So, yeah, fading deep bottom turns, then doing mid-face turns to set up those roundhouses. That opening turn right on the button. 7.5 minutes left here in this heat. Exciting stuff here in semifinal heat number 2. Thanks for joining us for the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We see Hayden Rogers sitting out the back. Hayden, your last wave was a 6.05. You have priority. You're in the lead at the moment. Oh, my. So Nick Marshall gets a 6.2 on that last wave. Needed a 6.36. Just comes under. So he'll paddle back out, be under priority with 7 minutes to go. Hayden in control at the moment, leading with priority.
Yeah. we both had a feeling that it was going to be right around the number, and unfortunately it came in just below. I think the only critique could be that it was a little horizontal, but he surfed it well. The wave, he did all he could with it, just slightly underneath. Such a good effort, but just slightly underneath. We've got, looks like the women's finalists starting to make their way out. There's Walla right there running along the beach.
Yeah, give it up for the finalists as they run by you. Give them a cheer. They are about to go out there and battle it out to see who gets to hold the trophy, wear the crown, and take away the big bucks and the big points.
So while you were saying that, Nick Marshall, he spun around on the insider, just got up and down. It's not going to count towards the heat, but he's staying busy. Basically, he's hunting around. He needs a 6.36. Hayden does have priority, so he's probably going to try to stay away from him. But, yeah, Nick Marshall looking for a 6.36, and Hayden Rogers looking to get rid of his low score of a 6.05. And there's, 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Hayden has priority. Nick in second, looking for the 6.36. And it looks like Hayden's going to keep an eye on him for the time being.
Well, I was saying earlier, they've no doubt competed against each
they
other.
know each other.
They know each other very well. And, even though they've competed in the same event since junior ranks, you never know how many times they've actually matched up together head-to-head. It's different than the four-man heats. 5 minutes left, surfers. 5 minutes left. Surfers in the final. They are 30 minutes. Just a reminder, 30-minute finals.
So we're going to give them even more time to perform because they've earned their way to the finals, and we want to make sure the person that wins it really has a good shot at showing their surfing. So, 30-minute finals. I like it.
Well, thanks again to the coffee and the breakfast this morning from Rudy's Rock Cafe up there right in downtown Morro. Thank you to Crave Donuts, Mini Donuts, for coming out every morning. Thanks again to Surfrider Foundation for setting up and offering the opportunity for people to go pick up trash up and down the dunes or back in the bay. Thank you to 805. Thank you to Visit SLO CAL for being a partner since 2017, I think it is, way back in all these events in Pismo and Morro Bay.
Yeah, they've been really welcoming to us. They've opened their arms up and embraced the pro surfing returning to the Central Coast. So we're on about 5 years of it now, and it's been a real success. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Both surfers having a look. Nick Marshall looking for the 6.36 to take the lead. Red, Hayden Rogers with priority says, I'm going to take this wave. I'm looking to improve on a 6.05, and I'm going to do an air reverse to try to see if I can't beat that number.
And make the inside reform. Holy cow. That was a big set. So what Hayden has been doing is getting those larger waves with a cleaner face. Here we go, Nick Marshall. It's a soupy face. Man, did he rip the tail into that first section and the second. Blows the fins. And Nick Marshall rides out, so he has something to say about where he's sitting in this heat. He needed a 6.36, but Hayden got that wave before. 3 minutes to go as they're both going to paddle out, and we'll see because there might be a paddle battle.
So, before Nick took that wave, he needed a 6.36. However, Hayden got that wave and could have improved and made it even tougher. So, this.
All right, so interesting stuff that Hayden on the replay. We're going to have to see what Nick does on this wave because he went bottom to top, full rail engagement 2 times. Got a little extra whip and drift. That was spicy too. So a little variety between the two of them and how they're attacking that air reverse. All right, Bud, you see it, right?
Well, I mentioned that prior to Nick taking that wave, he needed a low 6. However, Hayden improved with a 6.35 on his last wave. So now Nick Marshall You're looking for a 6.65, but we're waiting for your score to drop.
So the hand was dealt, but he'd already ridden the wave before we knew what the requirement had gone up to, because Hayden extended marginally with that 6.35. Even though he didn't make the finish, the score based on that outside maneuver.
Well, Nick down there finds one on the way out, and he's going to keep surfing and rips it off the top, brings it back to this pocket. And this one's going to have a racetrack on the inside, it looks like. He's way up there, but he's teeing off on it.
Channeling the spirit, digging deep and finding extra energy, not satisfied to sit and wait for scores. He wants to make scores happen. And I think, was Hayden also on a ride behind him? So we got a lot to catch up on with under 1 minute. Many scores to come in. It could all happen on the beach.
Well, it looks like Hayden's out the back already, so he might not have taken one. So it's all going to fall. Well, there is a score waiting to lock. Apologies.
So it was a quick up and out, it looks like, for red. 2 scores to come in for our surfer in blue. This is the wave before.
Okay, watch it red.
Yes, indeed. With 30 seconds left, Hayden Rogers, they are going toe-to-toe. We love it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, another air coming. Could it be? Yep.
Well, he has to chop it out towards the shoulder, so that one's a non-make. He has 2 throwaways of his last 2. 10 seconds. I'm going to be counting it out. It is going to all happen on the sand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, exciting times here, bud. We're losing it. Darren Brillhart to my right is freaking out. The judges got a lot to lock in. Nick Marshall dug deep, and he went to town on those last 2 waves. Needs a 6.65 because nothing changed in Hayden's last few waves. And he is definitely given the judges a lot to think about in those 2 lefts.
I was at a loss for words there for a moment, just like Darren was over there kind of shuffling around. So much happened at the end of the heat, and there's still the drama of waiting for the scores. Nick needs that 6.65. He rode 2 waves right at the end to try to get there. So now it's all to the wise men. It's up to the wise men to our right.
Well, surfers in the next heat, we're going to be on hold for a minute or a little bit. Hold on there, ladies. We can't wait for your final, which is coming up next.
It's up to the judges now. Did Nick Marshall do enough to improve and get the 6.65? So nail-biting time right now for both surfers. And they're right there on the screen, so when it comes in, we will deliver it to you. Drama, last-minute drama.
Look at that pan away. What a beautiful day. You see the left sandbar that we're talking about that's closer to the rock. You see that one in the foreground that's a little further to the north. That's where the surfers were in this last heat, riding a left that goes down deep into the bay of the beach.
You can kind of see that channel where it follows, it runs into there, that left-hander.
Well, both surfers maximizing on that sandbar. There we see them walking back up. 8.25 is what Nick Marshall got on the wave, the previous wave, and a 6 on that last one. Nick Marshall into the finals. Congratulations. What a battle. What a comeback. I don't know if he can hear us. He's down the beach. Oh, I see a hug.
He's mellow. He's a man of few words, so he knows the job isn't done, but congratulations and holy moly.
Wow, 8.25. All right, Ella and Eden, get ready. I'm going to count you in shortly. It's a 30-minute final. Best of luck to you both. Thank you, and we're anticipating a show.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us for the finals here. SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We see both of our surfers there. It looks like Ella McCaffrey took her first wave in the shadow of the rock. You see the sun line right on the edge.
Yeah, pretty wild. This replay almost looks like nighttime. But she rules the night as of right now because she just got that opening score, a nice backside turn. And you can see on the live screen right there, the shadow of the rock. It looks like night in one area, and then just 50 yards to the right, it looks like summertime. Welcome back. This is the World Surf League SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. This is a QS 5000 event. We are into the women's finals. That first wave for Ella McCaffrey in red came in at a flat 5. And in blue is Eden Walla. So, Ella, your first wave was a 5.
Well, again, we had talked, her and I, in the interview of the last heat. She's been off to quick starts, wanting to get things going right away. So a nice opener, a 5, a mid-range score, but something to build up off of. And, you just never know, although we've seen a lot of 8s and high 6s. Each heat, different personality. I'm going to go check out what Nick has to say.
Yeah. What a feeling he must have right now with that buzzer beater. He kept battling away, and he's in the final now, so good on you, Nick.
I'll wait for him to walk back. I'm not leaving the booth until he comes back for the interview. All good. Ella, your first wave, a 5.
Yeah, that was a nice score, nice single maneuver. It was critical, but you know she's looking for more, and she's has a paddle, but no go. Eden Walla does have the priority in blue, so Ella's going to sit on the inside just off, and maybe she can find something. But here we go. Eden Walla opens up her final with another big vert backside attack. That's what got her here from her semifinal. She had a couple real committed attacks on the backhand into the lip, and she's back doing it again. So with 3 minutes down, we're going to have a couple scores on the board. There she is in blue, straight up, late, comes down, clean. One more time just for those of you at home. There it is again.
Glue feet. She has got such a great center of balance over her board, control of the rails, and when she throws that, switching from the bottom turn, the tail free high, she's coming down vertical and just positioned nicely on the board. All right, a 7 for Eden. First wave for blue, a 7. First wave for red, a 5. Ella with priority.
Well, that's good to see that the finalists are off and running. Earlier we had a few heats that things didn't really get started till 10 minutes in, but we are here for action. They want to surf it out. They don't want to sit and depend on, tactics and kind of bleeding out the heat. They want to let their surfing do the talking, and since both of them have scores on the board, it's looking like that's how it's going to play out. Here we go again. Eden Walla, she already had that 7, looking to back it up, but that's not going to do it. No harm, no foul. She'll be right back out there.
Well, we love this matchup, and I was just confirming, but I had a feeling both. I know Ella had won this event before, 2 years ago, and last year it was Eden. So a sentimental place for both of our finalists. Eden winning the event last year as a 15-year-old, and Ella, well, I think she might have been 18 when she won 2 years ago, something like that, but What a cool thing to come back to a venue that you've had success at before. You feel comfortable, you know the waves, and to make it into another final. And what a matchup we have.
Yeah, a few of the surfers had mentioned that they have had some of their best vibes, some of their best results up here at Morro Bay, which was a pleasant surprise to hear. But this just goes to show that if you feel comfortable, it feels like second nature to you. Both event winners, both in the finals. So multi-event winners here. We'll just see who's gonna pull it out.
Well, and another matchup of the surfing superpowers as far as San Clemente versus Encinitas area.
Well, lots of good influences down there for them to grow up watching, so
for sure.
It only makes sense.
So, yeah. Congratulations, Hayden. What an event. Thanks for the show. You were ripping.
Good on you.
Pleasure. Here we go.
He'll be
I
back.
see Nick now.
We'll see him in Pisno. All right, well, we're going to send Jeff down to get an interview with Mr. Nick Marshall. Probably won't take too much of his time because Nick's going to be back out there in about 20 minutes for the men's final, but we have to give him a little airtime and check out his headspace and let him give thanks to some sponsors and whatnot. So we'll get that set up in a minute. Meanwhile, we're at the 23-minute and 30-second mark. Eden still leading the heat with that 7-point ride. Ella in second place with a single wave score of 5. So we got a lot of time left. Priority is with red. Okay, Jeff, what does our finalists have to say?
Oh, well, Nick Marshall, what do you have to say? You are in the final. Congratulations. Coming up against John Mel. What a heat. You just had Hayden Rogers and you both in such form, and that was going back and forth with the sixes. One wave didn't quite get you there, and then it seemed like it just built that fire in you to come out as an 8.5.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like I've been getting really psyched and just trying to just go fast and go down the line. And I think that one I kind of just stayed back and, hit it where I'm supposed to, and it kind of just all connected.
Well, it seemed like you got those two vertical, or the one opening vertical turn, nice down carve, set you up for that air reverse, and you came out, you spun out of it so fast, like you must have been running on high adrenaline.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime you get deep in the comp, you're revving on gear 5, so I'm ready to go. I'm stoked for the final. So
do you think all of Encinitas board riders is checking in? You think your brother's watching?
Yeah, hopefully. Shout out anyone at home and see how it goes.
All right, well, congratulations. Not sure if this is your first QS final, but if it is, extra congratulations, and we can't wait to see the fireworks happen between you and John.
Right on. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Good deal, Nick Marshall. See you in a short while when the men's finals come. But just when cutting back to me, we had this wave from Eden Walla, another one-turn wave, but attacking the lip on her front side. Earlier, she showed us the backhand variety, and here's her front side attempt. Boom. Kick the tail up and over. If you're going to do one maneuver, you do it like that. That was Eden Walla. She already had a 7-point ride, so we're going to have another score for her soon now. Priority flips to Ella McCaffrey, and here she goes now. She is looking at the right as well, cuts it back. Got a big section coming at her. What's she going to do? That. Nice job. A little bit of an explosion in the whitewater, and the ladies are heating things up right now in this final of the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, California. Here's the replay.
What is she going to do? She is going to handle it. That's a big section. One of the bigger sections coming into it. Big time.
Well, Eden's not going to stay idle. She just rode a wave. Here she goes again on the backhand. That wasn't what she was looking for, but I think she got out of there soon enough, quick enough to possibly retain priority. She has the lead if she gets priority 2.
Well, we love a paddle battle, so they are separated by hundreds of yards at the moment after the right and the left.
Yes, we're watching this. Who's going to get out there first from What I see, blue looks to have the advantage only because
of the channel.
The channel.
Current.
Red had to duck dive, blue had to clean paddle back out, but I'm not the priority judge, and we will tell you what they rule momentarily.
Well, it's nice to have an extra 5 minutes tacked on for the finals also, giving them a bit more space. Ella needed a 7.5. Ella, your last right, a 6. Now you're still in second, needing a 6.51. All scores are in, right? Or did the 5.5 of Eden come in during that? Sorry, I was doing the interview. Eden has a 7 and a 5.5. That's what makes Ella need the 6.51.
There it is.
Ella, you have a 5 and a 6. 19 minutes and a little bit more on the clock. Blue in the lead with priority, so Eden did get back outside first and reestablish first priority, which means she has pick of the lineup. She can take any wave, but because they're kind of separated.
Well, it looks like they're coming back together, so that priority does mean more. When they're 100 yards away, it doesn't mean so much, but now that they're 20, there's a bit more of a premium on that priority position. PPPP, premium priority position.
PPPP.
Tongue twister.
Well, I was trying to ask, I think that this is Nick's first QS final. I know he's had finals, I think, in a pro junior, but to come, and that was quite a few years ago, but to come up here to the Central Coast, get in a final of a QS event, QS 2000 here at Morro Bay, that's a big one to build on.
That is a big one, and like you said, this is stop 6, so we're whittling our way through the series, so I'm not sure how he did earlier, but if you're going towards the back few to get a result, perhaps you can get on a little bit of roll, jump some spots in the rankings, and who knows.
Well, it shows the ranking. John Mel coming into this next final ranked 11th, and then Nick at 44. So you go into a final, and depending on where you finish, you either get 2,000 or 1,500 points. Ella McCaffrey.
She's looking for 2,000 points here.
Yeah, she is.
Well, she had a 6 and a 5. She got 2 turns on that left-hander. We'll see if that improves on her low score of a 5. She needed a 6.51 ultimately to get in the lead. We'll see where this score goes. Here's a replay for those of you scoring at home. Was this a 6.51? She gets that first turn and closes it out with another even more vertical on the second. So it got better as she went along, but was it the 6.51?
It's a 4.25. 4.25 on that last wave, Red. 17 minutes left.
Yeah, that feels right because of some of the single maneuvers we saw already with more impact going a little higher than that. So she got that, but it was, just kind of set the board, didn't quite rip it down there.
Yeah.
So that's the fine details that the wise men over here, the judges, are looking for. They've seen 1,000 heats. They've seen a million variations of each maneuver, so they know how to split the hairs, and I think that's why that score came in at the 4.25.
And Bud, looking back to the very first wave of the morning, which was Ella, she got a 6, but that's in the first heat of the morning. And if you remember, she carried so much positive board speed. And, as it goes from the quarterfinals to the finals, the judging levels kind of expanded. It's opened up a bit, and the judges looking for that speed.
Yes.
No dirty rails, super clean stuff because they've made it to the peak.
In the finals, they are expecting more because it is the finals. Yes, you are here for a reason. You've got by everybody else all week. The surfing has improved, so to win the event, you must continue to elevate your level through the final buzzer.
Well, what we know is lots of time on the clock, about halfway through this heat. All kinds of wave on offer. There's lefts, there's rights. Super clean faces, especially if a wave's come through before.
Well, it looks like Red, she's in second priority, but she's by herself right there. No go. That's one of those rights that kind of turns back on itself and goes out to sea. So best that she left that alone.
They draw you in.
Yeah, it's a sucker play, for lack of a better term.
Yes, it is. No vertical face after you take off.
So, like we said, Ella's in second priority. She's looking for that 6.51, so she can afford to kind of cruise around it, peek at some of those waves that, might be breaking 10, 15 yards further in, that Eden's sitting a little farther out, maybe a little more on the peak since she does have priority. So in second priority, it's worth giving it a look. I mean, hook and look. We talked about that earlier. Sometimes it doesn't look like much. You paddle into it and it suddenly grows. So, yeah, we're seeing on our screen, we've got to thank our sponsors, Natural Healing Center, visit SLOCAL.com, Best Western Inn. We had Rudy's Rock delivering some food and coffee to us. We've got the SLO CAL Donut Company down here feeding us. Crave Donuts. My bad. I apologize. I got on the slow thing. So Crave Donuts. If you want donuts that lured me into eating them after I denied them for 3 days, go to Crave Donuts. They were staring at me for 3 days, and I fought them off for a while, but now they've joined my midriff. Natural. So we are getting down to the last bit here. I mean, there's a lot of time left, but it's 13 minutes and 30 seconds. We started with 30 minutes, so we're more than halfway through. Eden Walla is still in first place. She's got a 7 and a 5.5. She also has priority. Ella McCaffrey in second place. She has a 6 and a 5. So Ella is looking for a 6.51, but she's in second priority. And there's 13 minutes left. So Mother Nature, give us a few more lines. Let's see these women perform and show us what they've got. You can see them right there on screen. As mentioned, Eden in blue has the priority, but Ella's kind of hanging out in the same zone, keeping an eye on each other. Pretty tight scores. Eden does have that 7, but Ella only needs a 6.51, so it's very doable. One maneuver has got that score for people earlier, so just need the opportunities. And the way the ocean's been operating thus far today, it feels like we're probably a minute or two from another set.
Well, and as we've gone from through the semis, an hour's chewed off the clock, basically. The tide has drained out a bit more. So we saw that last heat. They were surfing way down on that other peak. The ladies decided to kind of move up into the middle.
And now it's the central zone. Now it's the central zone. Ever-changing is right. Ever-changing tide, wind. This morning it looked like victory at sea. Now it looks like summertime.
Thank you, Mother Nature.
We have some action out the back. No one wanted it. It looked like someone was going to paddle into it. They did not. A little more energy in this swell. What's going on here? Wow, stay clean, stay clean. Okay. Priority change.
Wow, what a big one. So it flips over to red. Ella now with first priority.
You take those little paddles, and it could flip the priority. So now that it's switched, look at, they're separating. They were next to each other, priority flipped. Now they're getting away from each other. They can't stand to be by each other. Whereas 5 minutes ago, they were on top of each other nearly, just kind of keeping an eye out. But even though they're separate on the screen, it's about 3 paddles away from each other, 3 to 5 paddles away from each other. So in red, Ella with priority. A little bit of room to breathe. She's giving Eden a little room to breathe, but if a set comes in, she's going to probably head right back over there. Yeah, Eden in blue heading off to the north. She's breaking away, looking at this right-hander. I think that one filled up, a little too much water under it. It's not really going to go anywhere, so She did the right thing to leave it alone.
I like how the drone angle drops in and we can see when the surfer
Yeah.
turns and what they're looking at live in real time coming in. Although a bit deceptive, it looked like it might be a set right. Flattens out. But the big news, Ella with priority and 10 minutes to get a wave, to find a 6.51 and possibly go up into the lead with a better score than that and then put pressure back on Eden. As I was saying earlier, Eden Walla winning this event last year, the year before, Ella McCaffrey. So both of them very familiar and comfortable being in the finals here in Morro Bay, and the conditions have been similar to this every year.
Yes, this is exciting stuff, and we're getting down to where it gets real exciting and nail-biting. Granted, Eden has the lead. Ella only needs a 6.51, and we've seen a lot of those scores today. But something tells me Eden isn't done surfing either, because she's got that 5.5, and you know that she wants to lose it, improve, and solidify her first-place position. We got her paddle, red on the paddle. Ella McCaffrey on the backhand. There's a bit of steepness to this wave, but she can't get around that second section. However, she is still a good distance away from Eden, so she can get right back out there. She's still chasing that 6.51, so no harm, no foul.
So I'll have to watch the replay. I'm wondering if she was sort of caught between modes. She looked right and left, wanted to fade it to get the steepest, extract the steepest part out of the left. And she did in this first section, and it just got a little sticky.
Yeah, it looked like she wanted to project off that first section, and since she didn't, it got, sticky at the bottom.
8 minutes. Just over 8 minutes left. Eden holding the lead. Ella needing a 6.51 here. Eden has a 7 and a 5.5. Ella with a 5 and a 6.
It's pretty wild to think that we've been here for 4 days, and it's already happened. I feel like I snapped my fingers. We've watched so much excitement that I'm looking up on the screen and seeing final, and as much as I'm enjoying it, I'm almost sad that it's over.
Always sad when it finishes, but happy for the contestants that have made it this far, putting their heart and soul, their blood, sweat, and tears on the line.
Well, we couldn't have written a better story with both of these past champions here in the final, so we're going to have a multi-time event winner within in just over 7 minutes. And the scores are tight, so it's been a tightly contested. No one's run away from it. Eden Walla has that 12.5 heat total. Ella McCaffrey with 11 points, looking for a 6.51. So yes, this has been well contested, and there should be, I'm not going to be surprised one bit if the lead changes once or twice more, because 6 minutes and 45 seconds is a lot of time in surfing. It is odd if you think about it, how much excitement we get out of it, and a long wave is 15 seconds long, fleeting moments.
Yes, and that's where time suspends,
Time
right?
stands still, like
Time
Rush said.
Yes, so when you're performing, when you're in the moment, doesn't matter if you're competing or just surfing, beginners ride a wave and time suspends and their eyes light up and their face, their body posture changes because they have tapped in to a source energy that is so unique.
Yeah, any one of us could sit here and tell you a story for 5 minutes about a wave that lasted 12 seconds.
Or how about when you've had a big, amazing barrel and it takes so long, but then, on a clock, it was 6 seconds, 7 seconds, something like that. Even a long tube, when it's actually, when you're in it, time morphs.
That was Sean Thompson's quote, time slows down in the tube. But we got 5 minutes and 30 seconds left, so we have to concentrate back here. Here goes nobody.
So Ella doing the cat and mouse, forcing Eden to make a decision there with the priority. Eden too wily for that tactic. Just 16, but veteran.
Call it, Jeff. Call it.
Well, here we go. Eden, she's going to find a soupy one using that priority and slams it. Will she ride out?
That was a nice turn. That was impactful.
Explosion.
Yeah.
She got more speed than I expected. That's what I think she took off knowing that wave was going to bottom out for her.
Ella has to be looking over her shoulder and seeing her pop up and not right away, and there's a little bit of a relief because she needed the 6.51, and the explosiveness of that turn could have made it harder, but things remain the same. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Ella McCaffrey still looking for the 6.51.
So now Ella in a position to maximize her next wave. Ella needing a 6.51. Yeah, you look over your shoulder as a competitor, you might, you want to win on surfing. You don't want to win on their mistakes, but it always helps.
But yeah, Ella was already chasing, and she knew that Eden was trying to replace a 5.5, so to see that much explosiveness come off the board from behind would make you possibly think that, Eden might have stretched the lead, but since Eden popped up out the back, Ella realizes I still am looking at a 6.51.
Just under 4 minutes left here in this women's final. Eden Walla in the blue in the lead with second priority. Ella McCaffrey in the red with priority.
Both former event winners, and we're going to have a multi-time winner. Exciting stuff.
That's right. Who gets bragging rights? Well, winning any event twice is a feat, but it's going to happen for one of them.
Yes, here we go.
Ella McCaffrey.
She is looking for the 6.51. She gets it started with a nice vert turn. This wave's got some face in front of her. She kicks it out on the second one. Now this is the setup for the inside racetrack. Keeps the board moving. Multiple maneuvers. Needs the 6.51. There's cheers from the beach. She feels good about her effort. It's up to the judges now. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
She was putting something into every one of those a bit more. And the timing, really nice timing here. Drives off the bottom, boof, and added a bit more. Again there, you saw that. Pushing the tail through. Throwing a bit more spray. Again there, that quick whip. And to finish it, I have to say her legs are burning.
Certainly. Yeah, you could see the intent. She got real high and tight on that first backside hanger. And then the second turn, she pushed extra hard. You could just see the grunt.
And, all that translates through to the judges. They see how much work they're putting in and if they're carrying the speed, and all that effort was doing that. So now the drum roll. Blue with first priority. There's 2 minutes left. Coming down to the final 2 minutes. Here's a nice replay. I like this pulled back angle. It shows the depth of the drive there in that first turn into the second.
Yes, she is giving maximum effort. She knows that it's a final, and you got to leave it all out there.
And she was staying on the sweet spot of the board on that swallowtail sharp eye that she's been riding the whole event.
So this is probably going to be a comparison wave right here. Yeah, this was one of her earlier waves. They're going to use it to compare to.
Well, this is the six, the one turn. So I mean, it was all based on the big finish there that left. Here we go, Eden Walla. She is not done using that priority one turn. Oh, this is. Wait, is that live or the replay? Sorry.
Well, that was the replay, but they were similar at a glance. But yeah.
So live,
she got a wave. We're going to have to see that.
Did she ride out, though?
Evidently not, because she's rebating right now as you say that. She's rebating on this double up.
Under 1 minute.
She knows.
Protecting. Yes. Okay, comes unstuck. Leaving that door open. Now, Ella is, I think, back out in the lineup. Ella, there's 40 seconds. Obviously, you have priority. We don't have the score yet. We don't know the score of your last wave.
30 seconds left. I think she's going to take this wave and ride it out. She's not going to wait. She's going to go and...
Nope. So couldn't get over it, or she elected not to. It was such a flat wave. Under 20 seconds.
Wow. So now it's pretty much in the judge's hand. We're just wait. Red is gonna. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow! 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 There's drama.
Okay. Drama is right. That there's throwaways for Eden that aren't going to factor in, but most importantly, Ella's previous scoring wave was a 6.25, just under the 6.26
Oh my
needed.
word!
Oh my gosh, a hair away from the score. Eden Walla victorious here in Morro Bay. What a final. What a battle.
1/100th of a point difference.
How does it come down to that?
Incremental differences. Wow.
100th Eden Walla victorious. Unbelievable final. Back-to-back victories here in Morro Bay for our young surfer in blue. Oh my gosh, and with that, we're going to have to catch up on the post-heat interview, but I think we're close to moving into the countdown for the men's finals, bud.
Yeah, I'm going to have to catch up on my breath after that.
Is there a break going on between or anything?
All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the men's final. We'll count you in a moment, guys.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Well, we are back. That is Eden Walla on the screen, the SLO CAL WSL SLO CAL Open WSL 2000 qualifying series event champion right there. That's Eden Walla. She just survived the charge from Ella McCaffrey, and Eden Walla is your champion. There she is on the chair up. We will get some words from her. There's some of her friends and former competitors showing some amazing sportsmanship. So congratulations to her. This is not the first time she's won the event, so multi-time event winner Eden Walla. We're going to talk to her in a little bit, but we are in the men's final now. So men's final. In red, John Mell of the USA, and in blue, Nick Marshall, also of the USA. Two dynamic goofy footers, and no waves have been ridden yet, so stay tuned and hold on. But yeah, I like that they're showing that screen time of Eden Walla. She's incredible young competitor. There's Reed Van Wagner, who got eliminated in the earlier rounds. There's a couple of the other competitors that were in the contest earlier, so it's good to see the sportsmanship. And there you see on the screen John Mell in red and Nick Marshall in blue. Two electric goofy footers. They are here. And I see a paddle, but still no waves ridden.
Long lines. Well, I was taking some notes. What a finish. In the end, Ella needed that 6.51. And this is our surfer, Nick Marshall from Encinitas. And behind him, we've got some action too. So we're going to have to go from replay to replay. Nick Marshall ripping on through on the inside. I know that behind him, John is on a wave also.
Yeah, I'm following John while you're following Nick, and John is still going down there. So Exciting opening exchange. We will have some replays and bring it back to you shortly.
Well, I was trying to catch up. Congratulations to Eden Walla. Back-to-back finals here. Congratulations to Ella McCaffrey, who was in the final 2 years ago and finds her way into the final again this year. But right now, the action is on. The boys down there farther riding this long left again.
So Nick Marshall doing what he did to book his ticket here, just rapid fire, one after another, and finishing it off almost all the way to Atascadero Beach.
Just slap happy on that wave.
Yeah, he could grab himself a hamburger from downtown Cayucas by the time he's done with that wave. But then John Mell out the back right behind him. Ooh, big spray off the bat. And second spray. Okay, so we have scores on the board shortly. I mean, both these guys are laying down some tracks and moving some water around. And look at that. John Mell just finds the groove. Inside double up, keeps it going.
Man, this is where the conditioning comes into play, because both of them riding those waves for, I don't know, 150 yards, something like that. Long waves. That opener from John Mell, like deep bottom, and you just saw him like punch the tail in at 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
massive amount of spray.
And like
Beautiful
you said,
stuff.
that's a long wave, a lot of maneuvers. They got to paddle back out. There's nerves. They've already surfed a heat today, so fitness and conditioning is going to be a premium.
So both surfers back out in the lineup. John Mell with priority in the red. Scores come in. Opener of Nick, a 6.5. Opener of John, a 7.75. So first wave consistency, John Mell, 7.75. Almost excellent. Nick Marshall, high good, 6.5. Priority red, second blue.
Yeah, both those guys ripped the bag out of those waves. John got the nod by 3/4 of a point. I think it was probably just the verticality of the first turn, more than likely. Who, me?
Congratulations, both of you, Eden and Ella, standing there. Thank you guys. Great show. We're gonna do a post-heat interview with Eden, and then obviously we're gonna have the award ceremony right here in front of the Mid-State container after the conclusion of the final. All eyes on the lineup. John Mell with a 7.75. Nick Marshall with an opener of a 6.5. And then John got back out in the lineup first, holding that priority. All right, let's hear what our winner, Eden Walla, has to say. What a final. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. I am here with Eden Walla, back-to-back winner at the SLO CAL Morro Bay QS 2000. That's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Do you like the way that sounds?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super thankful just to be here and to come with a win. It's super cool.
Now, we were really digging your commitment. You were attacking the lip. You saw some of the bigger sections. You went straight at it. You kept the momentum going. What was your secret sauce all week?
I was just trying to do big maneuvers the whole week, but in that last one, I just caught a couple waves. I wish I would have surfed a little bit more, but it worked out in my favor, and I'm stoked.
Now, you guys decided to come way over here by the rock. That's the first time anybody had been there all day. What made you make that decision?
Yeah, I was watching on the dunes, and I saw a lot of kind of fun waves over there, and so I was just trying to get them over there.
So back-to-back wins. Where do we go now from here?
Just on to the next one. Try to keep getting better, and yeah, having fun.
You going to do any traveling between now and the Pismo Beach event? You got some other events or maybe some free surfing trips?
Hopefully, for sure. Maybe a little Hawaii action, but we'll see.
Well, good stuff. Once again, back-to-back winner, Eden Walla, SLO CAL Morro Bay. You're killing it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you a little later, and we'll do an awards ceremony. So go get warmed up, and well done. A job well done.
Thank you. One more thing. Thank you to everyone that's supporting me, and also all glory to God, because he's the reason I'm here, and he's the reason I get to do what I love.
100%. We can't forget to thank everybody, so we'll see you a little bit later. Way to go.
Thank you.
All right, there she is, the champion, Eden Walla.
All right. Thank you, Eden. What a final. Humble, already self-reflective on her heat, wishing she would have got to surf some more, but a win's a win, no matter how you get it done, and she did it with some really nice surfing as it was. So back to the men's final that's out there in the water. Nothing has been ridden since the openers. Nick Marshall with a 6.5 and John Mel with a 7.75. We see John Mel swinging those arms, scratching into it, and John Mel up and riding on his second wave. Kind of getting bored sitting there, sees an opportunity to back up the 7.75. Why not try? And it looked like, did Nick just have a quick up and out? Oh, here we go. Here was Nick down the beach. Got that floater. Thought maybe he could gain speed and find slingshot into the next section, but it didn't. John Mel with the redirect check back. This was a bit of a softer wave, but again, smart surfing and a big finish there. So he's going to get some nice points out of that last turn for sure.
Yeah, that
it's
wave.
a 5. There we go.
Yep.
So, like I said, super smart heat strategy. If it comes, ride it.
Yeah, that wave didn't give him a lot, so he maximized it. That 5, he surfed it to a 5 himself. That was all John Mel.
All right, John, that last wave was a 5. Nick, your last wave, a 2.25. So now, Nick, you have priority. You need a 6.26. Blue needs a 6.26 to take the lead. 20 minutes left here in this men's final. Well, upon reflection, to go from winter in Alaska this morning to summer in Morro Bay here is nice. All kinds of conditions. The two main peaks offering surfers all kinds of opportunities all day long. And at the moment, John Mel out to the lead. You know that Nick Marshall has something to say about that. He just waiting, picking his time.
Yeah, Nick Marshall's not going to go away. He proved that in the last heat. I mean, right now he's in second place. He only needs a 6.26. And he showed us in that semifinal that he will battle till the end, even after the horn is rung. He will just, until the final scores have dropped, it's anybody's ball game.
Well, it's kind of funny. Sometimes you see surfers, they're almost trying to stay calm. So they're overcompensating in their calmness, and they're like kicking back, breathing like, okay. All of a sudden they find themselves behind the 8 ball, and they just click into autopilot, and their instincts take over, and then they're just hyper paddling and locked in. It's hard to create that from the start because your adrenals can't handle it.
Certainly.
But instinct and it's that fight or flight just takes over.
Well, that's that mental game. It doesn't matter if you convince your opponent that you're calm. It's your internal temperature. You got to keep yourself at that baseline, the heart rate, steady but not too fired up, not too low, just in the moment, in the zone, and unconscious, just kind of going.
Well, and we love to. You watch Italo Ferreira in his heats, and he is never, ever assuming to stay calm. He is scratching and paddling and taking off and going off, and he's got 10 waves in 10 minutes.
Well, and although
he's pounding his Red Bulls.
Although that's exciting and flashy, it works for some people.
Works for
it
him.
Doesn't work for everybody, yeah. I mean, then like we talked about, like there's a Tommy Whitaker who was known for sitting out back, and he might only catch 2 waves in the heat, but they're probably going to be the 2 best waves. Or, Kelly, Gabby, those guys also like to stay busy. They just assume, work the lineup and find the rhythm and, put those scores up. So there's a lot of different ways to approach it. I think for most people, staying calm probably works. For some people, the Red Bull, strong coffee, let's get amped works for them as well. Both of these guys seem pretty low-key, though. They seem, kind of like the quiet warriors. They let their surfing doing the talking. Their surfing is big and bold and boisterous, but their personalities are pretty reserved. So that's kind of how these two go about it.
They go about it with calm confidence.
Yes. The way of the samurai somewhat, just calm, relaxed, knows what to do, knows when to do it.
Right? Dan Mayman, the way of the peaceful warrior. Millman, excuse me, Dan Millman.
I'm appreciative of how well read you are. It makes me feel like I need to catch up now.
I love books. Books are good, man.
Yes.
More books.
Feed the brain. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left. This is the final. John Mel is in the lead, but Nick Marshall in blue is on this wave looking for a 6.26. He gets that little kick stall because you know that was coming.
Well, he did that little stall setup. You could see him absorbing the shocks of those lumps, did everything he could. Right here, you see that high stall, crouching, spring load.
Well, he did a good job because by the time he got there, it wasn't a lip. It was almost like a foam bubble, but he still managed to get something done. He's capable of more. He's back out there.
He was hoping it was going to be a bit steeper, that's for sure.
It's impressive, though, the way we talked about front foot weight, back foot weight. He's got that ability to really come off the bottom, hit the lip, but then get on the front foot because he gets his tail real loose at ease, it seems. So it adds a little extra flair to the turns when you can do that.
Yeah, that weight transfer.
The knock knee, the back knee kind of flat to the deck. You transfer your weight onto the front foot and then get your body over the front leg, over the front knee, and then whip it around. So maybe he'll do it again for us.
Here we go, deep off the bottom.
Well, that's his carving variety of it. But he sees this racetrack, sets it up, and here we go again. So he's got that real loose tail whip where he gets the nose of the board pointed behind him all the way back at the curl.
So he's maximizing these waves. They're just not offering him the spark. This first section, a bit. And then as it's flattening out, you can see it's like a down-the-line check carve. Again, check carve. He's looking for a 6.26.
Yeah, he's surfing really well, but it feels like he's searching for like a steep section. He's searching for an area to unleash on.
So here was John with the 5 and, did all the work and then manufactured with a big finish. So this a bit different because it's the steep bottom turn to top turn, then the carves in between, the setup turns for this slam at the end. It's a 4.5. Nick Marshall, last wave, a 4.5.
Well, when we see the comparison of that last 5 of John's, it makes a little bit of sense because, neither were the best waves that they could ride, but they both rode them the best they could. However, Nick's wave was just a little flatter where John's let him tee off at the end.
Yeah, a bigger finish for Mel at that. So the judges keeping things consistent in the string of scores. Well, while we have a quick break, thank you, to the WSL. Thank you to Visit SLO CAL for all your support over the years. Thank you to 805 Beers. Thank you to NHC, Natural Health Center. Thank you to the Best Western, Peak Wi-Fi, the local community of Morro Bay. Thank you to Rudy's Rock Cafe. And
thank you to the city of Morro Bay and all your people that have come out to support us.
To the community. Here we go. John Mel again finds a bigger wave, and he's going to do that. Of course he is. John Mel, ladies and gentlemen, looking to back up that 7.75. One turn, spin to win. So he knows what he's doing out there, looking for the bigger waves.
Well, that was a bigger face. That was a good-sized section, and he got tail high, and there was no arm flap, no mucking around, just lands it, spins it around, rides away. His arms didn't even move. It was so clean.
Just kept it right inside his body. So this is going to up the ante for what Nick Marshall needs, no doubt. It's a 7.15. John, red, a 7.15. So that backs up his 7.75. 12 minutes left. Now Nick Marshall needing an 8.4.
Yeah, I was looking up the beach to Johnny's support crew, and Dad was standing up, really paying attention to that last wave. Once the score came in, I think he took a sigh of relief and sat down, but he's got the crew up there taking notes, cheering for him.
Did the old man have a megaphone thing up to his ear so he could hear us?
No, he was standing up, and I could tell that he was really paying attention, knowing that he needed to get an improvement right around then. Pete's been around the game for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
He knew that it was time to, back that 7.75 up. I think Dad's breathing a little sigh of relief because now Nick Marshall, with 11 and a half minutes left, is chasing an 8.4, so that's excellent.
Hey, well, guess what? In the last heat, Nick finished with an 8.5.
Yeah, he did.
So there you go.
There's no...
Both of these guys had 8s and 8.5s in their last heat. Right now, John out on the jump with the 7.75, 7.15. Nick Marshall, no doubt, has it in him. The waves haven't given him the sections to showcase that.
Yeah, his surfing has been there. He's just hoping to get one of those taller, steeper, smoother faces to unload. He's got the surfing. Hopefully Mother Nature gives him the opportunity because he's proved it time and time again, just like you said, at the last minute he can get the score and get it done. But we got 10 minutes and 40 seconds left, and it's getting down to the time where he's going to want to get that. I mean, like I just said, he can do it in the last minute, but he'd feel a lot better going into it now. And here he goes, up in the north end of the beach, one of the bigger sets. Tees off, gouges, two-turn combo. I think it's going to get out of there and head back out. That should or could or might or maybe. His low score is a 4.5, so he's looking to improve on that.
Yeah, it's really about the 8.4 now.
Yeah, it is.
Because that's it. Even if he improves, it's not going to change because the gap between his 6.5, it's what he needs.
You're right.
So Nick Marshall just staying loose, staying groovy. John, though, has priority again. That was a 5.15. Nick gets a 5.15. Still searching. Just under 10 minutes left. Now John Mel has even more freedom to really hang out and wait for the best possible wave that he knows could better one of those 7s.
Yeah, John Mel with the lead and priority. So he's going to keep an eye on Nick.
So no rights in this final so far. And he's going to let Nick go. Nick is like, all right, now is my time to click into overdrive. I've got the energy. Put it all on the line in a final. These waves kind of offering the same thing over and over, just those waves that don't want to allow you to get out of potentially a 6-point range.
Well, as mentioned, the surfing is there, just the wave hasn't delivered to him. He's delivered the surfing. Mother Ocean hasn't delivered the wave to him.
Putting in the work,
yeah,
staying loose, staying in it.
Well, here we go. The leader as of right now, leader in a strong position. Did he kick out in time to retain priority? That's another question we have to ask ourselves now that there's 8 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Undoubtedly, yeah, he's duck diving one, and Nick had ridden that in a bit. So you could be right. I do see the camera on John. I don't know where Nick is in the lineup. We'll wait for the priority judge to let us know.
Yeah, Nick's down there a little farther. Nick's a ways down the beach, and it looks like John, to me, is out the back and in clean water. So where's Nick? Yeah,
priority red.
There it is. So makes his position even stronger. Nick needs at 8.4. There's 7 minutes and 50 seconds left. John holding the lead also has priority, so he holds control of the lineup. And that's where we're at. We're going to have a champion decided in 7.5 minutes. John Mel right now, he's got one hand on the trophy, but Nick Marshall is not going to go away quietly. He's looking for an 8.4. He's done it before. He's done buzzer beaters before.
Is he way down the beach? Oh, here goes John Mel, not content to sit and wait. No, that wave not giving him much there, so priority flips over to blue now with just under 7 minutes. Nick Marshall having the opportunity now to kind of settle in and look and wait for the wave that he can really get that high score on. We know in the last heat he did get an 8.5. Looking for an 8.4 to jump into the lead. Nick in his first QS final. John Mel has been in, well, I don't want to overstep. I know he's won one.
He's been in a few. He's been in a couple few files.
Few, but coming in runner-up then, but I know winning in Pismo.
So he's a little more familiar to the pressure and kind of the mindset of being in the finals. But Nick has shown a valiant effort to get here, and he's still got 6 minutes left, and we know he's got the firepower. So I hope everybody at home is enjoying it as much as I have, because this has been good stuff. It's been fun watching these two progress through the last few days to get here in the finals. And, you know, they both really have earned it, and that's why it's nice to see these two young goofy foots, both from California, in here battling for the title.
Five and a half minutes left in this men's final.
It's hard to believe that the week is almost over and we're crowning champions, but that's what it is. That's why we came here. That's why we showed up early Thursday morning to get to this point. And John Mel and Nick Marshall have delivered on the promises they made to themselves to compete as hard as they could and try to make the finals.
Yeah, job well done. 5 minutes left. Nothing has changed. The last couple waves that John took were throwaways. Nick needing an 8.4 with just under 5 minutes to go.
When we started this heat with a bang, with a lot of excitement, a 7.75 from John and then a 6.5 from Nick, except for Nick rode his wave first, then John got his. However, those both happened early on. It's been a little pedestrian, dare I say. John got that 7.15, but it's been a little pedestrian through the middle. So wouldn't it just be poetic to have like an explosive finish?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see them both go and get big high scores, go into the excellent range. Let them walk in onto the beach with scores not delivered, high drama. Yeah, you were saying a little pedestrian. Nick fighting for it, but got a 4.5, a 5.15, and a 4.45. So he's just staying in the flow, picking his spots and waiting.
Yeah, he's plugging away, but you know that he wants to explode. And like we said, a couple waves here at the end. 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
What? I don't know. John's questioning something. Maybe Nick is so
Way
far
down
down
there?
the beach, out of the zone.
Well, he's going to ask the question of this wave. He's paddling.
Yeah,
no, he's going to leave it alone. Yeah, I'm not sure. Nick is way down there.
I think what John is asking is like, hey,
Priority went down for a second.
Okay. For those of you at home, the priority light went down for a second, so they were uncertain who was who. But priority is with blue. Nick has priority.
All right. Thanks, John. Sorry, our priority light went down, and I didn't know that. So you have second priority. Blue has first priority.
3 minutes left, you guys. And some lines are approaching.
So the sign language he was using I couldn't quite figure out, but now I know.
Well,
Light box went down. Here we go. Our two surfers motioning around in the lineup. 2:40 on the clock. Yeah, we know. It's hard to tell from what we're seeing on the monitor with the drone. What does that translate into real time? But we do see both of our surfers paddling. So maybe a split peak. It's not. Nick Marshall takes advantage. Boo! Gets his first really good turn and blows the fins. Oh man, he picked his moment. He was on his way to something special. Comes unstuck.
Well, talking about stuck, I think John Mel is going to become stuck to Nick Marshall here in about 10 seconds. Now that we're under 2 minutes, Nick is still looking for an 8.4. John has priority, so I think John's going to come and get real tight with his buddy Nick.
Yeah, you're not going to say he wasn't going for it. Nick Marshall, this was by far his best wave. And that's the kind of pizzazz, the excitement, and the spark that we saw him make that big score in the semifinal from. Put it all on the line, comes unstuck. John Mel with priority now. That doesn't mean it's over. 1.5 minutes left. Nick Marshall's going to scrap around and make it annoying like anyone under priority does in the last minute of a heat.
Yes, this is where that priority is such a premium, and John's played himself a smart heat. So right now he's gets to control the last 60 seconds of this heat. Sorry, I said that a little loud just to let you at home know and to let them know where we're at, because Nick Marshall is up against it. John Mel is in a very comfortable place here with 40 seconds left. And we might.
Well, yeah, an exciting week, an exciting 4 days. Has the ocean sort of decided to just breathe a minute? John Mel, 25 seconds away from claiming the title. He does have priority.
Dad's back up on his feet. The whole crew is feeling good. Dad's got his arms raised. He's just saying, son, cover him up and clean it up. And we're almost into the countdown. So they're having a little pad already.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is over. Nick Marshall, though, gets this wave on his backhand. He's looking for an 8.4. That wave is not going to do it. Salutations to Nick. Good job, John. Wow, champion John Mel coming in. Another victory on a QS North American region event. He came into this ranked 11th, so he's going to take 2,000 points into his tally towards the end of the year. That's a lot of points going into Pismo, and then the next event after that, Dominican Republic.
Yeah, John is really coming into his zone. He's comfortable in this area. We knew that was the case. And then we see his crew on the beach with their arms up. We see him in the water with the arms up victoriously. So he's going to get a chair. He's going to get a chair up from his crew, and congratulations to John Mel.
All right. Well, congratulations to Eden Walla on her win. Congratulations to John Mel on his. Congratulations to our runners-up, Ella McCaffrey and Nick Marshall.
What
Good job,
a week.
Judges. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all the staff and the camera crew. I know we're going to have the award ceremony, and I think I will also be having an interview with John Mel before the award ceremony. Look at that beautiful view there of the sailboats. Thank you.
It feels like summer in December, and thank you to the city of Morro Bay and your locals and everybody that participated. And thank you for letting us use your lineup for a couple days, and we're going to go ahead and give it back to the locals. They've been graciously watching, but the story of today or this afternoon is John Mel, and congratulations. We'll go down to talk to you.
Yeah, well, hey, look at that. He doesn't even get a ride to wave in. It's taking him forever. He's like,
yes.
It went so flat at the end of the heat, I'm going to have to belly in. I like that. A nice view of Nick Marshall coming in, shaking hands with his crew. I think that might be Who is that? I'm not sure who he's working with down there, but he's got the whole squad.
Yeah.
Good final.
One heck of a
runner-up
performance,
finish.
yeah.
And here comes John.
So John's coming closer to the rock. There you go. Nice celebration. Well, you figure the closer he comes this way, the less they have to carry him. And he's no shrimp. He's a good-sized young man. So
yeah, who's carrying him?
There they go. Look at that joy. Santa Cruz always backs Santa Cruz, and they come to play. So there's the man right there. Wins it again. Or not again, but this time. Wins again on this coast. There's the totals. John Mel with that 14.90. Nick Marshall with a valiant effort with the 11.65. And it's been an amazing week. But to the victor go the spoils. That young man right there from a couple hours up the coast in Santa Cruz, California, that's John Mel.
I haven't yet. What is it? Is it the... And so...
So there's John on the beach. The guys are getting ready to chair him up. The traditional chair up victory. Santa Cruz has come to represent. That W on the hat stands for a sponsor, the Wolves of the Dark Sport, but it also stands for West Side today in Morro Bay.
Wow. Good times.
Good
job.
vibes,
Thank
man.
you.
Look.
Guys ripped it up again.
So yeah, there he is, the champion. The grand finale. And you can see the joy and exuberance. You can hear them. It's going to be a good night tonight in Santa Cruz. We're going to have a good time, eat some good food, and have some laughs.
Yes. All right, it is time.
All right. Good stuff. It's always good to see that just unfiltered joy. He's a young man, but you never grow too old to enjoy the simple things like victory. So we're going to give him a minute to thank all his homies, and then we're going to get a word in a moment here with our champion and Baldy. There's the view from the drone, beautiful Montana de Oro in the background, the Morro Bay estuary, the harbor, the rock, our setup. And you can see in that middle right, the red jersey of our champion. Multiple high fives, hugs, and good vibes all around. Proud Papa right there. Proud Papa right there getting the hug from Baldy. Matt Myers, coach to many of these fine young surfers. Kissing babies. The whole 9 yards. So we're going to take you from that beautiful view of Morro Bay Harbor, and we're setting things up. Getting the camera all dialed in. All right, Jeff Baldwin, what does our winner have to say?
Well, I'm sure he has to say a lot. Congratulations from all of us to you, John Mel. Another victory here in California from Pismo to here. What an event. This board is magic, and just let it out.
Yeah, dude, I'm freaking frothing. It's so epic having all my best friends here to like support me. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do it without them. My dad, my girlfriend at home has been watching this whole time, and yeah, just a ton of really good support. So I think that really like helped me be confident this whole week. And yeah, Magic Board, everyone that's helped me. Yeah, I'm just super stoked. It's epic.
Well, and the portfolio that you're drawing on, the complete package, that opening wave, the 775, that you just got to nail that first section. Like you put so much force and then went down and just continued to crush it, finishing with air reverse, then the big spin. So you're kind of, and the last heat in the semifinal, getting airs and then that right to bang. So you're doing it with everything that you've learned.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's the goal, is try and be as complete as you can. And yeah, definitely just falling into my instincts and like going with the flow and trying not to overthink things. I think it was been really big for me the past few events. Even like I think like the past few years I was kind of doing a lot of overthinking and it wasn't really working out for me. So yeah, I'm feeling like I'm in a really good space right now, and yeah, it's epic.
Yeah, we overrate thinking, don't we? Yeah. So a huge result, some big points, a nice little bit of cash in your back pocket moving into the next two events of the year. Goals towards that?
Yeah, just keep doing what I'm doing, keep having fun, enjoying it. I mean, we get to live the life. We're traveling all over and surfing fun waves and hanging out with our buddies. So yeah, we're just living the dream. So I'm just going to keep having fun.
All right, well, give shout outs to anyone.
Yeah, definitely. Sponsors, Dark Sport, Channel Islands, West Peak, Ice Race Wetsuits, Freeline Surf Shop. Everyone, all those guys support me so much, and I wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, thank you so much. Future Fins and everyone over there. Love you guys.
All right. Well, congratulations, Sean Mel. We'll see you for the awards ceremony, and what a victory. Cheers.
All right, there you see him on the screen with the victory celebrations, joy, and the thrill of victory. Able to share it with some friends, gets a little shower and a chair up. This is the SLO CAL Morro Bay Open, and John Mel is your champion. Sounds like we are going to go into a little highlight package, I'm being told by the producer. So
here, I have this right here. That's the.
All right.
That is. We can both. I think it says 7s and above.
So that looks like Eden Walla getting the ball started this morning. I think she rode the first wave of the morning. There's Reed Van Wagener. She had been on a run early through the rounds all the way up to the semifinals. These are all the top scoring waves from the day. That's, yeah, Reed Van Wagener in that blue jersey, the goofy foot.
Yeah, we talked about all the many conditions of the day. This is John Mel earlier, 7. This is in his quarterfinal. You saw how lumpy and bumpy. This is the 775 that he got this morning early. He also got one in the final, which will come up no doubt later. Boom! So yeah. We saw, Bud, how much cross chop there was.
I was just going to mention that the waves this morning look like a different event to this afternoon, but that's part of surfing. You got to find your way through the day. And this is Kai Kushner. He was putting on some real strong performances.
Loved the technique that he was displaying on this wave. He was looking like one of the form surfers, just in his lines of choice. Didn't get through, though.
Yeah, we were talking about he sets those real deep bottom turns and really has a nice orientation with the bowl of the wave. But we'll see him likely in Pismo Beach.
Oh, all these people will be back. And then moving into John Mel again. Big old top turn, ferocious attacking stuff. And that one not going above the lip, but still loving it.
Just reminds people that you can get high scores, you know, with traditional surfing done well. Then there's Hayden Rogers, who gets a little non-traditional on this wave, but he himself finds an 8-point ride out of this wave, and you can see why when he does maneuvers like this.
Well, it's funny when you do these highlight package because you don't have context to what was actually happening, and as the judges' scale is changing heat to heat, that at that moment was, you know, that score. Again, Hayden.
Yeah, that same heat, so you can tell that during that quarter, earlier in the morning, he was on a heater, so that's how we got him advancing through the rounds. He had maneuvers like that.
Eden Walla
once again.
On her way in. This was semifinal number 2. Summertime had hit all of a sudden. Things had changed. It had gotten a lot calmer.
So here she goes again, semifinal number 2 again. Eden Walla with this big, late backside off the lip. She got a flat 8 for that, so the commitment carried her through.
And this was Reed Van Wagner in semifinal 2, also a 7.4. Took off it was green and then went into the soup. It ended up being a little horizontal and coming up, I think that was against Ella McCaffrey. Couldn't quite get it done, but
this is turning into a John Mill highlight package, but then again, he's the champion, so it gives you a little context and understanding of why.
2 minutes. That was a big one. That was an 8 earlier, and then this, the 8.5, one of the high scores of the day, achieved on his backhand. We saw very few rights ridden at all, and this one, big time.
Buckets.
Yeah, it was cool to talk to him in the interview about the complete portfolio.
This is Nick Marshall. He was our other finalist, and you can see here he had the flow, he had the connection, and he was working those lefts, and with those quick tail whips, that's what got him to the finals.
That was the 8.5 in the semifinal to come up against John.
Here's Eden again with a 7-point ride, again proving that she's not afraid to attack the lip on the backside. There she is getting chaired up the beach as the champion. And then here we go again. John Mell, this is why he's the victor, why everybody is now looking at him at the next event. He'll be the one to watch. He's won this event, and he's won Pismo Beach, and we're headed to Pismo Beach next, so he's got a lot of good grooves right now. And then it looks like one more away from him. See? It paints the picture of why he is the champion. Just every heat, the last few days, all day long, just dominating, and he's your champion. There he is. Once he realized that he was the man, he raised his hands up. So, good job. We're going to take it downstairs here. And
all right, thank you everybody for coming down and enjoying the last 4 days. It's been a pleasure, and what a show the surfers put on. Before I call them up, I want to give a little thanks to the WSL, to Visit SLO CAL for all their participation over all the years, to 805, to NHC, to Midstate Containers, Best Western for putting us up, Peak Wi-Fi for keeping us live and direct all over the world, to the local community of Morro Bay. We really appreciate your support year in and year out, and coming down and embracing the sport of surfing the way you have. Again, yes, NHC, the Natural Health Center. And without further ado, I'd like to call up our runners-up. I'm going to go both runners-up and then both winners, and then we'll just go for it. So on the women's side, oh, we're waiting for Nick. We're waiting for Nick Marshall, our runner-up. He's somewhere. He's running. Well, that's okay. I got the gift of gab. So what a week we've had. Oh, look, here we go. Ella McCaffrey, what an event it has been. Another great one for you. And so fun to see the progression, women surfing coming higher and higher and higher regionally and globally. I know your goal is to get there again on the global stage. I talked to you at Seaside about that crazy wave at Neos highlight package like Minnie. What do you got to say?
Yeah, stoked. That was a fun event. Happy to be in the final. Happy to share a final with Eden. She rips, and really stoked we got good waves at the end.
Well, you came up a few days before, so you got some of the big perfect waves leading in, and then to have to go through the mini seasons of today. Congratulations on second. What do we got here? A beautiful award, locally made. So there we go. Congratulations. Calling up, did Nick Marshall make it? All right, runner-up Nick Marshall. So look, Encinitas in the house on my left. Both of them. Congratulations, Nick. Right on, dude. You couldn't quite find the wave that you wanted. At the end, you got the one that you really got to let the energy fly on. Came unstuck, but a huge result. Big final to be in it with John Mel and to come up here and have success. And cool to have Seaside's, locals next to me.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's the final. Gave it my all. Never found that one, but stoked to be here. Ella was ripping, so yeah.
Nick Marshall, quietly spoken. I like it. No problem. We're going to give you a nice trophy. Take home. Put on the mantle. All right. Without further ado, we're going to call up young Eden Walla. What a victory. Back-to-back champions here at Morro Bay. Ella came in first 2 years ago. Hello, Eden. How you doing? Are you out of your skin, crawling with excitement, or is this just like normal, everyday stuff for you?
No, I'm super excited. It's the first win of my season for me, and I've gotten second in the past 2 contests. So yeah, I'm stoked.
So building serious momentum to go second, first is big. Stop 7 out of 9. Big plans for the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna try to focus on getting better at surfing, and then see what happens in Pismo.
Well, and you're going to get a little travel time, maybe Hawaii in between?
Hopefully. Gotta look at my dad for that one, though.
All right, we love it. And here we go. First place trophy, well earned. Hold that over your head. Nice. All right, John Mel, let's bring it up. Victorious here in Morro Bay. These boys had no time to change because it just finished. Congratulations, John. Magic board, great support crew, camping this whole week while you're here. You've scored all the conditions. How are you feeling?
Yeah, super good. And yeah, super stoked. I feel like it's a little bit of like a balance of like having fun and taking it seriously, like having a sick time with my buddies all camping and watching them do their thing, and then me trying to stay focused on the side. So yeah, it's been like a fun balance to kind of keep my head in a good place. And yeah, they're over there laughing at me. I'm just frothing. It's epic.
Yeah, you're keeping it focused, and they're cracking beers out of the igloo, and you're like, wait a second, I can't do that. Well, any final words, just because I know it's a big event, 6 out of 8 for you guys, taking those points. We talked about it before. You're kind of focused. Pismo's coming up. Goals for the future?
Yeah, I'm just cruising, having fun, trying to enjoy it, try and carry my momentum, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, there you have it. Our 4 finalists, give it up. I got to give John the most important thing. Oh, and the mic.
I got to shout out my mom, my dad, my grandfather, my brother, and my girlfriend, because they are my main support all the time at home. So I really appreciate all them. Love them.
All right, well, there we go. Your champions. Thank you very much to everyone. Have a great day.